Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love.
I'm the best that you got. Gotta look into your eyes, got me feeling kinda hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be your mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now, what's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on winning. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing I'm just sitting here without your love.
I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your 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 Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sydney without your love.
we doing? Are you holding yourself back from whiling out to this music? Kind of, yeah. I'm actually surprised I even get to use that song because a more niche song from that same group, when I tried to use an instrumental, like a fan-made karaoke instrumental, it got clapped. And so, but this is like a song that was a hit from them. So why it doesn't get clapped, I don't understand, but I ain't complaining. What's going on? We turning up tonight? Yeah, but I'm obviously gonna kill the vibe immediately because just take a look at what I saw right before I went live. Sure to make you super happy. Scoop, House Democrats told by leadership not to go to Minnesota. So this was reported a few hours ago. And in another stunning PR move from the Democrats, who we all love, even though ICE, all-time low favorability, this president, this admin, ridiculously unpopular, they're eating each other's faces, huge opportunity for the Democrats to come in and be heroes, and they're not really even expected to do anything. They just need to virtue signal because they're not in power, so they can't do much. So they just need to say the right things and kind of look like they're doing the right things. So even though they could go to Minnesota and they could be on the ground with protesters, standing with the community, helping out Walz, etc. No. Why would you do that? Mic up. Do I sound that quiet? What's going on? It actually is showing up as really quiet on OBS. Give me a second. Ooh, I'm scared to like unplug this and then replug it in, but I don't know what else to do. Let's see. Mic is just low. I know, but I don't know why it's doing that. Let's see. Testing. How are we doing? That looks better. Looks like it's better. I can barely hear you. Perfect. Wow, you're back. Love it. Love to see it. Well, okay. So they're not going to Minnesota. At least not the people that have these staffers telling them not to or something. House Democrats have been privately advised by their leadership not to travel to Minnesota in support of anti-ICE protesters there, Axios has learned. Why it matters. Several Democratic politicians have made the trek in recent days, including Senator Raphael Warnock, a Democrat from Georgia, and New York congressional candidates Brad Lander and Mika Lasher. But in an email to Democratic congressional offices dated Monday, a copy of which was obtained by Axios, a senior staffer for House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, our fave, urged members to remain in their districts. A spokesperson for Jeffries did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Shocking. What they're saying, in speaking with the Minnesota delegation offices and the governor's team, it has become clear that the best thing for members to do right now is to support their Minnesota colleagues by participating in the days of action in their home district this week, the staffer wrote. Visiting the state right now, although well-intentioned, puts a burden on local resources. What that means, please explain to me, and does not support our colleagues and the city and state government, local law enforcement, and most importantly, the people of Minneapolis. Yeah, the people of Minneapolis are definitely not yearning for any Democratic support or, you know, elected leaders that will just show solidarity. No, they don't. They certainly don't want that. The authenticity of the email was confirmed to Axios by two staffers who received it. What we're hearing, that guidance has also been shared through informal channels, one House Democrat speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive internal conversations told Axios. Minnesota elected officials cautioned members from going as it could add strain and overwhelm local law enforcement, the lawmaker said. What the fuck are they going to do? Like, when they keep falling back on, like, we don't want to overwhelm local law enforcement, what is that supposed to mean? Like, these people, I assume, would have, like, private security detail if they showed up, for one. For two, I don't, like, these are, like, even if they did show up, they're not going to fucking do anything other than be there for, like, 2 seconds, give a speech or whatever, and then leave, and or, like, remain in the city, but not actually be out on the streets. Basically be a photo op. But, no, that could overwhelm local law enforcement. Oh, man. Never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. It's pretty stunning. Okay. Also, other dumb news. Our fave, Jim Clyburn, announced his reelection bid. Just want to point out that Jim Clyburn, on top of being an annoying centrist, is 85 years old. He was born in 1940. So why Jim Clyburn is staying in Congress while his octogenarian peers step back. The 85-year-old South Carolina power broker wants to help Hakeem Jeffries win the speaker's gavel and influence the 2028 presidential primary, sources told Notice. So literally, this motherfucker he refuses to retire and he refuses to die. Not that I want him to die, but he's like staying in literally just so he can continue doing what he did in 2019 in the Dem primary, which is make that fateful phone call to Joe Biden as well, or not phone call, sorry, endorsement for Joe Biden that ended up really, really helping him in the primary. He's like not going to let that go. When other veteran lawmakers opt to retire, signs point to Representative Jim Clyburn, 85, running for re-election. An intrigue rises around whether the South Carolina... Okay. So he hasn't announced it formally. I misunderstood. Sorry. It's just clear that he's probably going to. An intrigue rises around whether the South Carolina veteran lawmaker will run for his 18th term. 4 people close to Clyburn who requested anonymity told Notice they anticipate he will seek another term in 2026. Clyburn's decision-making comes as Democrats project confidence about their chances to retake the House in November. A power shift would give the party the chance to elect the first black speaker and potentially elevate some 2028 presidential contenders, tempting the Democratic power broker to stay in the political arena. This is elder abuse. How this motherfucker is going to stay in, like, again, the Democrats learned this lesson in the hardest possible way in the previous election cycle, with Biden having to drop out after his abysmal debate performance, and it's still not enough. It's still not a sign to these people that they need to relinquish power and hand the reins over to a younger generation. And by younger, by congressional standards, 50 years old is like young. He usually creates his own rules and marches to the beat of his own drummer, said former state representative Bakari Sellers. Clyburn, the former House Democratic whip, served in leadership alongside former House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer and Speaker Nancy Pelosi for about 16 years. As the other two leaders announced their retirement at the end of this term, Clyburn's move signals he is preparing to gear up for another campaign. A person close to Clyburn says it's likely he runs for re-election, but he has time to make the final decision with the filing deadline at the end of March. As a former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and top leader, he is eager to remain in Congress to serve alongside House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who is poised to serve as the first black speaker, two people told Notice. I think it closes the circle, Jamie Harrison, a former Clyburn aide who unsuccessfully ran for Senate in South Carolina in 2020, said. Another sign that Clyburn will run for re-election, his campaign sent a fundraising email Monday that said the deadline of 2026 and the first of the election year, when I will be on the ballot along with Democrats across the country facing tough must-win races coming up. It's my privilege to represent the people of South Carolina's 6th district, Clyburn continued in the email obtained by Notice. This motherfucker is holding the seat hostage because nobody wants to challenge an incumbent like this. The dude's been in Congress for a million fucking years, literally, quite literally. And if he won't step aside, no candidate wants to bother wasting any money or time on a race that they know is going to be adversarial and might ultimately be fruitless. I've dedicated my life and my time to Congress to making our state and our country more equitable for all Americans, and I'm proud of what I've accomplished with my Democratic colleagues in Congress. We're steadfast in our efforts to put people over politics, but Trump and MAGA extremists are doing everything they can to take away our rights and make things harder for the American people, he added. And that's why I am going to risk dying in office. Everything we're doing is made possible by supporters like you, so please contribute to my re-election campaign before the first deadline of the year. What do these people think when they see, again, multiple Democrats have died in office in the last 2 years? Do they see that and they think, that's not going to be me? That happens to those people, but not me. Even though I'm born in 1940 and 85 and I've been in Congress a million years and this is a difficult job, I'm built different. What the fuck are they thinking? Clyburn has unofficially announced his run for re-election, and in 2024, he said he'd run again in mid-February. He has until March 30th to file for re-election. Clyburn's office did not respond to a request for comment, and the congressman has repeated that he has not yet decided whether to run again. Although the Democratic Party has wrestled with calls for generational change since former President Joe Biden's failed 2024 campaign, several prominent octogenarian House Democrats are running for re-election rather than retiring, including Representatives Maxine Waters, Emmanuel Cleaver, and Doris Matsui. Don't know how to say that. Clyburn acknowledged the wave of Democratic retirements in a December interview with the Post and Courier. It gets you thinking, he said. That's it, just thinking about it. Thinking and leads you to the conclusion, yeah, I better run again. At 85, I better run for office. Clyburn's colleagues told Notice that the congressman remained sharp and spry. Don't you just love to have that again, the fact that they have to prioritize insisting to the media this early, don't worry, fit as a fucking fiddle this guy is, this 85-year-old dude. Don't even worry about it. Don't you just love when their opening pitch has to be coupled with reassurance that their brain isn't mush and that they're not dementia addled? That's awesome. His acuity and continued heavy involvement in national politics have led many South Carolina politicos to believe that he will run again, they said. It's like a threat. It's like a threat. Based on my conversations with him, I think he's running, Harrison told Notice. I would not think otherwise. I would not think anything otherwise. Nothing. There's no indicator that he's going to say, I'm not going to run again. Another person familiar with Clyburn agreed. Oh, so multiple people who are familiar with this stubborn motherfucker know that he's not stepping aside. We'd like to keep him because he's very important to the Democratic Party here. Carol Fowler, a Democratic National Committee member from South Carolina, told Notice, this is actually reprehensible. So there's no one else in South Carolina that could replace this man. He's the only one that can do it. It's insane that they don't spend any time trying to get a protege and that there's no pressure. Why would you even feel pressured to it all makes sense when you see stuff like that. You're literally getting support from DNC members. Why would you ever feel pressured to hand the reins over to anybody? If I had to bet, I would bet that he'll stay at least one more term, she added. He is still very physically and mentally healthy and strong, so I don't see any reason that he would be leaving. Fowler, who has known Clyburn since the 1970s, said, dude. Yeah, very physically, mentally healthy and strong. It already is off-putting to think about how many congressional representatives in the Democratic Party specifically have to wear diapers. And you just know that as they're saying, he's so physically strong, he's just great. This motherfucker's in diapers. This motherfucker could not, like Trump, if he had to do a couple of jumping jacks or touch his toes, truly could be, they would pass out. I'll just say that. Clyburn's district is a safe Democratic seat, and he would be well positioned to win another term. Potential Democratic challengers have not signaled an intention to run against Clyburn. The Cook Political Report, a nonpartisan handicapper, says that the district favors Democrats by 13 percentage points. Again, deep blue, any number of people could challenge him, or that he could again endorse right away and give his blessing to take over his seat. No. Nope, that's his seat. Some Republicans are pushing to redraw South Carolina's congressional map mid-decade, which has thrown the shape of the political makeup of Clyburn's district into question. However, South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster said he is not interested in mid-decade redistricting. South Carolina political operative and Clyburn's former comms director, Amanda Loveday, told Notice that Clyburn, quote, absolutely remains popular in South Carolina and suggested his legacy is not something that Democrats in the state take lightly. I think he's a revered political figure in South Carolina, in and out of his district, Loveday said, citation needed. Loveday acknowledged the push inside the party to recruit new leaders. She added, however, something that is said very frequently in South Carolina is that when Jim Clyburn does not run for re-election, the person who takes his seat does not become Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn. That's a good thing. To these people, that's a bad thing. To literally everybody else reading this, everybody who's under the age of 50, yeah, that's a great thing, actually. I wouldn't want another representative like Clyburn taking his seat. I would want somebody younger and more progressive. Clyburn stepping down would create a major power vacuum in the Palmetto State, God forbid. The congressman is often seen internally as the third senator because of how he has accrued seniority and sway as the state's only Democrat in Congress. At this point, the shoes that he leaves aren't big shoes. They're humongous, Harrison said, and nobody in the state, including yours truly, wouldn't come any close to filling them. But Clyburn stepping back from politics also would generate a major hole in the national stage. Known as a kingmaker, a nickname Clyburn has said he does not enjoy, even though all of his actions suggest otherwise. This dude seems like a power-hungry motherfucker. The congressman famously shepherded Democratic candidates to South Carolina's political scene ahead of the early presidential primary date. Clyburn endorsed Biden in 2020, who had a string of losses in other key early contests. Clyburn's early endorsement was credited with supercharging his White House bid. Again, so this old motherfucker who won't vacate his seat was complicit in helping make sure that the other old motherfucker who had to back out of the presidential race. Yeah. Real recognizes real. Like, oh, I read this and like, I hope people read this and they're like, oh, it's your fault. Oh, you're like partially responsible for this. You encouraged this. And now you're repeating it yourself, right? Clyburn does not appear to be shying away from that role. While promoting his book, The First Eight, A Personal History of the Pioneering Black Congressman Who Shaped a Nation, Clyburn joined Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, another fave, an expected 2028 presidential candidate in Philly in December. Clyburn introduced another likely contender, California Governor Gavin Newsom, at a South Carolina event last summer, saying, "I feel good about his chances." Clyburn will be 87 years old when South Carolina holds its Democratic primary in 2028. 87 years old. Clyburn stole a lot. This is like the fourth time from like a separate person. They have somebody else's the comment that they have to add is he's fine. He's young. He's spry. He can do this. Don't worry. Clyburn still has a lot more energy than most people I know, half his age, and he's still sharp as a tack in his wisdom and experience. I know that Hakeem has relied upon when tackling some very, very tough issues, Harrison said. I'll say. Hakeem Jeffries gets his political instincts from Clyburn? No. If Clyburn decides not to run, plenty of Democratic candidates are eager to replace him. But why won't any of them step up? Jesus fucking Christ. There is like such, it's so funny that online everybody's constantly talking about how the left is constantly trying to or denigrate and undermine the Democratic candidates. Oh my God. Like, could I get a crumb of that in real life, please? Where the fuck are the people that want to step into this race and just say what we're all thinking, which is this old motherfucker is holding the seat hostage and he won't step out of the way and is actively helping contribute to the horrible favorability ratings that Democrats find themselves at, even with this ridiculously unpopular incumbent president who's literally a felon. No one will say it. One of Clyburn's 3 daughters has long been considered a frontrunner to replace Clyburn when he vacates his seat, with a few sources naming Jennifer Clyburn Reed as the one to watch. Awesome. But there are several others rumored to be eyeing that seat, including Harrison and Sellers. People believe that Congressman Clyburn deserves a farewell. He deserves a swan song because he has contributed just as much, then, if not more than most, to our great state's history, Sellers said. The next congressperson is going to be somebody that stands on his shoulders, but with the vision towards the future. It sounds like it's already fucking determined that he's like trying to create a political dynasty. We need term limits desperately, even though I can't stand this motherfucker either. Unfortunately, he's the one who's doing it. So Rahm Emmanuel, this was Obama's former chief of staff, as well as the former mayor of Chicago. He has called for a mandatory retirement age for public officials. That includes him. I wish he wouldn't fucking run, but this is more of what we need to be hearing. So this was reported on the 21st of this month. Rahm Emmanuel said Wednesday he wants to institute a mandatory retirement age of 75 for the president and across branches of government, a pipe dream of a call from the potential White House hopeful that would bar him from serving a second term as president. You're 75 years old. Done. The former Chicago mayor and ambassador to Japan said Wednesday at a Center for American Progress event. And that would be in the legislative branch. It'd be in the executive branch, including the cabinet, and it'd also be in the Supreme Court and all the federal courts. Emmanuel, who is 66, would be 69 when sworn into office if he runs for and wins the 2028 presidential contest. why do this? This just pisses me off. I saved this article for stream and I didn't realize that this would disqualify him for a second fucking term. Yet another reason why he shouldn't fucking run, because not that this is law of the land, but like even by that own standard, why would you even try to enter into a race when you're pushing for legislation like that? And it would already like, it's not going to look good to have to, it already looked really bad that Biden was signaling that he was going to run for one term back in 2019 and like 2020 when he was running for president. And then exactly what I fucking feared would happen, which is that even though he's signaling, oh, I'm just going to be like a one-term president, that I'm going to pass the baton to like Harris or somebody else. We obviously know how that ended. What ends up happening is that they don't want to let go of the role. The incumbent advantage is too big, and people expect them to try to get that second term. Ugh. He'd be 73 at the start of his second term and would, by his own standard, be unable to serve all 4 years. He acknowledged this when pressed by Politico at a Christian Science Monitor roundtable Wednesday afternoon. I know where I am in my age. Of course it would apply to me, Emmanuel said. You can't say, here's what I want to do to change Washington. What are the things I want to do? But I get an exemption because I bought it beforehand. His standard would make Donald Trump, 79, ineligible to continue serving as president, and it would have barred Joe Biden, under whom Emmanuel served as ambassador to Japan, from serving a single term. It would also impact the 17 senators and 45 members of the House who are currently 75 or older. You can't serve in the armed forces. You can't serve in private sector jobs at 75, Emmanuel said. Go work on your golf swing. It's not that good to begin with. Emmanuel is reigniting a debate that raged throughout the last presidential election as Biden, then 81, and Trump, then 78, each sought a second term. And as questions about Biden's mental and physical stamina crescendoed, and it simmered for years on Capitol Hill as lawmakers confront mental decline and even deaths within their ranks. Age limits are popular with voters who have balked in recent years at the advancing age of the nation's presidential contenders, lawmakers, and Supreme Court justices. Roughly 2/3 of Americans support age limits for federal elected officials, and the Supreme Court polls show. Emmanuel, a former representative, said he would push for legislation to set the limit rather than attempt a constitutional amendment. The Constitution sets a minimum age for members of Congress, but not a maximum, and establishes no limits for the Supreme Court. It's not clear. It's so funny to me, like, how they have minimums when, like, in reality, it would have been so much better for them to have maximums and, like, no minimums. It's not clear to me why you need to be, like, 35 to run for president. It's not clear whether that legislation itself would be constitutional and could be a tough sell in a Congress where the median age for senators is 64. Bleak. Emmanuel framed the age limit as part of a broader call for, quote, comprehensive ethics, lobbying, and anti-corruption reform across the federal government that he said should include a crackdown on lawmakers and judges taking gifts and stock trading. The veteran Democratic strategist said his party should be hammering that message as part of a midterms platform that also includes raising the minimum wage and instituting a Bill of Rights for ratepayers. You have a president of the United States, in my view, that has expanded deep in the swamp. Our job is to drain the swamp as Democrats, Emmanuel said, turning Trump's trademark phrase against him. That there's not a day that goes by that you don't read a story about either his family, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's family, or Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's family making money. Emmanuel's choice, and he's not even wrong about this, he's just not the guy who's actually going to fulfill these promises, if you know anything about Rahm Emmanuel. Emmanuel's choice of 75 may have been influenced by his brother, Ezekiel Emanuel, a former White House advisor and oncologist who wrote in 2014 that he did not want to live past 75. In that piece, he wrote that his view drives my brothers crazy. Okay, that is weird. You don't want to live past 75? What? There's nothing wrong with living past 75. You just don't need to be in office. Imagine being 75 and driving into work instead of going to do literally any... These people shouldn't even have their fucking keys. Let's be real. Most of them probably fucking don't. They're probably driven around by like staffers and Ubers. They act like votes are entitled to them. Yes. And it's a culture that is clearly not only like permissible within both parties, but it's actively encouraged. You have our old ass president right now that's being like, there's a cult of personality surrounding him in the GOP. And then the same thing, there was the same shit and culture around Biden. He's a Chicago sleazeball who's clung to Barack's coattails and was a crappy mayor. Yeah, that's my, if I had that, like, just, yeah, pretty much perfectly summarizes my thoughts on Rahm Emmanuel. But I support this. I support the things that he's calling for, getting rid of gifts, like draining the swamp or whatever. That message is, like, really good. He just shouldn't be the one doing it because he won't actually do it. Insane. This is real. This is real. Nicki Minaj held hands with Trump. This is a real photo. of our president with his horrible makeup on his fucking hand and Nicki Minaj with her fucking talons, okay? That is real. On Wednesday, Nicki Minaj reached final MAGA form after joining Donald Trump on stage for the Trump Account Summit in Washington, D.C., per CNBC. Minaj was there to promote Trump's rollout of investment accounts for babies, to which she plans to contribute up to $300,000. While her presence is harrowing on its own, the image of Trump's bruised, foundation-caked hand interlaced with Nicki's Easter egg-colored nails will probably haunt me for the rest of my life. Same, girl, same. Video footage of this moment shows Minaj looking more excited than a kid about to watch K-pop Demon Hunters for the 12th time. I'm probably the president's #1 fan. That's not going to change, Minaj told the crowd, which also included Shark Tank star turned Marty Supreme's resident asshole Kevin O'Leary. And the hate or what people have to say does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. We won't let them get away with bullying him. God is protecting him. If that bruises any indication, God could be doing a better job. And if anybody is confused as to why Nicki Minaj is doing this, I'm pretty sure either her baby daddy or her husband or current husband or boyfriend, something like somebody who she's close to is looking for a pardon. I'm pretty sure that's the majority of the reason why she's doing all of this embarrassing shit with Erica Kirk as well as Trump.
Person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history.
The
Nicki
Barbs.
Minaj. She's been such a great supporter and a great supporter of Trump accounts.
I am probably the president's #1 fan. The hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him.
The Department of
Love that. Just what a world we live in. Holy fuck. We are not even a month into 2026. This image exists. This is truly horrifying and will be burned into my brain. And then was it the same one? Apparently he talked shit about Ted Cruz.
The press used to say, and a senator who's a friend of mine, you wouldn't believe that because we went through a rough campaign together. It was nasty. We got along so well, and everybody, we actually did joint rallies. Can you believe it? He wanted to get some of the action, so he's smart. He said, would you do a rally with me? But we did joint rallies, and the press used to say, will you ever, start fighting? I said, don't worry, it'll come. He said the same thing, don't worry, it'll come. He's a very tough guy, very brilliant guy. In fact, when I said, because I had never gone into a debate before officially, my whole life was a debate, but I'd never debated before officially.
My whole life was a debate.
And I said, let me find out about my competition. Who are these people? Because many of them, they were senators and mostly senators and governors. And I said, well, why don't we start with this guy named Ted Cruz? Let me, well, he was the best student at Harvard, #1 in his class. He was the best student at Princeton or something. And he was the national debate champion for 3 years. And I said, well, I don't like that. I didn't know that. I don't like that. And he was a very good debater. I will tell you that. He's a smart guy. But I'll never...
He's actually not. Despite that, he's not wrong that he actually does have this impressive rap sheet of all of these model UN president, debate club, pervert dude from Harvard, Stanford, Yale, something like that. He couldn't hold his own against Tucker fucking Carlson in that debate over Israel, so...
I forget, because he was the first one I looked at.
Also not going to ever change the fact that no matter how rhetorically gifted people seem to think he is, which I don't personally think he is, I just know that he's smarter than he knows better. It's one of those things. It's not ever going to change the fact that he has the charisma of a diaper.
I've just joined the ranks of politics, and the first famous, that was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell?
Oh my God, he's losing it.
Ireland, you can keep her. Ireland has done a tremendous, the head of Ireland said, are all you people this way? We don't want that. But Ted Cruz has one thing that I like, if I ever have problems, because it's hard to get people approved, he's a brilliant legal mind. He's a brilliant man. If I nominate him for the United States Supreme Court, I will get 100% of the vote.
Ted Cruz on the Supreme Court. Ted Cruz on this is actually, I did not know where he was going with that. That is actually like probably the biggest threat that he has made, other than like wanting to deploy the Insurrection Act and suspend our elections. Him saying that he's going to put Ted Cruz on the Supreme Court. I do not like that.
Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out. And the Republicans will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out too. Where's Ted? Where are you, Ted? And with all of that being said, he's a great guy, too. He's a great guy. We've become friends, and he's a very effective person, too. Thank you, Ted, very much.
Dude. Both Democrats and Republicans want him to get him the hell out. I mean, it is known that, like, he is disliked, but holy shit. And then I wanted to see this. Okay, CNN star, this is from Mediaite earlier yesterday. CNN star reveals Trump's DOJ isn't on pace to release Epstein files until 2030. Like, I knew that they were going to delay, but Jesus fucking Christ. That means, like, it's never going to come out, even though it's law.
We have a new read now on when the public might actually see all of this material. This is coming from a new court filing just in that top Justice Department officials say that the files are coming, quote, in the near future, but also telling the judge they could not provide a specific date for when they would complete a review of all the files. Joining me now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig for much more on this. Something of a timeline / not a timeline. I mean, these files were due, Ellie, by law to be released in total December 19th of 2025. So what do you see in this? And what would you put as your expectation to see all of the Epstein files?
Right. When is, quote, in the near future? Heaven only knows, Kate. So let's do the timeline here. This law passes in November. Almost every single person on Capitol Hill votes for it. Passes 427-1 in the House, passes unanimously in the Senate, and then President Trump signed.
And remember, nobody needed to pass any fucking law to do this. Trump could have done it at literally any time. He could have directed his DOJ to release all of these files with all of the same provisions that the law calls for. But no, it had to be made law to force his hand.
The bill on November 19th, as you said, gave DOJ 30 days to complete all of the production, all of it. So everything was due December 19th. Instead, what we got from DOJ was a statement on December 19th that, well, we're starting today. And now here we are, Kate, we are 40 days after the deadline. And if you want to do a little math, DOJ represented publicly about 2 weeks ago in early January that they had produced 1% of the entire Epstein files. Now, if you do the math on that and multiply it out.
I thought that this was going to be something that the Trump admin had like said was the estimate or whatever, but he's just making a projection based off of the current amount that they've released. But yeah, like if they continue at this pace in the way that they have, we're not going to see everything until then. But like, I have a feeling it's just going to come out in like dumps like they did the last time.
That comes out to about 4 years to produce the files. Now, I don't think it's going to take that long. I'm sure we know they've marshaled resources and hopefully they've found some efficiency, but I don't think soon is anytime especially soon.
It's a relative concept, you know, tomorrow, 2030, tomato, right? All right, let's get to this fucking, let's get to this cancer. This is horror. Alex Pretti death sparks ice frenzy. Why is Vinnie, my boy, okay, from PBD, why is he getting like a title credit with Vincent Oshana? Like, are there Vinnie heads in the fucking Piers Morgan uncensored comments? Or the people been yearning and clamoring for Vinnie to make a fucking appearance? He's been particularly unhinged on this. He literally said in the last episode of PBD that we watched where they covered it, he was like, who gives a fuck about a stupid nurse? Like, verbatim, those were his feelings on it. But something tells me they're not having Vinnie on and spotlighting him because he's been batshit insane. They're just doing it because I guess, like, clicks.
Faces, Piers, and disrupt a legal federal duty. I don't do that. You know why, Piers? I'm not dumb. You don't do that.
What we're seeing is protesters being demonized, people being criminalized, and innocent people being executed in the streets. This is a horror.
Everything that Mark...
People that are smart usually have to go around declaring that they're not stupid.
said is factually false. Unlawful this, unlawful that, Constitution this. Give me a second, Piers.
No one there, including Republicans, voted for what we are seeing. What I saw in Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, was the terrorization of ordinary Americans.
You're lying.
Could you let me
You're
finish?
lying. Why was
Could you let me
she
finish?
there?
Have you been in Minnesota recently? Have you been in Minneapolis? Have you watched it?
Have you been
'Cause I have.
there?
Why the hell would I want to go to Minnesota?
Right, okay, because you believe what you want to believe.
How do we move forward here? That's what I want to focus on. Is this is awful. Everybody's heart is breaking for a host of different reasons.
Jillian here to hold down the fort. Center me. Make me feel calm.
Sit with a simple question. Should Alex Pretti have been shot? Within weeks of taking office, President Trump had sealed the southern border. It was
What do you want to bet that it's like, it's not what I would have done, but he's no fucking murderer? It's probably going to be that bullshit.
rapid and effective leadership, ending a ludicrous open-door policy.
Jillian, my goat, my queen.
Even the Democrats have given up trying to defend. Now, 1 year on, Republicans are increasingly struggling to defend immigration action under Trump. A majority of Americans very clearly wanted tougher border enforcement.
Wait, what are Democrats struggling to defend?
Within weeks of taking office, President Trump had sealed the southern border. It was rapid and effective leadership, ending a ludicrous open-door policy, which even the Democrats had given up.
Okay, there was no open-door policy. This is just a straight-up lie from Piers.
To defend. Now, 1 year on, Republicans are increasing.
But not wrong, the Democrats had given up trying to defend it. Not only that, you had Democrats actually voting for the Lake and Riley Act, which actually increased funding for ICE.
Struggling to defend immigration action under Trump. A majority of Americans very clearly wanted tougher border enforcement. They also very clearly backed a candidate who promised mass deportations for undocumented criminals. But did they really vote for the detention of 5-year-old preschoolers, as we saw last week? Did they really vote for the killing of American civilians by law enforcement officers? 37-year-old intensive care nurse Alex Pretti was killed at a protest this weekend. Well, I feel the same way about this as I did about Renee Good, who was also killed by protesting against ICE in Minneapolis. You can debate the details, and I'm sure we will, but the crux of the matter is that Alex Pretti was not a domestic terrorist, and he didn't deserve to die. The ICE agents are having a tough time, that much is clear. Protesters have been whipped into a frenzy by politicians who want them to feel like they're under attack from the Gestapo. But branding civilian protesters as dangerous terrorists and attempting to implausibly justify these deaths is now having the exact same effect. President Trump says the administration is reviewing everything. He spoke to Governor Tim Walz and, surprisingly, says they're on a similar wavelength. Trump will be well aware that if it carries on like this, a very bad situation is only going to get a lot worse. To debate, I'm joined by Vinnie Oshana, PBD podcast Angry Patriot, Marc Lamont Hill, host of Bet News, Lewis Goodall, the broadcaster and co-host of the News Agents, and Jillian Michaels, the host of Keeping It Real. Welcome to all of you. Marc Lamont Hill, let me start with you. Like all of these things, none of this is easy. It's complex. A lot of Americans believe that
And he gotta look like a beet. His roid rage is hard for him to control. He's out here with the tomato representation, okay?
Trump's done on the border is good, closing it down after the very porous border that we saw under Biden, with millions coming in illegally. That doesn't suit anyone's interests. A lot of people believe that if you're in America already undocumented illegally and you commit another crime, you should be deported. That seems to be...
It wasn't an open door policy under Biden, but I think there might be something to some degree about the claim that our asylum law was being abused. What was it? Name it.
General consensus. The flashpoint is about people who may have built their lives in America but came in illegally, who may have been there a number of years, contributed to society, brought up kids and so on. And secondary to that flashpoint is ICE going around urban cities and raiding people's homes, raiding people's workplaces, and getting into now what seems to be constant running battles with protesters, which are leading to people being shot dead. And, you know, I can tell you, looking at this from afar in the UK, where I am at the moment, it's pretty horrifying. What is happening here?
I think you've used the perfect word, and welcome back, Piers. It's really good to see you in good health. This idea of horror.
Always smart from Marc Lamont Hill. Butter up, Piers.
It being horrifying, I think, is right and exact. The government is essentially waging war not just on people who are deemed to be unlawfully here, which is an entirely...
Dark Gigas in YouTube chat, you've been yapping a lot, and if you want to, I want you to stop yapping in YouTube chat. You're going to follow this link that I'm providing to you. You're going to join the waiting room, and then you're going to come talk to me about your defense of ICE. And if you don't do that, I'm going to ban your ass, and you're never going to be here again. And that's probably completely fine with you. All of these people have so much to say, but when I invite them on stream, suddenly they don't want to say it. So you can come on and defend the murder of 2 innocent people. Would be happy to talk about that with you at length. I have all night, believe me. As long as you want, I will talk to you about it, okay?
Really different conversation.
You have 5 minutes to comply. And unlike ICE, The only consequence to this is that you get banned. Okay, not something worse.
We can have, because it's far more complex than just saying Americans don't want them here. I don't think that's true, and I don't think that that's the full story, even if it were. But you're seeing citizens being waged war upon. We're watching protesters being deemed enemy of the states. We're watching unlawful raids at homes and in workplaces. We are seeing an assault on the Constitution. And one of the things that will be seen in court very soon is whether this has been such a judicial or such an overreach that it constitutes a violation of the 10th Amendment right of Minnesota's right to state sovereignty. We'll find that out. But regardless, this is not the solution. This is not the way to solve whatever problem we imagine, because what we're seeing is protesters being demonized, people being criminalized, and innocent people being executed in the streets. This is a horror.
Vinnie Oshana, great to see you. I've never seen you looking so smart, which may suggest you're viewing this with a new gravity. So, first of all, what's the tie all about? I've never seen one uncensored with a tie.
I just felt, Piers, I had to step up my game. You're always professional, so I want to be professional. And I want to A, thank you, Piers, for always having me on. And number two, that you're healthy and you're a strong man. You'll be back. Piers, I want to say one thing to you. Do you know what I don't? By the way, everything that Marc said is factually false. Unlawful this, unlawful that, Constitution this. Give me a second, Piers. Do you know what I do, Piers? I carry a 9mm Hellcat Springfield gun. It's on me right now.
Well, it's nice that he just comes out and says right away that he doesn't really give a fuck about the Constitution. Second Amendment this, Constitution that, who gives a fuck, right?
Okay, I protect myself. I protect people that are around me. I was in the military. I was on the Air Force shooting team. I'm that guy, Piers. You want to know what I don't do? I don't take this gun and go to a federal agent ICE event, which he was on signal, this guy Alex, purposeful on signal. It's all coordinated to get in their faces, Piers, and disrupt a legal federal duty. I don't do that. You know why, Piers? I'm not dumb. You don't do that. And by the way, Piers, the gun that he had, little fun fact, is it a Sig Sauer P3
Jillian looking a little bit stressed at what she's hearing.
20. All right, that gun, there's a bunch of lawsuits for Sig Sauer. That gun goes off just unintentionally. The firing pin goes off.
Right, but the thing about, Vinnie, on that point.
Who cares about this? Alex Pretti could have been on the sidewalk, literally shooting up heroin. Okay, and rolling around like a crazy motherfucker. It still wouldn't be right to fucking gun him down in the street.
I've seen that report about that gun. We don't know that it discharged itself. There's no evidence that it did at the moment. What we do know from that video.
But Piers.
Well, hang on.
Piers.
But hang on. Here's my point. My point before you finish. My point about this is the guy. I've had the complete opposite argument about these situations going back 20 years in America, which is that I agree with you. I don't think people should be armed to the teeth all the time going to do any things like this, right? And yet this is the very argument used back at me, which is that actually, yes, he had a perfect legal right to carry that weapon and to carry his ammunition. At no stage in any of the...
He did, but if Vinny has half a brain cell, what he'll bring up in response to this is that there was no way for the officers to know that. So it really doesn't matter that he had a permit or not, because the fact that he's carrying is already increasing his likelihood that he's going to have a negative interaction with the cops. Let's see if Vinny can land the plane and remember the Republican talking points in response to that.
Videos have I seen him, has he been brandishing that weapon or trying to shoot anybody or pulling that weapon or anything like that? In fact, the opposite. What we see is a pack of 8 ICE officers descend on him, and one of them very
also just extremely annoying that Piers is, I think in the last one he brought up Kyle Rittenhouse, but he won't he hasn't brought it up to him. This whole you shouldn't bring them to a protest, you shouldn't bring it to a fucking riot, whatever you want to call what was going down in Kenosha that night, and that night that Kyle Rittenhouse showed up. Yeah, either one. He literally brought a fucking AR. Dark Gigas, why are you yapping in chat? I want you to come and join this Discord and talk to me on stream.
Clearly reach down and take this guy's weapon out of his holster on his waist and take it away, and he is then shot with the first shot, the second...
If Frey was attacking and resisting officers, then come talk to me about it.
After that, when they know he's unarmed. So every part of this fails, but so does the logic. I have to say, to me, there's an hypocrisy on the conservative right, which is that I've always been told, right to bear arms, Second Amendment, no one can interfere with that. Yet when this guy does it, suddenly this is wrong. I don't remember that being the way the Kyle Rittenhouse debate was framed, right? I didn't see people on the conservative right then saying that. They said the opposite.
Matt NLT, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 2 for 6 months. I really, really appreciate it.
That's right.
Piers, I'm not... Hold on. You're talking about a military veteran pro Second Amendment. I'm not saying any of that. But if you're going to go there and disrupt and get into a fight, because Piers,
I'm not saying any of that, proceeds to say exactly that.
You are watching this slowed down, nice video. It's happening in seconds in real time. And my point about the gun is, Piers, my opinion, when they...
Yeah, see ya, Dark Gigas. Fuck off. No one loves you. Go away.
They disarmed him. He doesn't know the gun is gone. It goes off. He's still reaching for the magazines, which he thinks are a gun. But let me, Piers, here's the point. Why is this all happening in Minnesota? Can we stop? In Texas, there's 10 times more illegal deportations. You don't hear none of this, Piers. None of this. You know why it's in Minnesota, Piers?
Because ICE is mobilized in Texas, in fucking Minnesota, and it's not mobilized in Texas.
Tim Walz, Mayor Frey, Ilhan Omar are pushing for people to get in their faces and do this type of stuff. Under Obama, you didn't hear any of it, okay?
Literally, what is he talking about? Dude, I fucking wish they have made statements like that. They haven't.
And he deported way more people than...
The most that they've said is that ICE is not welcome here and that you can use lawful means to show that you don't like their presence in your city. That's it.
Trump. He's kicking Trump's butt in deportation. But I want to know something too, Piers. It's funny how all these leftists, all these Democrats, like last week when there was that 5-year-old kid, oh my God, he was detained. No, his illegal father ran away and abandoned him, all right? Nobody here even knows that freaking kid's name. The mother didn't want to take him. I'm just curious, everybody on the panel, who's here. Does anybody know who this is? Mark? Lewis, anybody? This is
He was doing this on the PBD podcast as well. He loves standing on the fucking graves of these poor children and just invoking their tragedy to bolster his points. That's it.
Smith, 7 years old. She was in her mother's car and a freaking drunk driver, illegal, hit her and killed her. Okay? You know who this is? You guys want to talk about Alex being a nurse? This is Laken Riley. She was jogging in school and guess what happened? A guy raped her, tried to rape her. She fought back for 11 minutes, and then he crushed her head. Why wasn't she on the news? Why didn't you hear about her? And lastly, you know who this is?
Put them all on the news. I think all of them.
No, I'm curious.
Well, I think they were.
She was strangled. Wait.
But Vinny, they were on the news. They were on the news.
She was strangled.
They were on the news.
Okay, and her throat was slit, and she was raped.
Please make the claim that nobody cared about Laken Riley. He literally said that there was no coverage of Laken Riley's killer or anything like that, even though there was literally legislation passed in response to her murder.
Two illegals. All you guys care about is headlines, Piers. You know why? Because Democrats are hemorrhaging votes. At the end of the day, this is all votes. Why else do you want illegals? You're fighting so bad to have them in here to count on the census so that Democrats can keep power, Piers. Plain and simple.
You know the irony, Vinny,
that you guys care.
Vinny, the irony is the polls at the moment suggest what's hemorrhaging votes is the activities of ICE. And in particular, where it's leading to these deadly encounters. That is hemorrhaging support for the Trump administration, and we're only a few months away now from the midterms.
He's the most popular.
I think
Piers.
Why are these pictures on his phone? Because he has no arguments. He has those pictures on his phone, emotional appeals, saying that he doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution, and pointing out, deflecting and pivoting to Democrats, Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, doing anything to avoid actually engaging with what's occurred, and like saying he's so much better than Dead Man. Good job, dude. That's it.
Well,
he's the most popular.
You don't think it
what do you mean? The poll came out last week. He's popular. Henry Anton just came out with the poll that Democrats are having the horrible, horrible percentage, and it's been the lowest of support. Piers, this is all...
Okay, that doesn't mean that Trump is popular.
And what I'm telling you is all the same thing happened for Obama. And you know why, Piers? You're across the pond and you're seeing it because you're watching CNN, you're watching MSNBC, and that's their agenda. Plain and simple.
Trump is underwater on literally every single issue, and just his general approval rating is in the fucking toilet. Like, watching these people, like, for a second, I was like, how delusional is he going to go? Because he has stepped outside of the echo chamber and he's talking to people that, again, Piers is basically a right-wing stooge. Same goes for Jillian Michaels. Don't know about this guy. Marc Lamont Hill literally has a PhD and is an academic and knows that ain't fucking true. So hopefully if Piers isn't correct him on this, Mark will. But
useful.
It is the smarter move for this dumbass to just mention that the Democrats are really, really unpopular instead of contending with the fact that, like, yeah, it's untenable to say that Trump is doing well right now.
Vinny, I watch a lot of Fox News and I watch a lot of the PBD. I watch a lot of PBD with a guy called the Angry Patriot. So you have no idea what I'm consuming. And by the way, since I broke my hip, I have nothing else to do but watch you. So don't mischaracterize me. I do watch the others too because I like to watch what they're all saying. But I appear on Fox all the time, as you know. I don't take a side in this. I just want to try and get to reality.
Right? Yeah, he doesn't take a side in this. A man is fucking murdered in the streets by ICE, and he doesn't have an opinion. He's just, fence sitter.
Lewis Goodall, welcome back to Uncensored. One of the really, weird things about these two shootings in particular is that we're all watching them on videotape. So we can all see from multiple angles what's happened. And yes, we should wait for the investigation. Yes, there might be new things that emerge which change perhaps the narrative. But I know what I saw with Renee Good. And I know
what investigation, Piers? Why has there not been an investigation initiated? Will anyone raise that point? The reason why is that it's being blocked for the Trump admin.
What I saw with this latest incident too. And there is no amount of...
Or the fact that like an investigation is already going to be... It's not going to be inconclusive, but it's not even going to be able to be comprehensive and complete because they tampered with the fucking scene.
Person in authority anywhere in the world who's going to convince me that what I saw was a justified murder or a justified killing. Let's not call the word murder. Let's wait and see where the investigation takes us. But a justified killing. It just seems to me ridiculous overreach, probably by ICE agents who are not trained properly in crowd control of this nature, because the Minnesota police aren't getting involved. And that is a whole different area about federal v. state and how they deploy the law enforcement, and about the politics of a blue state and a red administration and so on.
Dude, Minnesota is a swing state. I don't understand why people think it's this like deep blue state. It's not.
You're a fellow Brit like me. When we try and get into anything gun-related in America, it's a hot potato. They remind us they kicked us out of America with guns. I get it. It's an issue for America to talk about. We also, when it comes to immigration, we squeal about 40, 50,000 people.
Jillian looks like she's in physical pain. And she's had this like resting like bitch face. It's not even like a bitch face. She does look like she's in pain this entire time.
Coming over our southern border when his estimated 10 million came over in 4 years under Biden. You know, massively larger number of people. And a lot of Republicans say to me, I think with merit, that because Biden made the border so porous, and that there may have been a political aspect to it, because by doing so, he may have then had people in the country who might be more inclined to vote Democrat, as ever trying to shore up support.
Yeah, because it's so easy to get a pathway to citizenship once you enter into this country. You're in one day, and the next you're a fucking citizen that can vote. That's how it works.
Going forward, I don't know, but that's the theory. It makes some sense to me.
Wow. He doesn't know though. Let's just bring it up. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm just a fence sitter. I'm just repeating what I've heard, aka right-wing bullshit that I've read on Twitter. Sounds plausible to me. Continue on with my next fucking right-wing talking point.
These are huge numbers we're talking about, and something has to be done. And if ICE don't do what they're doing, then how do you actually identify and remove people who are there in America illegally, and particularly the ones who commit heinous crimes?
Well, something has to be done, Piers. I would agree with you. And I would also agree that part of the reason this story is taking place is because political oxygen and space was created by the Biden administration. No doubt they lost control of the border. And no doubt politics of this on the left went too far. But no one voted in the United States. And I've not been watching it from afar because I've just come back from Minnesota reporting from there for the News Agents podcast. And I can tell you right now that no one there, including Republicans, voted for what we are seeing. What I saw in Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, was the terrorization of ordinary Americans. Everybody there, particularly if you're black or brown, has a story. They have started in the last 50 days or so, taking out their passports with them, taking out their documentation with them. So scared are they about being accosted by ICE officers. Even legal American citizens are worried about being picked up and detained for however long, going to church, going to the supermarket, picking up their kids from school. No one in the United States, even Trump voters, voted for that. Much less did they vote for the killing of American citizens on American streets. And just to pick up what Vinnie said, look, there is a reason that these people, many of these people, Rennie Good and Alex Pretti, completely model American citizens. No criminal record, simply people concerned about what is going on in the community. Why are they out observing, just observing, not interfering, observing what ICE is doing?
That's a lie.
No,
That's a lie.
let me finish, Vinnie, let me finish.
You're lying.
Observing, no, I'm
You're lying.
not. I saw it for myself. Observing.
Renee Good was driving her car and barricading
it. Can you let me
Why
finish
are you
that?
lying? Louis,
Can you let me finish that?
Yeah, but you're lying.
Could you let me
you're
finish?
lying. Why
Could
was
you let me
she
finish?
there?
Have you been in?
See, what is the point of like holding back from interrupting this motherfucker when the second anybody else starts speaking, he feels free to interject and fucking speak up?
Been in Minnesota recently? Have you been in Minneapolis? Have you watched it? Because I have.
No,
and
why
I can
the
tell
hell would
you.
I want to go to Minnesota?
Right, okay, because you believe what you want to believe. I'm telling you what I saw. I'm telling you what I saw for myself.
You think Renee Good?
I'm telling you what I saw for myself, my own eyes. People are observing. And why are they observing, sir? They're observing because they know that the federal government will lie about what ICE agents are doing. They have done that repeatedly. They do not wait, as any normal government would do, for an investigation. They do not wait for the facts to emerge. They do not wait to interview observers and people who were there. They simply decree almost instantly that anybody involved is a domestic terrorist. We have seen those lies about Alex Pretti exposed for what they are. He was not trying to massacre anyone, as the Department of Homeland Security claimed. He was observing because he knows that the federal government will lie. If these citizens don't come out and do what they do, they know there can be no justice. They know that these ICE agents will be able to act with impunity. And the proof of the pudding in that is what we have seen with Alex Pretti. If those observers were not there, then he would have been shot in the back as he was, with his gun in his holster, and the federal government would have lied about it. We would have had to believe what they said. Instead, we were able to see, because of the peaceful observations of the people there, we were able to see the truth, which is this was a man who was shot in the back, who was posing no threat whatsoever to those ICE officers. And even the reason that they were there in the first place proved to be a lie. That is the ICE officers. Why did ICE say they were there? They said they were there. No, let me finish. They said that they were there to detain an illegal Ecuadorian who was an ardent criminal. What did it turn out? The Minnesota Department for Corrections made clear when they got the name of this person. His only violations, illegal, yes. Was he a violent criminal? No. He'd had a few traffic violations on his record. Alex Pretti died for a man who basically had sped and gone too fast in his car. I don't think his death, killed in the streets by his own country's officers, is worth that, do you?
But Lewis, all right, before I go to Jillian, Lewis, but what would you do?
Oh, man, I would have loved to hear Vinny's fucking response to that. Why didn't Piers let him go off? Holy shit. Man's kind of cooked. I mean, like, I had no notes, man. It was just fucking, like, perfect. Gator Highlights 4, thank you so much for the $10. Jillian's head is about to explode. Dude, she looks so uncomfortable.
Right, you're in charge of Homeland Security in the United States. You know millions and millions of people have come in the last 4 years illegally. They're in America. Right, there's a lot of anger about that with a lot of Americans. You've just seen Donald Trump go in with a thumping win on a mandate of dealing with this. If you don't do it the way they're doing it, how do you get these people, identify them, bring them to justice, and deport them if they're committing crimes?
I would do two things, Piers. I would obey the law, and I would pass immigration reform. If you obey the law, President Obama, Vinny's already said it for himself, President Obama was called the deporter-in-chief. He managed to deport millions of illegal citizens, illegals. He did that, and he didn't need to do that by employing what is basically a poorly trained paramilitary force operating with impunity, attacking citizens of the United States. And moreover, if you were to do what has long been...
He was so close to being based. This is like, oh, they need more training, you know. ICE doesn't need to be abolished, it can be reformed. Nah, fuck that.
Necessary in America, which is comprehensive immigration reform. The bargain should have always been.
That part is correct.
The Democrats
but comprehensive immigration reform would include abolishing ICE.
They want, which is a pathway to citizenship, particularly for children who have come over undocumented. But the Republicans get what they want, which is a bolstering of the border. That has been tantalizingly close multiple times. Normally, it's been Republicans, including now the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, when he was in the Senate, who walked away from it because they thought it was a good political issue for them to do. You do not need to deal with immigration by breaking the law.
Can I have 1 minute?
All right, very quickly, Vinny.
Like, why won't he speak up? They're just like letting Vinny dominate. I don't understand.
How many ICE detainees died? How many detainees, illegals died under Obama? Do you know the number, Lewis, since you're so factual and you have the history report? How many? 57 died under Obama.
Yes, I know. You know what else I know? You know what else I know? That there was a federal process.
Let me finish. You said the Biden administration lost control.
And this is like, that's already like a misleading stab, because as much as I hated Obama's border policy and immigration policy broadly, just that having that stat tells you nothing. Obama's administration did, at the very least, even if it was fucking draconian, attempt to comply with the law. So what do you want to bet that half of those deaths, if not the majority of them, could have been through like natural, like literally people died naturally, or it's more complicated than what he's saying?
This is your direct quote. They lost control of the border. Yeah. I'm sorry, you are full of you-know-what. All right, it wasn't lost control. It was on purpose. They opened the border to flood the country to bring in their damn votes.
Well, how would they have been able to vote if they weren't citizens?
Excuse me, let me finish. When Texas, the governor put a freaking barbed wire, the White House sued them and sent trucks to lift it up to bring these illegals.
There is still barbed wire. What he's referring to is that Greg Abbott they started putting like buoys along the Rio Grande River, and they had like metal spikes on them, and he was ordered to remove them, but I don't know that he did. Hold on. Greg Abbott, border spikes. They're these like big orange things with like metal spikes, like these barriers. But like multiple people died coming in contact with these because they didn't realize that they had spikes.
For your nonsense, and don't talk about churches. You're talking about they're scared in churches. Look what the hell happened recently with the churches, where the two BLM people came in there, and the report just came out that they were telling the kids.
You know what? It sounds like you're saying, Vinny, that Rennie Good and Alex Pretti had it coming, and it's disgusting.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural.
Okay.
With the code Piers. All right, let's get back on point. Jillian, thank you for your patience, and welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers.
It seems to me in all of this,
my queen, let her speak.
what I've been pleased about in the last 24 hours is that unlike with Renee Good, where there seemed to be just a complete...
Here, like, Jillian is on her fucking enlightened centrist shit, as she always is. If I had to guess, what she is the position she's going to take is that these killings were not justified, but also she can understand why they did it. And also we need to get rid of illegals, and also Tim Walz is at fault, but it shouldn't have happened and it's a tragedy. And we need to fix things. It's going to be like that. I don't think she's going to really like play too much defense. She's just going to be like, these things happen. Yeah, it's bad, but we have to do it.
Of humanity and any empathy for what happened to that woman, regardless of the circumstances that led up to her death. People were just treating this like a pure political pawn, right? You were either, she had it coming, she shouldn't have been there, she's a domestic terrorist, blah, blah, blah. There was no like empathy. This time round, I'm detecting that even President Trump realizes some of his administration on the airwaves was sounding completely ridiculous, calling this guy, Alex Pretti, a domestic terrorist, an assassin, somebody about to wipe out all these ICE agents. We know what we saw. That's obviously not what he was doing. He was actually protecting a woman protester who'd been thrown to the floor. Right now, should he have, given that he was armed, should he have engaged in any kind of struggle or resistance? Well, probably not. Okay, but the idea that we can't have incredible empathy for this guy, who's a medic, right, who's now dead, who never brandished his weapon or shot anybody, and had 8 guys swarming all over him. I just find that it's gratifying we're not seeing quite the same reaction we did with Renee Good, but it's probably forced by the politics, which are increasingly damaging to the Trump administration.
I have actually heard each and every one of you speak, and I have agreed with pretty much all of you for the majority of what you're saying.
She's so nuanced. She's so fair and balanced, so magnanimous.
Obama, he did expand expedited removal, which is something put into place by Clinton with a Republican Congress.
Okay, this bitch is like, she's looking down. She's like clearly reading like an AI chat, like a ChatGPT summary.
A lot of people due process. It was passed in 96. He also had no sanctuary cities. He was getting cooperation from the cities. Those were his cages.
Wow.
They did deport kids.
Historian queen over here. Just spitting.
And the only reason I bring this up is because we're so busy pointing fingers at each other. Okay, this woman bit an ICE agent's finger off, and they're throwing cinder blocks at ICE. And
I would say pre-watch, but you're probably spot on, actually. It's like, it's just too easy. Jillian, like, I have watched way too much Her Take. You know, honestly, I need to like see what Her Take is up to. That fucking reminds me. I bet if there's a Her Take episode that's on this, I bet it's fucking gold. 13. Okay, like they have talked about this. And they did it live. Okay, we may have to look into this pretty soon.
I think ICE is the Gestapo, and they're impeding, and they are. And then at the same time, you've got ICE bear spraying people and executing Alex Pretti. Like, all of these things are true at the same time. So the bigger question I have is, instead of trying to figure out who's more wrong, who's more evil here, how do we do what you just said and pass immigration reform? There is actually a bill right now that is bipartisan. It's called the Dignity Bill, and it gives the Republicans what they want, which is strong border enforcement.
Which is mass deportations, which is more funding to the fucking Gestapo. What?
Literally, I have it right here. So if you want to employ, okay, so just hear me out, guys. If you want to employ somebody, you have to go through E-Verify to make sure that they're legal. Republicans will like that. You've got physical barriers at the border. You've got enhanced technology, 24/7 surveillance at the border. Okay, you can come forward if you've been in the country 5 years, okay? And you can apply for legal status. It costs $7,000, which will be paid over the course of 7 years. You have to pay back taxes. Now, it doesn't give you citizenship because you came in the wrong way, but the kids that came in here have access to citizenship. It funds itself. Like, how do we move forward here? That's what I want to focus on. Is this is awful. Everybody's heart is breaking for a host of different reasons, and we got to move forward. Is this something that we could get behind? And if it is, go to house.gov and contact your local congressperson and tell them you want to get behind this bill.
I have not heard somebody shill this hard for the bipartisan border bill since Kamala Harris's campaign, like 2024 campaign, because that is what she's talking about. We're talking about the dignity bill, just nobody calls it that.
Some form of reform, because that's what we need.
Yeah, I mean, Marc Lamont Hill, immigration reform has been talked about for decades now. And yet there are a lot of points of agreement. Most Americans I've talked to think what Trump has achieved on the southern border is a good thing, and certainly by comparison to what Biden didn't achieve on the southern border. Most Americans are fair-minded and think if you're in the country illegally and you commit another crime that isn't linked to your status, you should be deported, right? You're abusing...
And to be clear, it's not the exact same bill. It's basically, it's just like this. It's like a repackaging of the same thing, so...
your position of being in the country. The rest of it, America was founded on immigrants, and the rest of it is a much more contentious area. But I do think
everyone except this guy is just like speaking in platitudes. This means nothing.
Americans are fair-minded about it, and they want to try and find a way to navigate through the millions of people who've built lives in America and want to contribute and pay taxes, have kids, and all the rest of it. It shouldn't be that difficult.
It shouldn't be. But I think the problem is, and I agree with what you just said, not you, Piers, but the smart woman who
Jillian,
said,
thank you.
Jillian, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I've been snowing with a 3 for 2 days, so my names are blank.
At least
He's rizzing her up, okay?
you remember my name, even if it
This
wasn't
is
the right
tactical.
reason.
Indeed. Jillian, I agree with you. I think the presumption in what you're saying, though, is that everyone is operating under the same premise and everybody has good intentions and everybody's moving in good faith. And I'm not convinced that people on either side are doing that. But when we see what's happening right now in the Trump administration, it seems like the cruelty isn't just an unfortunate piece of a broader project. In some ways, it seems like the cruelty is the point. And so if the goal here is to impose a certain kind of militarism and a certain kind of police state in very specific areas, then I'm not sure that a compromise is going to work. I agree that Democrats have been bad on this. I agree that Obama was a deporter in chief. I had criticism of Obama for that reason. So it's not that I think we should only focus on Republicans here. I think there's a bipartisan failure. And I think
the way she says "me too" when he said I had criticisms for Obama's border policy, you fucking moron. The reason why he was critical of it was because it went too far. Not you think it didn't go far enough. You guys don't agree.
every midterm election and every 4-year presidential election, we see just how much political cowardice exists on both sides because no one really wants to die on the immigration hill. So they all bluster and bombast. And then at the end of the day, nothing gets done. And we end up in the same place over and over again. I agree, though, finally. Yeah, I think we could come up with some comments.
Okay, I finally disagree with Marc Lamont Hill. They absolutely do want to die on the immigration hill. You have 7+ Democrats that are wanting to fund DHS still and keep the government open.
It's just like guns. We could come up with some common sense regulations. We could come up with some things that are reasonable across the board. And then the devil that's in the details, we could work through. But I think the big detail here that we haven't spoken about and that I think is important to speak about is that when we say immigration and illegal immigration, or that word that I hate, illegal alien, we're not really talking about everybody. We're talking about very specific groups of people, very specific ethnicities, very specific colors. They get a very different response from the average reasonable American than others do. There's a reason why we're looking at Somalis. There's a reason why we look at Mexicans. There's a reason why we're looking at Guatemalans, and we're not necessarily looking at all the same people from Eastern Europe or even Western Europe who also could be here illegally. We're looking at very specific populations, and I'm not worried. I am not unconcerned about the crimes that happen. I agree with you. If you're committing crimes here, that's a significant problem. I'm worried about the lives of the millions of people who are not committing crimes, and I'm worried about the stability of those children who were brought here with no choice involved at all. That's where I think we can reach some common ground.
Yeah, and the Obama thing, I was banging on about that for years, even before this show and other, because it always struck me as hilarious that I would go to these like liberal dinner parties and they'd all be ranting about Trump, and I would always do my favorite question: how many people did Obama deport in 8 years? I'm
surprised that like when he co-signs this or whatever, I guess he doesn't feel like fighting on the deporter-in-chief thing. But that truly is a misnomer, because the deporter-in-chief thing is a stat that's composed of people that were turned away at the border, not people that were deported and removed from the country. They were just not allowed. It's not even that they weren't able to make their asylum plea. It's like they made it and then it was expedited, and then it was quickly decided no, they couldn't become American citizens. And like certainly that's worthy of criticism. But when people think deportations, they're obviously thinking something closer to again like an actual physical removal, or telling people that they were here and they basically established residence and then they need to leave, not denying them any pathway in the first place.
They didn't know ever, had no idea, they couldn't guess,
or they made
literally in a blue moon. Well, the number was, and they didn't care because it was their guy, right? And eventually I would say it was 3 million, more than 3 million. He was the greatest deporter pro rata per year of presidency in...
Like, to me, if we're going to be looking in the rearview mirror, again, I am here for criticizing Obama. I'm here for, but I don't think... I feel like it is so clear that, like, a false equivalency is being drawn here. And the worst criticism that you can make of Obama's border policy doesn't even hold a candle to what's going on right now, for one. For two, they should be bringing up the child separation policy in Trump's first term, and how if people thought that was bad, this is far, 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 far fucking worse. But reminding people that at the same, like, Trump is basically repeating errors, except on steroids. Because once he instituted the child separation policy in his first term, his favorability tanked and it never recovered. but they're wasting time talking about President Obama. President Obama, for all of his shortcomings, has made statements condemning the murder of Renee Good and Alex Pretti. President Obama is not in support of the current legal unless you're going to bring him up to support like this guy did, to be like, here's a model for what immigration can look like, which is not even one that I agree with, but that is a far more appropriate context to bring up the Obama administration in this discussion than to say he was the deporter in chief.
History, as he was the biggest bomber, by the way, Obama, right? It's the same Barack.
But those were Democratic drones, Piers. That's different. Predator drones in Yemen and Somalia are different than George Bush's drones. Totally different.
Exactly. But here's my question for you, Vinny. Tim Homan, who actually I've had on the show, and I like Tim Homan. I think he's a decent guy. Tom Homan. I like him as a man. I think he's principled. I think he's trying to do a difficult job as best he can. And I'm glad he's gone down to Minneapolis, and I hope they sorted that. It's encouraging to me that Governor Walz, President Trump are talking. I think that's an indication that Trump knows this has gone too far, and that people in his own administration have been massively trying to sell the public a lot of bullshit, frankly. But Tom Homan's on the record as saying there are 20 million illegal immigrants in the United States. 20 million. Now, if you try and do what they say they're going to do, which is remove all 20 million, that is going to have an incredibly negative impact on the United States economy, right when it can least afford it. Do you genuinely Vinnie Oshana, want 20 million people removed from the country?
Yes. He's going to say yes.
Piers, I'm going to tell you something right now. Yup. Okay, and when you guys say stuff like, who voted for this? 77 million people voted for mass deportation. And Piers, I am so sorry.
Again, that's one of those things that's objectively correct because they made it clear that that's what they were going to do. But the reality is it was already going to be very clear that this was not going to be a popular policy, not only because of the fucking child separation thing like we just saw, but it's one thing for people to, in a poll, say they agree with a policy in theory, but then see the practical application of it and be disgusted, which is exactly what happened. And that's what the polling data showed even back before Trump was even elected.
It's not just criminals. It's everyone that came here illegally, from a murderer to a freaking Uber driver who's taking American jobs, Piers. My mother, my grandfather, my family from both sides came here and they waited. They did it the freaking legal way, and we're all doing well, okay? We came here the right way.
And now it's time to pull up the ladder from behind me, right? Because my family did it right, but nobody else, right? Nobody else can do it the right way.
Does anybody get a pass, Piers? Why is it? Why is it? It's everybody, okay? A sovereign nation gets to pick who stays and who leaves. And just a quick, fun little fact, Piers, because nobody likes to talk about facts. Did you know that murder is down 20%, the most it's ever been in 1 year? Why is that, Piers? Fentanyl overdose, heroin overdose. There's so many percentages that are down, and everybody, I think it was the New York Times, was like baffled. They're like, what could this be? How could it happen? This is what...
Oh my God. He actually thinks that the New York Times is that them being like, what could it be? And the answer in his brain is like, oh, it's clearly Trump, when no, crime has steadily been declining nationwide for decades now. The same goes for murder rates. And when you see these precipitous drops in statistical data like that, it even sometimes stumps anthropologists, criminologists, like people that actually work in these fields, and they don't understand what the exact cause or reason is for it. But of course, Vinny's a fucking moron and thinks you can just attribute it all to Donald Trump.
What the real Americans voted for, Piers. And I'm sorry, Obama, I saw a video today from 2013 where he goes, hey, kids are getting taken away. It looks bad on camera and XYZ, but hey, it has to be done, Piers. It has to be done. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it sucks. And you're talking about jobs. How many jobs are those illegal?
Like somebody said, it's almost like there has been mostly, again, they're talking, okay, in one breath, he'll say the Democrats supported open borders. Then in the other, they're reminding you of the fact that Obama appointed Tom Homan, gave him a fucking presidential medal of freedom or something. I can't even remember what the award was. Said, this is a verbatim a quote from Obama. Tom Homan is really, really good at deporting people. There was more consensus on this issue than they're willing to fucking acknowledge. Even they're like speaking out of both sides of their mouth here, though. But the thing is like, how do you square that circle? Okay, because you want to say there were kids in cages under Obama, nobody complained. There were people dying in custody, nobody complained. Obama was awarding Tom Homan and praising him, nobody complained. And then bringing this shit up, Obama at one point was saying that like people should learn English if they're gonna be here. Like this idea that like Obama was like a pro open borders and shit, it's like a total lie. And it's so crazy that like, again, the deporter in chief narrative is the one that like has remained in like the popular consciousness when it's the one with the like the most the threadiest stats to back it up. And there's so many other valid criticisms to make of Obama's immigration policy and the choices that he made with respect to DHS, ICE, etc. But they're bringing up deporter-in-chief shit. It's so stupid, for one. But oh my God, just they like how like and no one will call this out. No one will call this out.
Taking from Americans, Piers. How much money? And just
well,
really
how many
fast,
jobs?
Piers,
well, hang on,
Vinny,
how many jobs? How many jobs are they taking that Americans don't want to do? Would be my question.
Okay, Piers, guess what? Americans will step up and do the damn job. Okay, Piers,
you reckon?
Just an
excuse. No, they won't.
And the one thing I want to say...
No, they won't. The agriculture fucking industry in this country will collapse if you do what they want to fucking do. That's not even the fucking reason to keep these people around, especially because it's not fucking humane to do mass deportations or whatever, but...
Here's the one thing I want to say...
This is a service economy. This is, like, who does he think keeps this fucking country functioning?
Back to you. When I said, why Minnesota? Is it weird? Nick Shirley, a 23-year-old kid, exposed...
Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Vinny is lucky we live in a forgiving universe. If not, he'd spontaneously combust for being so fucking stupid. Talking shit about paying money to talk shit about my mans over here?
Almost $9 billion of fraud. The majority was in the Somali community, and then all of a sudden, all this is happening to distract everybody, Piers. This is all these awesome Somalis that are coming here that are robbing the American taxpayer blind. Anybody, Piers, anybody that is here illegally, and I love that Jillian made the point. The system's broken, meaning for the process. Trump's at fault because he's going through with the law. He's going through with exactly what the law says. I voted for it. 77 million people voted for it. We are tired of everybody going, oh, you guys are evil for wanting people gone. What's happening?
And honestly, no, they didn't though, because when he pitched the mass deportation campaign to Americans, they thought it was going to be the worst of the worst violent criminals, even though, again, you can find statements when you actually look back at what he campaigned on, where Trump was promising like going beyond that, and it was going to be more people, and like who he was like planning to put into his cabinet. Like there were ways to know that it wasn't going to obviously just start and end with violent criminals. But that's also another reason why he's losing favorability with the public on this, even people that fucking voted for him, because they're like, hey, wait, I wanted it to only be the fucking criminals or whatever, not like the guy who mows my lawn. Why are you going to Home Depot? Like they're it's simultaneously correct, but it's like also so misleading to just say like people wanted this or whatever. Like they also thought it was going to be in conformity with the fucking Constitution, even though if you again think for 5 seconds and tell me how you're supposed to get a program like this off the ground and have it be constitutional.
In the UK, Piers, what's happening in Italy and Germany, okay? They're all crying now, oh, wow, because Keir Starmer and everybody's letting you guys get invaded by all these freaking people, okay?
Obama was right to require immigrants to learn English. English is the best language in the world. It should be mandatory in every country. Tell me you're an American without telling me you're an American. Tell me you're a common American moron without telling me you're a common American moron. What do you call somebody who speaks 2 languages? Bilingual. What do you call someone who speaks 1? American.
America stays strong. Yes, we let
there's
people
more
come
languages
in here, but
than
enough
English.
is enough, bro.
And there's definitely a value to having people in this country that don't fucking speak English or can speak it alongside many other languages.
Enough is enough, okay? Get everybody out, leave, come back in the legal way. What's so wrong about saying that? What's so wrong about saying that? Come, there's a line.
Lewis.
There's a line. What?
All right. I'm going to ask Lewis. Lewis, you know, when I want to work and live in America, well, I've got a home in LA. When I want to, every 3 years, I apply for a visa. It costs me several $1,000s to process. I do it all completely legally. I get all the documentation, all the paperwork. I go to all the interviews. And then, thankfully, for the last 20 years, my visa gets renewed and I get to continue living and working in the United States. And one of the people who are there who live in America as citizens or who have come in and become green card holders, citizens, whatever you want to say, they say to me, well, why am I going through all this? Why am I doing things the legal way? As Vinny said, why am I doing things properly and spending money doing it when people can just waltz in over the border and then if they get there, we have to keep them?
I completely agree with that. And I agree, let me say entirely explicitly, I agree with Donald Trump. I also agree with Bernie Sanders, who both say if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. I completely agree with that. And I think that's entirely essential.
This guy was killing it in the beginning, but he's like very quickly, no.
as long as you have a nation state. The question is I'm sure we can all agree on that in principle. The question then, of course, becomes, what about the people who are here already? And although I think there will be universal agreement that certainly anybody who is a criminal ought to be deported, anyone who commits crimes, there are just practical questions that go beyond the theory. For example, what happens when you have got someone who is brought over undocumented as a child? They might have been in the United States or the UK for that matter, or anywhere for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. They may have got married. They themselves may have had family, children who are
This
themselves...
argument makes no sense to me. Truly, it doesn't. It is so fucking arbitrary. Why is it that if you come through a port of entry illegally, but you manage to avoid detection or deportation for an extended period of time, that's okay in this guy's eyes. But if you did it 2 years ago, no. I don't understand. That makes no... It's literally... The mass deportations position, as archaic as it is somewhat more coherent than this, which... You're carving out these just random exceptions totally based on vibes.
Citizens, as a matter of practicality, what do you do about those? Do you want to be the sort of country which sends someone who has lived and contributed and paid taxes for decade after decade back to a country?
You just hear all of this talk and it's like so clear that like so many of the purported state interests that have to do with like regulating immigration are just like based purely on racism.
They know not at all. It's all very well talking about this stuff in theory. It's about, in reality, what you do in practice, which is precisely why there needs to be immigration reform. But just two points of fact on something that Vinnie had said. One is with regards to the UK. There is no invasion of the UK. We're talking about a certain number of irregular migrants. I know this is a sort of obsession with MAGA in terms of what they think is going on in the UK and the misinformation that they see. Yes, there have been too many people that have arrived over the English Channel under successive governments, Conservative and Labour. Both of those governments are doing something about it. More and more of those people are being deported through the proper legal processes. And with regards to why Minnesota...
Like all of again, their idea of immigration reform is let's bulk up the budgets for all of these departments more than they've already been bulked up, which is insane. Spend a bunch of money deporting people, doing literally anything but providing, getting rid of the administrative burden that's associated with trying to become a citizen in these countries, getting rid of the bloat, hiring more judges, opening more courts, opening more areas and shelters for these people to be housed in the interim while they're waiting for their day in court or for their papers to come in or for whatever it is that they have to wait for. Okay, they'll spend all of the money in the world on, again, mass deportations before just providing a pathway to legal citizenship.
Why Minneapolis? Why would it be, if this were just a matter of enforcing the border and deporting illegal migrants, why would it be that you would flood ICE agents into the Twin Cities, which have probably, it's estimated to between 90 and 100,000 illegal migrants of that massive number that you just said? How could it be that you would have more ICE agents in Minneapolis?
And like, again, so many of these people, the reason why they are considered quote unquote illegals is because they've overstayed a visa, not even because they illegally crossed through a port of entry. They came here legally. They were given a visa, a green card, whatever. They've secured legal means to be a resident in this country. And it expired, and half the time it's not even that person's fault that they don't even have a legal status any longer because of how backed up the system is.
Have local police officers. This isn't just about immigration. This is about the politics of fear against a blue state and against a blue set of cities. That's why it's not happening in Texas. That's why it's not happening in red states. It's about a show of political force as much as anything else.
Okay, but the argument, Jillian, of course... Okay, but the argument, of course, Jillian, from the other side is it was the blue states that were helping to fuel the...
It's really not about illegal immigration. Stephen Miller's pretty clear that this is about all immigration, so reform is against his ideals. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, these people, wind back the clock to World War II, would be, let's pretend we had Piers Morgan panels during that time. They'd be on here saying that the issue with the guards at Dachau is that they didn't have enough fucking training. The prison guards at Auschwitz just need a little bit more resources. That's the issue here, right?
Invasion in the first place, right? They were the ones who didn't care that millions...
Like, you're already like buying into a false premise, the idea that this is like anything to do, that this is a bug and not a feature.
Millions of people were coming in. And Elon Musk has repeatedly said that he believes the motivation for the Democrats and the blue states and the blue presidencies, the motivation in leaving the border so open was that the majority of people who came in illegally that way would be so grateful.
Literally quoting a man who came here illegally and was able to become naturalized in spite of that.
That they would end up voting Democrat, and therefore you would change...
Or if he didn't come here illegally, at one point was deemed an illegal immigrant. and then nonetheless, again, was able to be granted citizenship because he's literally one of the most wealthy people on earth.
The demographic layout, if you like, of the United States in elections forever, in a way that went slanted Democrat.
Well, you also see it, if in theory, right, if this theory is true that Elon Musk is putting forward, what he's suggesting is that it also games the apportionment map, because it doesn't matter if the population in your state is documented legally or not. The more people you have, the more congressmen you get, or congress people you get, the more electoral college votes you get. California has had
Okay, yeah, they're accounted for because we need to know who's in the interior of the United States, but they literally cannot vote. So this idea that congressional representatives, even if a district is expanded because it has a particularly large, quote unquote, illegal or undocumented population in it, guess what? They don't do fucking shit to pander to those people because they are an electoral liability and they don't vote. So they have literally zero incentive to pander to them. And it's also a huge assumption to think if you just give them everything that you want, they're going to, once they become naturalized citizens, they're going to vote for you.
Massive out-migration of citizens, I think 1.5 million in the last couple of years, but they've also gotten an influx of people who are undocumented. So it's created a parallel. Now, again, having said that, I can understand why people on the right are like, hey, this is creating shadow economies. They're paying this guy less to do that job, and I would do it. If he wasn't here, I'd get paid more. Maybe it's true. Maybe it isn't, right? Hey, I'm paying all these.
I love how just no one knows anything. Literally no one knows anything. Vinny doesn't have anything between his ears. Piers Morgan is just repeating shit that he's heard on Twitter and being like, but I don't know, though. Let me just bring up, my next right-wing talking point. Jillian floats a right-wing talking point or conspiracy, says she doesn't know for plausible deniability in case she's fucking wrong, and then backs off of it, but never, ever brings up anything. And no one's challenged.
Tax dollars, and I'm hearing that they're getting healthcare in California and interest-free loans and all of this stuff that I'm not getting, and I'm a tax-paying citizen and they're not. And it creates huge resentment. Then you have people that did go, like Vinny, like you, who went through the process and did everything right, like you, Piers, and they're like, hey, no. They don't get a pass. This isn't fair. But then, as you were just suggesting, what are we going to do? This is almost like a gun debate. You want to remove guns from America? We got 400 million floating around. How are you going to get them out?
There are answers to these questions. They're called gun buyback programs.
Point, what should be is irrelevant.
Like these people just they ask these questions incredulously, and because they're in an echo chamber and they've only ever heard the question posed to one another and in a straw man voice and never answered. They think there is no answer, but there actually are answers to these questions, and people are interested in solving these problems, but not people like Jillian Michaels or the people that like to repeat those sorts of things.
To what is. And this is why, again, I cannot say it enough. I think that this dignity bill gives everyone what they want. If you came in illegally, you can have legal status, you pay back taxes, you pay a fine, but you're not a citizen, you can't vote, you can't work here illegally. It removes these shadow economies. It gives kids that were brought here a path to citizenship.
I love how she completely ignores that capitalists are the ones providing these, again, propping up this quote unquote shadow economy that she's talking about. That's just the economy. Again, so much of our economy depends on these fucking workers, unfortunately. And when I say unfortunately, I mean because their labor is being exploited, not because they're a drain on our fucking country or our resources or whatever. So unfortunately for them, they're not even being given the all of the fruits of their labor that they're actually working for. These are the hardest working people that you'll fucking find in this country. Certainly like an undocumented immigrant that has a job in this country in one day works harder than Jillian Michaels has in her entire fucking life. Truly. It's so obvious that is the case, for one. But they're here, this woman, again, from her fucking, you want to talk about coastal, they're trying to be liberal, these liberal elites. It's bitch, all of the people in this conversation are elites. They're all coastal elites. Jillian Michaels is from LA. Marc Lamont Hill, again, PhD, love him. Dude lives in teaches at fucking Columbia. So he's on the fucking Upper East Side or whatever. This dude, he's the way that he sounds, he's probably fucking educated across the pond. Vinny lives in Florida, near Fort Lauderdale or whatever. And all of these people, again, despite all of their education, their wealth, etc., are here fear-mongering about some of the most impoverished people in this country, the hardest working people in this country who actually contribute. Unlike Jillian Michaels, what's her net output into the fucking world and into this country? A terrible fucking show with Valuetainment that she then quit and started. And then when she started another podcast with Dave Rubin, give me just 100 random illegals, quote unquote, from literally anywhere over Jillian Michaels. they would probably be a better company, harder working, and better Americans than she ever will be.
Like, prevents criminals from being in the country. It forces the state government and the federal government to work together. Like, guys, you're all right in large part, but what do we do about it? Like, can everybody on this panel work towards, look at this legislation, work towards moving something like this
so
forward?
Always a false dichotomy with these people because change would start to erode their privilege. The thing is that they only have the privileges that they do because of these fucking immigrants. Seriously, like, again, that shadow economy, you're just describing the economy. There's no blame for any capitalist giving these people jobs. It's just, no, it's their fault for taking a job that was given to them that was offered to them by a capitalist in this country. It's on you to not come here, not take advantage of economic opportunities for whatever fucking reason.
Forward, like, how can we stop?
But like they want to get it's like you're cutting off again your nose to spite your face. It makes no sense. Everyone benefits from these people.
Finger pointing, we're tearing each other apart, and this is what they want.
Like, they're talking about, oh, put Americans to work or whatever, and then they'll also turn around and complain about the inflation that's going to result from that.
Both sides want this shit.
Like, because you have low prices in particular sector, like when it comes to like agriculture and produce and shit, because of the fucking cheap labor that is employed and exploited.
We fight with each other, the more it rallies both sides of the base.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's just end with a simple question. And I'll start with you, Jillian. Should Alex Pretti have been shot?
Of course not. Of course not.
Lewis?
Of course.
It passes the bare fucking minimum, at least.
No, it was grotesque.
Mark?
Of course not. It's an absurd idea.
Vinny?
He absolutely should not have been shot, Piers, and he shouldn't have been brainwashed to show up to a freaking federal...
Okay, I'm counting that as a yes.
Situation with a gun, regardless of what his intentions, holding the camera, period. God rest his soul. Piers, literally,
the idea that you're gonna do this he was no angel shit to, as far as I can tell, we don't have angels walking on earth with us, but if we did, Alex Pretti would be one of them. I can't find anything on this motherfucker. The most that I've seen or whatever is some video from 10 days earlier where he was like kicking a fucking tire, and of course when I look at that I say, oh cool, but based. I only like him more. Again, literally, yeah, the best of us. This was as close as you can get to an angel on earth, and they still fucking gunned him down. Do you think that when that man woke up this morning, that fateful morning, he thought that he was going to be shot dead and part of American history? Probably not. Probably did not want that to be his undoing.
Who I am. I'm a Christian. God rest his soul. He shouldn't have been there, and he shouldn't have been brainwashed to go in there and interfere with federal law.
But like, if they'll defend the murder of him, it's like, is it any surprise? Like, it's never a surprise when they defend the murder of an unarmed black teenager or a man or a person or whatever, like the Philando Castiles of this world, the George Floyds. I expect that, okay? But like defending the murder of Renee Good and Alex Pretti, there's no one that whose murder you won't defend, truly.
Enforcement.
We're not also, just to be clear, real quick, Piers.
I would caveat that by saying that I think he would argue, if he was still with us, that he was exercising his rights to the First and Second Amendment.
And that's totally fine. And that's totally fine.
But the interesting part, let's not relitigate all that. I think the interesting thing is, all four of you agree he shouldn't have been shot. And if we start from that position,
no, but we're not starting from the same place, Piers. That's my point. Three of us are saying he shouldn't have been shot because the police did something wrong, and one of us is saying he shouldn't have been shot because he shouldn't have been dumb enough to show up there with a gun and protest. And so,
Mark, I know he wants to end. Mark, why was he there? Mark, why was he there?
I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question as long as you let me finish my sentence first. I haven't interrupted you one time.
Why was he there? Because it's his fucking right as an American citizen to be there.
Saying is that I have a critique of the officers and their behavior. If you show up with a gun to a place where you're allowed to have a gun, and then the gun gets taken from you before you're shot, and you never brandish the gun, you never threaten the officers with the gun, then I'm putting the blame on the police officers. You can always look at someone's actions and say if they had done like the butterfly effect and say, had he not done this, that would not have happened. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the question here is, what is his legal right and what is his...
And again, Alex Pretti could have been a fucking low-life sack of shit, truly. He could have been the worst of the worst. It is not the job of law enforcement, unless absent an actual imminent threat made to an officer, even if I despise them, there was no justification for it. It makes no sense. Literally, it's your fucking right to be a lowlife. It is your right to be somebody who just lives off the nanny state, is addicted to drugs, is unemployed, is a fucking asshole, all of those things. That's what it means to be in a free fucking country. He could have been the worst of the worst. And if he had not done anything that meaningfully rose to an actual, like a rational, objective person's idea of a threat or trying to hurt anybody, he should not have been killed. It's as simple as that. You should not have to be an angel to not face execution in the street from masked ICE thugs.
His moral right. He has a legal right to be there. He had a moral right to be there, an ethical right to be there. And what the police did was absolutely horrific. And so while
he was literally trying to help a woman that had been pushed over by an ICE officer or a CBP officer.
Three of us are saying, yes, he shouldn't have been shot. And you're saying the same thing. You're still blaming him for his own death ultimately. And that's the part I find repugnant.
Mark, you're Mark, I'm with you, brother. 1,000%. First Amendment, Second Amendment, all that stuff. Who told this guy that going to
except for him, right?
ICE
and for Kyle Rittenhouse, yeah. For a guy who a kid who actually did kill people. By the way, he actually did kill people that night. Even if it was ruled self-defense, he actually ended the lives. Who did Alex Pretti kill? Who did he hurt?
Interfering with them, legally taking an illegal out of this freaking country was the right thing to do. It was Tim Walz, and he didn't say just go there and protest. He said get in their faces, and he called them the Gestapo. Mark, they're rallying the freaking troops for a reason, and 70% of these arrests of these illegals have criminal histories. Let's just not just crossing the border. 70%, and I know it sucks, Mark. 30% are just people like, hey, you're illegal, you got to go too.
The criminal history that you're talking about, to the extent that it even exists for these people, it's like what this guy brought up. It's like traffic violations. It's petty theft. They're non-violent crimes.
But I'm not blaming anybody. If you show up there, Mark, you show up, you're responsible for your actions, and then when something happens where you have a gun...
Like the people that they bragged about deporting or whatever were people that were already convicted.
On your hip, with people running around, I'm sorry, Mark, these things come with the territory, brother.
You know what? I think we've actually reached a place where I finally made some progress in my campaign to stop so many Americans carrying guns. Vinnie Oshana has now endorsed my view that America would be a lot safer if fewer of you walked around strapped with guns. I've got there. It's happened. Thank you, Vinnie.
I love how he's like saying no, even though he just argued. Again, he literally just argued that having a pistol on you, having a gun, even if you're a licensed concealed carry, you have a license, like you have a permit, you can concealed carry, or if you're open carrying, that you are making it a more dangerous situation. I think that is just factually true.
Oh, wait.
That's true.
No.
No, it's a long way from that position that me deported.
No, he just wants his people.
Hey, Piers, I know I thanked you earlier, but I love how all of us could sit here. We could all talk. We could all debate. We could all respect each other. I want to say thank you again. And Piers, I think I mentioned it before. I think your wife will be okay. For you to be able to come in the country, never have to deal with this drama. I'll marry you. We won't do any funny stuff just to get you papers to come here. That's how much I love you.
You can do so much better,
Vinnie.
You can do so much better.
You know what, Vinnie? Actually,
yeah,
I don't think I could.
You offering
life with Vinnie.
I think Marcus is
life
offering.
with Vinnie.
Yes, exactly.
Life with Vinnie.
He's like, oh my God, he's like blushing because he made that comment. It is weird though to like laugh with these people, man.
Shauna.
Like these three, like again, these two just have like terrible policy ideas, but like something about laughing with Vinnie after this, just like
would never be dull. Would never be dull. Thank you all very much.
You would be carrying a gun with me.
Well, I interviewed my brother earlier, actually yesterday, and he was one of the crack shots in the British Army. So it's not like my family have an aversion to guns. In fact, some of them are very, very good with guns. He just preferred to do it on a battlefield. Okay. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Piers.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly the...
If you appreciate me sitting through that shit show, you can show me your appreciation by following the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. You could also subscribe to me or gift subs throughout the chat or use your Amazon Prime sub if you're watching me on Twitch. If you're watching me on YouTube, a super chat or a super sticker will also suffice as a thank you for putting me through that. through Vinnie and his big brain ideas. But, okay, do I watch... There was like another one uploaded in the time that I was like watching this. Brian Tyler Cohen and Tim Miller from the Bulwark.
Must resign.
Pussy Shot Him Dead. Ice Debate featuring Tim Miller, Brian Tyler Cohen, and Jonathan Fahey. Let's see.
Or face impeachment.
I saw the video. It does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person. I think this was staged.
Shut up, Brian!
You can't tell me to shut up.
Law enforcement works for us. They don't get to push down women.
I know the emasculated males are up in arms.
10 times. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I gotta shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men? No, I'm sorry. The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men should do. A bunch of pussies shot him dead.
The biggest dividing line in politics and in culture is no longer right or left. It's a lot to do with basic trust. Do you believe this person is honest? Are they authentic? Are they telling the truth? That's why podcasters like Joe Rogan have displaced the corporate media, and why politicians like Bernie Sanders are among the most popular in America. Whether you agree with their
the words truth and Joe Rogan definitely belong in the same sentence together. Thanks, Piers.
Politics or not. After the past few weeks, it's hard to see how some key figures in the Trump administration can ever be trusted again, having chosen scripted gaslighting over honesty at a moment of genuine crisis.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
Resisted, fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
An agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately.
Delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage.
Where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Well, anybody who'd seen the footage of Alex Pretti's shooting knew it just didn't stack up. And the same can be said about many of the arguments put forward to effectively justify his death. This was one of the most popular.
Number one, the Second Amendment is a right. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. You have the right to carry a weapon.
But
To defend yourself, not the privilege. It is a right. Those rights come with restrictions. I think you would understand that more than anyone at this table. One of those restrictions is you have to have your ID and your permit on you. We don't know. Current reports are he didn't have either one of those on. At which point he's not carrying legally.
Fine, that's all true. But we know that he did have a permit for his gun. And the law says he has to show it when requested to do so. Where in the footage did any of the officers stop to ask him for his paperwork? And why was Kyle Rittenhouse a hero for not using his common sense? But Alex Pretti caused his own death.
Why he brought it up in the first panel, the one that I watched like 2 days ago or whatever. But he didn't bring it up in this last one, even though there were ample opportunities to do it. But hopefully he brings it up here.
By not using his common sense. The only thing Pretti was brandishing was his iPhone, which has also become an unlikely source of contention.
I want to show you something. Does that look like a gun? I think it does a little bit. It's a phone. It's black, like most phones.
Oh my God.
That's crazy stuff.
Well, crazy stuff is correct. Many people were justifiably furious with Biden officials and liberal media personalities who repeatedly told them to disbelieve their lying eyes, not least.
Literally just the flimsiest, like just looking for any excuse to fucking hurt people.
About Biden's own health. They were also furious about the idea that angry white conservatives were domestic terrorists and the single greatest threat to America. Most of those people voted for President Trump because they were sick of it. They didn't give his enforcers a mandate to repeat the exact same playbook. Well, joining me to discuss all this is Tim Miller, the commentator with The Bulwark, Jonathan Fahey, he's the former acting ICE director, Brandon Tatum, a.k.a. the Officer Tatum, and Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lies. So welcome to all of you. Tim Miller, it seems to me it's been a very...
Is Piers still gobble Trump's knob, or has he gone too far even for him yet? No, he still does that, but he's on his false equivalency shit, not really his, like, overt affirmative defense of Trump shit.
Significant 48 hours, actually, for Donald Trump, for his administration, for the wider public, and for this issue of trust and being able to believe what we see with our own eyes. Because if you listen to what these administration officials were saying in the immediate aftermath of this killing, then this guy, Alex Pretti, was about to launch a massacre of law enforcement officers when we could all see from the various clips that were coming out that that simply wasn't true. He was defending a woman protester who'd been thrown on the floor. He was then thrown on the floor himself. Yes, he had a weapon on him, but at no stage did he brandish that
Always triggered when somebody refers to the ground as the floor. Sorry.
Weapon or represent any threat to the
Maybe that's like a British thing,
ICE
though.
officers that engulfed him. And in fact, they took away his gun and then they killed him. So given that we could all see that, I think what's happened here, which has been really pretty unprecedented and quite fascinating to watch, is that Donald Trump has realized this has crossed a line many people may not have thought Donald Trump was aware of or cared about. And that line being, if you try and tell people that what they've just seen with their own eyes is not true, they're not going to buy it. Trust in you is going to erode, and your polling numbers are going to get slayed, and ultimately it will cost you at the ballot box. What's your reading of it?
Well, I hope you're right, Piers. I hope that Donald Trump changes course. I think we've seen some very minor evidence of that, replacing Greg Bovino with Tom Homan.
Already starting off on like an incredibly ignorant fucking starting point. Awesome.
For me, I would have.
Gee, I hope these fucking Gestapo agents stop any time now.
Preferred that all of the ICE and CBP agents be removed from Minneapolis immediately, and then taken off the streets and brought back to.
And I really hope this officer takes his boot off my neck.
DC or to the border where they're supposed to be. Minneapolis is famously 300 miles from a border, and then they could reassess
I hate
what
Dems. This guy's not a Dem. He's like an anti-Trump Republican.
a program would look like, where they actually went after the worst of the worst rather than menacing American citizens and menacing people who are here legally. And I do agree with you that the American
he's like the centrist position onto this is that, hey, I'm okay with the mass deportations, okay, but I draw the line at that cruelty being extended to Americans. You're supposed to be doing it to the illegals, not to us.
American people overwhelmingly do not want and do not support a government that murders its own citizens in the street, that unloads a clip and shoots them 10 times, fires 6 bullets into their dead body on the ground, and then lies about...
kind of. It can't be ignored that tens of millions of people did vote for this guy who was promising this. Like Vinnie said, there's like 70% of Americans that are normal and don't want this. And then you have 30% that are like, more murders, please. They're totally fine with this shit.
Them and smears them.
And like, I'm not going to whitewash anyone or pretend like it's cognitive. Like, no, they want that. They're fine with it. They see it and they're like, yes, more, please.
After they're dead. I think that the vast majority of Americans don't want that. You'll probably be able to find a couple of shills to come on and defend that on this show, but I think the vast majority of Americans say no.
Like, no, it's not more. It's like, it's millions of people.
We do not want murderous mass thugs anonymously killing our fellow Americans. And so I do think that that is showing up in the polls.
Democrats be like, they got to take the masks off, okay?
You're seeing Donald Trump's numbers erode massively, particularly among Hispanics, but also among young men, the libertarian types, the folks that really believed the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the folks that really believed in the First Amendment, which protects free speech, which protects taping people in your community if you want to, as well as the Second Amendment, which protects your ability to carry a weapon. So the young men that flocked to Trump, I think, thinking that he was going to be a free speech president, are now seeing the truth. And I do think it's hurting him with them as well.
Yeah, Officer Tatum, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, the really frustrating thing for Donald Trump must be that a large part of his immigration policy has been extremely successful and well received. And I'm talking specifically about the basic closure of the southern border. After years of Biden allowing millions of people to come in illegally, Trump has stopped it. That's a great win for his administration. It's something most Americans agree with. And yet here he is now getting quite negative polling about his immigration policies, and I think it's all come down to this issue of how the ICE agents are behaving in these rural areas and these back-to-back shootings, deadly shootings of protesters.
Well, it's because of mindless people like the gentleman that just finished speaking is the reason why people have this perception that Donald Trump is somehow doing something wrong. They deported 600,000 people. They've deported people who have committed murder, rape, all kinds of dangerous and felonious crimes. Also,
that's like not the only issue. They have violated even in the rare instances where they have gotten these people that have these sorts of records. One, they were already convicted. Two, so like they didn't even do the work of like tracking them down and like finding them or making them like they were already captured, for one. For two, there are due process violations at play that, of course, none of these people give a fuck about because they're like, well, whatever, I'm an American. Those due process violations definitely aren't going to start applying to me, even though people are being gunned down in the fucking street for protesting.
In all 50 states. Why is Minnesota the only state that's having issues? And then to get on TV and say that a guy is observing the First Amendment and Second Amendment while he's at a protest, assaulting ICE agents, Border Patrol agents. He committed an assault, a felonious assault against the ICE agent. That's how he got into a physical altercation.
It's a felony, okay.
While carrying a firearm. Without notifying
what was the assault?
When the Border Patrol pushed the lady, he went hands-on. That is a felony. You cannot...
Yeah, it's now a felony to help somebody that's a woman that's been pushed over by ICE and CBP agents, apparently.
He didn't assault anyone. But Brandon, here's
is that not a felony crime?
When you say what
who is this clown? No clue. They said his name. Somebody with a ridiculously large platform, no doubt.
Felony crime to physically assault.
Brandon, hang on, let me finish. When you say what you witnessed was When you say what you witnessed was an assault by Alex Pretti on ICE officers, that is not what I witnessed.
Piers, because you don't live in America, you've never done law enforcement, you don't understand the law. And with all due
I've got
respect,
a home in America. I've lived in America on and off for 20 years.
But I'm saying you are not vested in American law enforcement. When you grab somebody like Pretti did with an ICE agent, that is an assault, subject to an arrest. They had
he like touched the guy's arm. He did not grab him or whatever, like grab him forcefully in the way that he's like clearly trying to illustrate.
Every right to take him down to the ground. He had a gun on him knowingly, came with multiple magazines.
But you should agree with that.
But I don't agree with that.
Look, I was defamed there.
Well, hang on. Let me finish.
A Border Patrol agent.
Yeah, I will come back. Brandon,
if you want to peacefully protest, you can carry a gun.
Brandon,
you can't assault and get into a conflict.
Fine. I spent 20 years working and living in America a lot of the year, right? So I know America very well. I've covered a lot of these stories over the years for CNN.
Brandon Tatum, former cop. Oh, yeah.
For others, for Fox, for others, everyone, right? So you don't have to slightly patronize me with you're not from these
I'm not
parts.
patronizing.
I know
I'm just
America.
telling the truth because
I have a home.
having actual
I've owned,
experience in law
hang on,
enforcement is a big
Brandon.
difference.
Let me finish. I've owned a home in Los Angeles for 16 years, okay? So I do understand how law enforcement.
This says, watch, this isn't just protesting. This is Alex Pretti damaging. This is obviously AI. Between the M dash and the star with the fucking emoji. Damaging federal vehicles and engaging officers a week before the fatal encounter. Whoa, he did something a week earlier? Guess we gotta count. Guess you can do a targeted assassination. Then folks want to act like he was some peaceful legal observer. Oh my, like literally just AI helped him write this. He was no angel shit. The video itself tells the real story of what he was doing before it all went south.
Alex Pretti destroying vehicles before his altercation, and you tell me this raggedy hobo was out there just protesting with a gun and magazines on him. What was he out there doing? We see now. Roll the clip.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretti interacting.
Is this like the Times, or is he going to actually try to use the Times visual investigation that clearly shows Alex Pretti wasn't doing jack shit to say that he was being violent?
Acting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him.
Come on, give me the screen. Pause. I give up less about him now. What are you doing? Just like the other dummy.
I care less about him now. What a class act.
Running out there. It's fun and games, ain't it? You better get a big boy, you better get a sandwich. I love you. I really like you. And then you hit somebody that kill you. Then he out here supposed to be a nurse. And he destroyed. You got no business doing that. I'm just out there protesting with a gun. Go back and show what he did. It's 3 minutes. We're going to play the whole thing. That's what. How do you feel sorry for somebody like that? You had no business doing. This is when you F around and you find out. You out here.
Never let these people ever gaslight you into fucking thinking that, wow, the left is so particularly evil for quote unquote celebrating, which is obviously overstated, the death of Charlie Kirk when they're over here gleefully uploading shit like this for consumption. The other thing is, like, I don't even know why should I even bother if I ever get into a debate about prison, police and prison abolition. I should just really like skip all the polemic. I should skip any academic arguments. I should just play clips like this. He makes the argument so much better for me than I ever could. These are the types of psychos that join police forces. These are the types of people that defend ICE. These are the types of people that want to be in DHS.
Kicking cars with a gun. You big? Are you big and bad now? I'm just asking. Y'all gotta stop playing. This is not a game. These politicians getting y'all.
But they just watch ICE agents push that woman down and not intervene. You know the answer to that. Not only would they not intervene, they would cheer it on. I mean, he's literally cheering on this guy's murder now. He's like gleeful. It's
not a game. These people ain't playing with you. This is real life. You're going to F around and find out. You doing all this with a gun. And then you go and get in the altercation and it goes south. Now you dead. But then you were doing this.
Wow. Again, a week earlier, kicking a rental vehicle.
What works in America. I understand what the law is, right? I understand all of these things. But I look at what happens. Immediately say that if you take a gun to a protest, but that's exactly what I've heard.
No, when you fight people when you fight
hang on, Brandon.
While having a
I haven't
gun.
finished my question. For 20 years, I've battled with the NRA and with the conservative right about this issue of guns in America. And I eventually concluded this is an issue for Americans to resolve amongst yourselves. I respect that. It's your country, your culture, your laws, your guns. However, there is a blazing hypocrisy in this narrative that's been spewed about Alex Pretti that somehow one of the problems here was he was carrying a gun. He was carrying it legally.
No, the problem is not carrying a gun.
Under his Second Amendment rights.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Dude, I keep seeing, like, they're pushing this hard. These, like, right-wing pundits.
January 30.
The problem is not carrying a gun. The problem is getting into a physical altercation with intentionally and premeditated a physical altercation with ICE agents. I carry a gun everywhere I go. I got my gun on me right now. I would never confront or get in a physical altercation with any law enforcement with a gun on me. You learn it in CCW class and as a person with common sense. Because what happens? Things get twisted up. You have the gun get exposed. They yell, gun, gun, gun. He's reaching for his waistband. They think he has a gun. All of that is going to be justification under the law because the perception of the Border Patrol agent that believed that he was armed and dangerous at the time that he fired the shots is going to be justification.
They took his gun away.
For anybody on this panel. Just like
they took his gun away. We literally see them take his gun off him, and then they kill him.
That doesn't mean that the Border Patrol agent who shot him saw the gun being removed, Piers. That is a part of the investigation.
Brandon.
Oh, so because he didn't see that, he gets to, it's open season on him then?
Please,
that's supposed to be a civilian's problem?
To this enough. For starters, your whole spin is crazy. This idea that you started your thing by saying this was justified because the Border Patrol agent came and pushed a woman to the ground. Why are Border Patrol agents, excuse me, sir, let me continue. Why are Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis, nowhere near the border, pushing American citizen women to the ground? Brandon, shut up for a second.
Understand how law works. They have jurisdiction to enforce immigration law within the boundaries of the city.
Yeah,
what the heck are you talking about?
Was she an immigrant? Was she an illegal immigrant?
Who?
They pushed an American citizen to the ground. We have rights, Brandon.
The
entire Minneapolis police force.
Do you not understand law?
Shut up, Brian. Brandon, whatever your name is, the entire Minneapolis police force shot 0 bullets all year last year. 0 bullets. The law enforcement works for us. They don't get to shoot American citizens 10 times and shoot 6 bullets into our dead bodies. They don't get to push down women. They work for us. They represent us. We pay them. They need to use restraint and de-escalate. Okay, they're here there to serve and protect.
Brian or Brandon, like it's like nasty work so easily to be like, I don't like that he hasn't even bothered to remember his name.
Us, not to push women to the ground, not to shoot guys in the back of the head.
Time out, guys.
Citizens executing their rights, and they got murdered. And you're on here defending them like a ghoul.
All right,
like a depraved
okay,
ghoul.
hang on.
He's dead.
Time out, please. I want to bring in Jonathan Fay, because you're a former acting ICE director. But first, I want to play a clip from Donald Trump about the gun part of this.
That being said, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns.
What about the Second Amendment?
You can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Pretti is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Like, how can, again, watch the 2A amendment crowd, or 2A amendment, awesome. It's like 3A. I'm giving cut me some slack, okay? The 2A crowd, though, any of them that defend this or whatever, just like always have that clip in your back pocket, because what the fuck are they gonna say to that?
No, the thing is, Jonathan Fay, I've repeatedly heard Donald Trump say he's the biggest Second Amendment guy in America. Right? How does that square with what he's saying?
He has trauma. He was assassinated. Is that going to be the response?
About this protester who was there, had a lawful right to have a firearm and the ammunition. He's saying he shouldn't have taken it, but that's a repudiation of his constitutional rights, isn't it?
I don't think so at all, and I don't view it the same way. In that,
yeah, you have a right to carry a firearm, but it also comes with responsibilities. I know Tim's rolling his eyes there, but the thing is, what the issue is here is this person injected himself in the situation, and I'm not going to come to a conclusion because I don't know what happened, but he injected himself into a law enforcement situation, and he was armed, and he went there. He didn't go there to protest, my understanding. These people weren't holding up signs saying open borders, mass amnesty. He was injecting himself into a situation to interfere with ICE doing their jobs. The legal issue, and you don't just come out and say it's murder if someone dies.
Injecting yourself is when you try to help a woman that's been pushed over by an officer.
The issue is, did this officer have a reasonable belief that his life or the lives of others were in danger of being lost or being seriously injured? And one thing, hang on a second, Tim. It's important from the officer's perspective and what's reasonable, and they are in this high pressure situation. And the fact that the gun was removed, that's a factor, but it's not the only factor because you don't know in these situations, does he have another gun or something else to make someone safe? So the questions you want to ask
agents ever fired
maybe he has 2 guns. How do we know that he doesn't have a bomb down his pants?
Into an American citizen. Did that ever happen when you were acting director? Did they ever fire 10 bullets into an American citizen?
Tim, if you could
did that ever happen?
A little bit.
Did you ever do that?
Look, I can answer the question if you want. Are you performing, or can I just answer?
No, I'm asking. It's a fair question. Did that ever happen? You were the acting director. Did any of your agents ever kill American citizens?
Don't speak over each other.
Pierce, are we here to talk about this, or is it just
don't talk over? I agree.
What is this?
Let's not talk over each other. So I think the question Tim is asking is a reasonable one.
I know the emasculated males are up in arms, Tim, but come on.
Oh my God!
All right, but
you're saying
Jonathan,
the problem is that I would say the person is
the idea that this guy, the peak of masculinity over here, trying to call out any other man for not being masculine enough. Give me a break.
Please don't talk over each other. Guys,
you just called me an emasculated male.
Please don't talk over each other. Guys, no one can hear you when you talk over each other. Jonathan,
I'm trying to answer your question. You want to perform?
Please let me conduct this panel. Thank you. The point Tim was making to you, Jonathan, was in all your time as ICE director, acting ICE director, did you ever have an incident like this where an ICE official put 10 bullets, or 2 of them did, put 10 bullets into an American citizen?
No, Piers, but if I did, I would have defended it.
I can tell you, I know a lot about police shootings. I was a federal prosecutor 17 years. I defended police and police shooters. And the way they are trained, and Brandon will confirm this, you fire until the threat is no longer a threat, and then you reevaluate. So the fact that there are 10 bullets, you don't just say, we've heard Joe Biden, remember, you shoot in the leg or whatever. You don't do that, and that's not the way they're trained. So if the issue is the number of bullets, then the question is maybe they should be trained differently, but they are...
And it never enters into the fucking equation as to whether or not they should be shooting or discharging a weapon in the first place. It's like, you start shaving, fuck it, I gotta go bald. I fucking went a little bit too short here. Guess I gotta shave the whole thing.
Trained to eliminate the threat. The question is still, I agree.
I shot them once, unjustifiably so. Why stop there? Why not? I'll stop at 10.
Open question, was this a threat that should have used deadly force? And that needs to be investigated. But the number of bullets is really not a dispositive factor. And I know everyone wants to make a big deal about it, but that's not the issue.
On the ground.
I want to bring in, hang on. I want to bring in Brian, who's been waiting very patiently. And Brian, I think I read this week, you've just passed.
When he says the number of bullets is not a dispositive factor, so how many could he have emptied into this man before you'd stop defending it? If it took 25 bullets to kill him, would you defend that?
5 million subscribers to your channel, is that right?
I did, yeah.
Congratulations, amazing.
You did it through the patience.
Yeah, no, it's great to have you on, and congrats on that. It's a big milestone. So Brian, you've been waiting very patiently. It's been interesting to watch the big rein back. You've watched Kristi Noem basically chucking Stephen Miller under a bus. Stephen Miller is the guy that actually tweeted about this guy being a potential assassin. It was him that fired up that narrative that he was a potential assassin, which was clearly completely ridiculous. Whatever your take on what we've all watched.
They said the same shit about Renee Good, that she was like a trained ICE assassin and warrior.
These video clips. The idea that somehow he was planning to assassinate all those ICE officers is plainly absurd and offensive. What are we seeing here? Today's show is sponsored by Oxford with the code PIERS.
We're seeing from Stephen Miller, from Greg Bovino, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, the same thing, frankly, that we're seeing on this panel right here, which is this level of gaslighting and kind of narrative setting that, frankly, nobody believes. I mean, this idea for the former ICE director, my co-panelist over here, that Alex Pretti, this VA nurse who was brandishing a cell phone, was somehow a threat that had that even after he had 6 full-grown men, like these grown-ass men on top of him, that he needed to be that the threat had to be eliminated by unloading his clip into him. I mean, you can say this and you can feel justified, and we'll have Officer Tatum over here back you up because there's nothing that Trump or any of these secret police or the Trump administration can do that will garner any pushback. But that right there is the.
I think that, like, again, these people are so divorced from reality. Like, get them to speak more. Truly, as weird as it sounds. You have to ask, like, if they will defend this, like, what would he have needed to do for you to not defend this, right? And like ask questions like that. Like, how could he have avoided doing this or whatever, and you don't get to say he shouldn't have been there in the first place? What do you think is a better course of action that the officers could have taken? They'll say something, okay, why didn't they fucking do it? Why did they have to do this?
Perfect testament to why nobody believes what's happening here. It's because even these ardent right-wingers in this country, and certainly the vast
and like, what would it take for you to say it's unjustified? I think that's the most important question to ask. What would it take for you to say that they used too much force? Because if you will defend a guy being shot 10 times who posed no risk, no threat to anybody, was breaking no laws, was not being belligerent, was just exercising his constitutional rights, what would it take for you to criticize it?
Majority of independents. I'm talking 3/4 of independents.
It's like not about any of that. It's the fact that he has the audacity to disagree with the decision being made by any law enforcement officer, whether it be an ICE agent, whether it be a Custom and Border Patrol agent, whether it be just a regular cop. He is questioning authority, and they don't like that. So therefore, he gets to die.
In this country.
Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We are going over the shit show of fucking Piers Morgan Uncensored panel. And yeah, I'm going to shout out Ogre Boy. And everybody should go follow him.
Are listening to this gaslighting and recognizing that it's not just a lie they're being told, but it's utter contempt that's being displayed by these Trump administration officials for the American people. Say again?
Well, I would say, Brian, as
what did
well,
I say that was
I
gaslighting?
thought that
that this idea that Alex Pretti posed some threat where the response needed to be unloading his clip.
To be resolved.
And it's not going to be resolved because the reality is DHS is not going to investigate any of this. DHS isn't going to investigate anything Pretty's going to do. Just like DHS, just like DHS is not going to investigate Jonathan Ross because DHS doesn't investigate any of this stuff. So if the excuse is always going to be, oh, don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this in some full investigation. There's not going to be a full investigation.
Should he be charged with murder because he upsets you? So we just have to listen to the gaslighting being fed to us by Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Chris.
Yeah, he should be charged with murder. Correct.
No. Policy. Can we talk about use of force?
Okay, I want to mention this.
Convicted of murder?
Hang on. I want to mention this.
No, we can't talk about use of force policy because you don't give a fuck about policy. There's really no action that these people could take that you wouldn't defend. So why are we going to talk about policy? There's no amount that they could be acting outside of the law, outside of conformity with their training, that you wouldn't say is okay. So what is the point?
Look, I want to bring in the incident with Jillian Omar because it's kind of connected to this. So Jillian Omar was doing a town hall in Minneapolis. She was attacking ICE, and then a guy comes out of the audience, who's sitting down, and sprays her with a strong-smelling liquid from a syringe. Now, that is a potentially extremely dangerous incident. No one knows what that could have been. It turned out to be, we believe, harmless. He is wrestled away. But had it not been harmless, had it been acid or something else, then, maybe she could have been very seriously hurt or dead.
Damn,
now,
she's about to fucking pull up.
What has concerned me about this is that from Donald Trump, and I think you have intimated this too, there's an immediate position by people on the MAGA right that because you don't like Jillian Omar, that she somehow has staged this, it's not real.
Why does he keep calling her Jillian?
It didn't happen the way people think it did. This guy was a plant and so on. And again, it comes back to what I sense is a complete eradication of basic humanity. There ought to be parameters between left and right where we can just agree when something like that happens, we all say this is terrible and shouldn't be happening.
Piers, there's no jump to conclusion. I don't care about none of these people. They don't pay my bills. I don't have to say anything about Jillian Omar. I don't really care about her. But the bottom line, and Donald Trump don't pay my bills either. But the bottom line is that I'm looking at this.
What does he mean by this?
Partially. I don't know what anybody said. I saw the video, and it does not look consistent with someone.
And who pays your bills? He makes it sound like he doesn't even pay his own bills. This is a bar that I hear from women, not from men.
Trying to assault another person, which means I have never in my life seen a person get up, sprays something out of syringe at someone's chest. It happened to be nothing, inert, and then she comes after him. You didn't see her back away from him.
There's a lot of things that this man has never seen and does not know. Shocker.
You'll shy away from him. You didn't see any of that.
Brandon,
nature.
you would
and
say
the guy didn't even resist.
Brandon, you would say Brandon, you would say the complete opposite if that was a Republican congressman.
That's not true.
Who had
Brandon, is the guy going to jail just for fun?
That's not true.
Is the guy going to jail just for fun? Is that part of the show? I just want to hear a little bit more about this theory. No, please, just 1 second. I have just a question. I want to hear more about this theory. That guy.
I'm giving you the elements.
Is he going to jail for show? He's going to jail.
I'm giving you elements of why this looks strange to me.
And so why do you think he's going to jail? Is it for show? Is he like Antifa? Is this part of like is this the lizard people?
Listen, was there anything in the syringe? It was inert. There was nothing poisonous. There was no pepper spray. There was nothing in the syringe.
I'm asking you why.
All you have to do is ask them, just replace the set of circumstances with, instead of it being Ilhan Omar, say, okay, so if this had happened to Ted Cruz, if this had happened to Marco Rubio, if this had happened to Donald Trump, you wouldn't care. See what they say.
I think he's going to jail for this.
He sprays.
Because if they say, no, I wouldn't care, obviously they fucking would, and that looks bad. If they say, yes, they would, it's not clear why, other than the fact that they're massive fucking bootlickers and hypocrites and shells, etc.
Her with the syringe in the chest, she goes after him. If you're afraid of somebody spraying you with a chemical agent, you're not going to pursue them. He resisted not one bit. He goes to the ground. She says,
so you don't believe it, do you, Brandon?
Also, if it was staged, why does he think that it was staged by Ilhan Omar so that she could look like a victim, or what? What's the goal here?
You don't believe
I don't think that this was. I think this was staged. I don't know if it was true or not.
Can I ask a question here? Can I ask a question?
Okay.
What if Alex Pretti had sprayed a liquid onto this ICE officer? Would you have, Brandon? Would you have said that there was no threat at all?
It'd be aggravated assault.
Oh,
And you would have supported executing.
Okay. Like, again, why change it up to like a cop? Or like, I don't think that you should drag the Alex Pretti thing into it. He did exactly what I was thinking, but like not. No, I think what you have to do is like make it analogous to another politician. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. This entire panel sucks ass. Also, it's 3 a.m. here. I gotta be up at 8. We're F the right, liberation for all. Appreciate the $10. And yeah, sorry that I started stream this late. But if you're in California, it's only midnight is what I was thinking. But I don't actually know how many of my viewers are in California.
Bingham.
No,
just like you would have supported.
No, that wouldn't have been justification. That wouldn't have been justification for the ICE agent to react. But merely holding a phone is justification to react.
Who said that it's justified for somebody to spray something? We're talking about a specific incident where a man had a gun. They had a reason to believe that he was armed and
he had a gun in his holster. He was holding a phone. He was holding a phone.
Can we talk about masculinity for a second, Piers? I'd like to talk about masculinity for a second.
On him.
I would too.
I would too. Did he not have a gun on? Have you ever done law enforcement? Any one of you emasculated men on a thing? Have you ever done law enforcement?
Brandon, I can feel this.
There's nothing more masculine than a man who constantly must assert how much of a fucking man he is and how masculine he is.
I'm happy to take this. Thank you for that.
Why are they emasculated?
Have you ever had to use force and make a split-second decision?
Apparently, Piers, we're emasculated because we're not bootlickers for ICE agents who want to kill somebody.
When you get judged,
apparently we're emasculated because we're not in support of six guys jumping on and murdering a nurse.
There's a use of force.
You're a real man, Brandon. Hey, Brandon, you're a real man. You can defend 6 full-grown men unloading a clip into a nurse.
Hang on, please. Hang on. We can't hear you when you all talk at once. Nobody hears any of you. Tim.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things on this question of whether I've been an officer. This appeal to authority. I haven't, but you know who has? The chief of police of Minneapolis.
The
chief of police of Minneapolis. Excuse me, Brandon. Let me finish talking. The chief of police of Minneapolis.
Fucking Dustin in YouTube chat was like, "Oh, I saw this. That guy never shuts up." That Brandon dude has like been talking the entire fucking time and interrupting.
Gave a press conference.
Shot Pretti.
Brandon, let him talk.
Well, actually, that's a good point. We actually don't know the man who shot Pretti because the federal government is hiding him, so we don't know who killed our own citizens yet.
Isn't he?
But we know that.
Hello, I'm more of a man than you. You're welcome. Does this make you hot? Don't you just love YouTube chatters? Always having a normal one.
The chief of police.
Anytime I go on like any of these right-wing shows or whatever, and I get an influx of like viewers, chuds, etc., it's like they always flock to YouTube, not to Twitch, and you can always immediately spot them.
Minneapolis gave a press conference after the shooting of Freddie where he talked about how the judgment was irresponsible and how his police officers, every single police officer in the entire city of Minneapolis shot 0 bullets last year. They encountered real criminals. Excuse me, let me finish. They encountered real criminals, not soy boy protesters like Alex Pretti. They encountered actual criminals. They encountered murderers, rapists.
This is not the angle, Tim.
Scenarios.
Assault. Yeah, they did. They encountered those people. They were armed. How many? They disarmed 1,000. According to the chief of police of Minneapolis, they disarmed 1,000. They disarmed 1,000.
Like, not pathetic pussies like Alex Pretti. Like, I know what you're trying to do, my guy, but it's not landing the way that you think it is.
People last year without firing a single bullet. These morons fired 10 bullets. And this whole thing about this definition of masculinity. Okay, it's like the tough guys are the 6 mass goons pushing down a woman, pushing down a protester, and then getting scared. Oh, they saw a gun, and I got so scared, and I've got to shoot my bullet. Boom, 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 10 times. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I got to shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men? No, I'm sorry. The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men should do, standing up for the woman that got pushed down, and then in exchange for his bravery, a bunch of pussies shot him dead and unloaded 6 bullets into his dead body.
It actually is landing. No, the only way that I would ever see is insulting Alex Pretti as like a fucking like deriding him as a soy boy just to own the right or whatever as acceptable is by saying, according to your framework, you would probably consider this guy to be some weak, limp-wristed, like liberal man, and then saying like, yeah, well, he's more of a man than you ever were or ever will be. If you like kind of flip it on its head like that, other than that, I just find it to be in poor taste.
While he was laying on the ground. That's what happened. Those are the emasculated men. And I wish we had more men like Alex Pretti, but unfortunately he's dead.
Okay, let me
never
bring in.
done
All right,
any training.
hang on.
You never arrested anybody. You never carry a gun. You probably don't have a gun on you now. Quit acting like you bold to break. If you in a
think it's cool to just shoot people,
do you have a gun on you?
All the time, I'm concerned about your weapon. I'm a little concerned about your weapon based on your judgment and how big of a wuss you are.
I was a police officer.
Brandon,
how many people did you kill?
Brandon,
how many people you kill?
If I may, Brandon, you don't have to be packing a gun to be a real man. I don't have a gun. Most people in my country.
Said that. The wussy said that. I'm saying that in order for you to judge a man who's making a life or death,
that's like not helping your argument, Piers. Being like, you don't have to be. Look at me. I don't have a gun, and like, yeah, I'm the peak of masculinity. Like, Piers, stop. Don't do this.
In order for you to judge another man who's making a life and death situation, it would behoove of you or have any wisdom to be in a situation like that. I've been in a situation where I had to choose whether or not I had to shoot a person or not based on use of force policy and the threat of bodily injury or death.
Did you do it?
You have never done that. So it is weird for you to try to judge a person who's in that split-second decision when you don't even carry a gun. So how about you go on a ride along and do some training?
It's pretty easy to judge,
maybe you'll have a better perspective.
It's pretty easy to judge, actually. The guy was laying on the ground. He was a corpse. And the guy shot him from a distance. Boom, 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 6 times.
Like, out of curiosity, why is this dumb motherfucker not a cop anymore?
It's pretty easy to judge whether it was
I would love to ask that. I'm sure he's asked and answered it like a million times, but...
And you can obviously tell that guy panicked. He shit his pants.
Let me bring in Jonathan. Let me bring in Jonathan. Look, there's a lot of movement going on here. Bovino's been sent packing from Minneapolis. Kristi Noem's been effectively gagged. A lot of heat on Miller. Others for putting them up to the rhetoric. They all seem to suggest it all come from Stephen Miller. Trump clearly aware that this is not working politically. But, ICE remain doing what they're doing in other parts of America. They're deporting a reasonably large number of people, although interestingly, less actually in the first year than Biden did in his last year, for example. So there are some interesting parallels here. It's not apples and oranges because Biden was letting a lot more people in. But in terms of actual deportations, it's not overly successful so far, but it is attracting, I would argue, an overly negative context now for the administration. If you were running ICE now, what would you be recommending to Donald Trump about how they should conduct themselves going forward?
Well, I sort of disagree a little bit with your premise in terms of how it's been successful. I think about 1.9 or over 2 million people have taken the self-deportation option, which is removing, in which the government gives them $1,000, and now they've raised that to $2,600. And so you put that on top of the 600,000 that have been removed and then nobody else coming in. It's been enormously successful. And the way, how do you measure success? Well, we have the lowest murder rate since 1900 in this country. That crime rates are down about 20% nationwide. So our country is objectively safer. We know that. We know people aren't coming in droves anymore. And so you have to look at the big picture. We also know things like wages are going up, because when you look at illegal immigration, and you know from your country, it's not just something that has no cost to the citizens. It's enormously costly. Illegal immigration makes Americans poorer, less healthy, less safe, less educated. And that's not really even arguable. It costs $150 billion a year. And what's interesting, just in tax dollars, and not to mention all the other costs, and what's really interesting about this is everyone knows at this point Biden and Mayorkas were bringing people in deliberately because they want them to be voters and they want them to help in the census. There's really no serious argument against that. It's very interesting that the Democrats' response to everything is always stop the deportations. They never say, hey, let's think of a good way to get rid of the illegal aliens. They'll never say that. So it really is a tell.
Literally, you just answered your own fucking question by explaining how exorbitantly fucking expensive it is to do this shit. That's why they don't propose it, you moron.
Where they're coming from. But as far as what I think a good message...
I shouldn't even say that, because you have Democrats that literally have co-signed onto legislation that increased funding for ICE, the ones that signed the Laken Riley Act. Even though it didn't explicitly appropriate funds, from what I remember, the resources that needed to be mandated to comply with the provisions in that bill were necessarily going to increase ICE funding.
Should be going forward is focus on the criminals for the deportations, meaning for the arrest outside of the jail, focus on the sanctuary cities, because, you know...
Siggy Freud, I'm fucking currently on a 20-stream streak. Holy shit.
One of the issues with Minneapolis is the sanctuary cities where they would rather turn over a child molester back into the community than turn them over to ICE. And by the way, Tim Walz wrote an op-ed lying about this the other day in the Wall Street Journal. So you have to wonder, is he even acting in good faith on this? But I think emphasize the criminals, emphasize the benefits from not having illegal aliens in the country, and also remember deportations and
what benefits? Massively expensive. Increased cost of living for everyday goods. Let's be real, because again, these are the people that prop up the large part of the American service economy. Ridiculously unpopular, inhumane, entails constitutional violations. Like, there's literally no upside to this. It's pure ideology.
Border security are intertwined.
Best way to get rid of illegals, make them legal. Then problem solved.
Because the reason people were coming under Biden was because they knew the second they set foot on American soil, they were all, for all intents and purposes, a citizen of this country. So you cannot have those policies, or people will continue to come in. These all work together. But deport the criminals. Say who you're deporting, why, incentivize self-deportation, and talk about the benefits of not having illegal immigrants. As you know, in your country, it's a big problem.
I get it. Let me bring Brian back in. I want to play a clip of Jimmy Kimmel last night.
And to the people of Minneapolis, to the Pretti family and the Good family, and these people who were looking out for their neighbors, we want you to know that we are with you and you are not alone.
Brian, apart from the fact that Jimmy Kimmel really needs to stop crying, I just wanted to say that as a general blanket observation, that barely a week goes by when he's not blubbering like a baby about something. I'm not saying he doesn't care. I'm just saying that it's getting a bit weary for me.
He does cry very easily. I actually thought that he was laughing when he came back on the air after he was fired because of Trump's FEC commissioner or whatever, making pressuring ABC to drop him. When he started talking about Charlie Kirk, I thought he was doing a bit, and then I realized, oh, he's crying for Charlie Kirk because of a heartless asshole. But I guess he has a pattern of doing this.
But also, I don't remember him crying when Barack Obama was president. There's a clip doing the rounds today of Obama talking in really tough language about his own deportation record and why it was so important.
Because removing people legally from the country to those people is fine. To liberals like Jimmy Kimmel, it is completely fine for you to do this. They are fine with the removal and deportation of a bunch of fucking people, unfortunately. They just want you to do it in more humane ways. That is really the main difference here. They don't want to do it at the same scale, and they want to do it legally for the most part.
Deported over 3 million people. No liberal friends of mine gave a damn or knew how many people he was deporting. He was putting kids in cages, separating them from their families, all the stuff that people chuck at Trump.
Okay, no. Obama never had a child separation policy. If he did, it would have been massively unpopular, and the deporter-in-chief narrative would have easily stuck more, because that would be a talking point that's also brought up. When they're talking about people being separated, it's for administrative purposes or safety purposes. It's not the same. They were intentionally trying to... You have Lindsey Graham on, I don't know if it was a hot mic or he actually made this as a statement. They were like, yeah, we need to separate them from their family so they don't come, because then they get scared. It was punitive. It was not for any legitimate reason. Obama never did that.
But it was never an issue throughout those 8 years. He was the biggest deporter of people in the history of the United States in terms of pro rata per year as a president. So there's been a massive double standard there. And I can't help but think that one of the reasons is the liberal skewed media, which it is. I've worked in it. You could shoot a
Like,
half.
again, just it's insane. Just back and forth between Biden, Democrat, open border policy, but Obama, deporter in chief, Tom Homan, put kids in cages, child separation policy. Which is it? Are the Democrats fucking pussies on the border, or were they just as draconian as this Edmund? Pick one. Mutually exclusive.
CNN newsroom when I was there and not hit a conservative voter. That they just didn't care because it was their guy. And what happens this time, because everyone hates Trump on the left and the media collectively hate Trump, so they fire everything up, then it becomes a huge thing, then you have people going out in the streets and protesting because they've been whipped up by the media, then you have these altercations with ICE, then you have...
the only reason why people feel like protesting is because the media.
Deadly altercations, and we're in the position we're now in. I'm not saying they're to blame, but I'm saying that part of what we're seeing here is something that never happened in the Obama years about this kind of issue of deporting illegal immigrants, because nobody cared. And my question for you is, all right, we can have Jimmy Kimmel...
And this isn't true. This idea that Obama didn't face significant backlash from immigration advocates, from the ACLU, from different grassroots rights organizations that supported comprehensive immigration reform, weren't constantly on Obama's ass, and the Obama admin about his border policy is fucking stupid. It's not true. It's not borne out by... It's ahistorical. It's not accurate. There were plenty of special interest groups and the general American public that was critical of Obama's policies.
Blubbing on TV about it because he cares so much. Why didn't he care the same way when Obama was doing this? And did you care? And did you speak out about Obama's deportation record? Or do you accept that Obama pretty much shared Trump's view? Which is actually, if you're in the country illegally, then you should probably be deported, because there are millions of people trying to become legally immigrants to the United States, and there are hundreds of millions who've come to the country over the last century who did it the right way.
Look, I can't speak to what my thoughts were during the Obama administration. I was in college.
Happened to be born in Europe, come here, overstay a visa, then get an easier path to citizenship. That's the right way. Instead of coming through an illegal port of entry and having to losing the geographic lottery and being born in a country that's been destabilized by the United States.
So I wasn't really paying that much attention to politics, but I would say in general, look, I am in favor of immigration. I think it's better for the economy. I also recognize that immigrants, if we've heard so much about crime, immigrants commit crime at lower rates than native-born Americans. So this isn't about stopping crime, because if this was about stopping crime, our law enforcement agencies would focus on the people who are actually committing it, certainly committing it at higher numbers, but they won't, because this is not about crime. That's just some flimsy pretext that people use to be able to justify this.
They don't always...
What they also leave out is you should just say, if you want to curb crime, then why are we deporting abuelitas? Why are we deporting any women? You should just be mostly focusing on men. The overwhelming majority of violent crime in this country, regardless of your citizenship status, is coming from men. Ask these people, would you support mass deportation? Not just focusing on violent criminals, but focusing first and foremost on men and deprioritizing deporting women.
Not always able to find people who are illegally in this country that commit crimes. When they have a crime committal stat, it's because they've been able to find the person and prosecute the person to some degree. People that are illegally in this country have no identity. They commit crimes with complete impunity. So
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. This idea that they have an identity.
Wait a minute.
Do you think illegal and legal immigration are the same?
Look, of course they're not the same. Of course they're not the same. The reality is that
are you doing both, or do you believe in one or the other?
But they all get treated the same.
Well,
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Just for starters,
you don't know what that means? The same.
If I could just say really quick 2 things on this point. Number one, right now they're deporting actually people that came the right way. They're reporting people that came here as asylees or refugees, and they're sending them back, even though they've been going through the legal process. Excuse me, can I just finish? They are asylum seekers. They came across the border illegally. They showed up to a port of entry and they volunteered. They've been going to their checkups with ICE, waiting for their court date, and they're deporting those people. So excuse me, just really quick. So those aren't illegal immigrants that are being deported. They're people that have done the right thing. They're being deported. And lastly, let me say one other thing.
Other than those people.
Can I say one other thing?
20 million.
I just want to say one other thing before you respond. When you talk about illegal immigrant crime, I do have one pretty easy stat to point to. So far this year in Minnesota, illegal immigrants have killed 0 people. The ICE agents have killed 2. So 2 American citizens have been killed by ICE, 0 by illegal immigrants. So that's the current crime stats in Minnesota.
Kick out ICE and bring in illegal immigrants. Okay.
Well, kick out the murderers, I would say. I actually want to...
Correct. Yes. I would make that trade any day of the week. Yes. Bring in illegals, get rid of ICE.
Kick out the murderers. No, great. I want to kick out the murderers. The illegal immigrant murderers, get the hell out. The guy that killed Megyn Riley, get the hell out.
Straighterade have a typical schedule. You're looking at it.
By the way,
my lack of schedule is the typical schedule.
Alex Pretti, you get the fuck to prison as well. How about that? We get rid of all the killers.
If he's unjustified in his use of force,
you're manning up there.
Let me ask Brandon. Let me ask Brandon.
Look at what Jacob Fry has done in Minneapolis.
If I can say one thing.
Hang on, please.
Hang
on, please. Guys, let me try and moderate the panel,
criteria, not the hysterics.
Let me moderate the panel.
I gave you a stat.
Brandon, do you think there's a lot of hypocrisy given that Obama deported 3 million people and was very strong in his rhetoric, as indeed Bill and Hillary Clinton were?
It's like these people suddenly forgot that there are, again, legal means to remove people from the country. It's actually very easy to do that legally.
The clips are everywhere, right? They all basically agree about the problem.
I'm for that, Piers. This is a question about hypocrisy. It's a question about killing American citizens.
I literally lost my mind
criminals is fine.
When I went back and listened to what Barack Obama said. What Barack Obama said about not coming to America, you would go to the back of the line, you didn't do it the right way, we're gonna catch you, and we're gonna kick you out of our country. Everybody should be in lockstep with that. If you came here legally, we love you.
But they are coming here legally. Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy, who was wearing a Spider-Man backpack, a bunny hat. His father was here through the asylum process. His father was here legally. So he was going through the...
Why aren't you talking about Obama in 2026? What a hypocrite, Brian Tyler Cohen. Why aren't we talking about the Obama admin?
So there's always an excuse. You'll always complain. He was here. He was going through the process. He was the exact type of person.
Guys, don't talk at once, please.
Let him
talk.
He was the exact Liam Ramos's father, the 5-year-old child.
Then why not help
stop talking for a second?
All
right, go. Shut up.
A 5-year-old boy.
Right,
a 5-year-old boy was
let Brian
used
finish. Brian, make your point about the 5-year-old boy. Then Brandon, you respond.
Liam Ramos,
They're like, God, this is the liberal mind prison, man. Like, they're doing well as far as like responding to exactly what's being brought up, but like they're missing the forest for the trees because, again, why are we even engaging and legitimizing the charade that this is about? This is in any way, shape, or form connected to or related to criminality or only getting the worst of the worst when it's not. Stephen Miller has explicitly said it's not about that. It's about deporting all non-white people. You're playing into a false narrative already by not challenging that framing.
5-year-old boy wearing a bunny hat.
Like, arguing on their terms is like you're losing already.
Spider-Man backpack, used as bait to get his father to come outside. He was here legally, going through the legal process, the exact thing that, Brandon, you're claiming you wanted to see, and yet he's now in the process of deportation. So the goalpost will always move. You'll claim that this is all about wanting people to go through the proper process, but then you've got...
You're so close, Brian. Yes, the goalpost always moves. Why? Because it's not about that. It's not about that at all. It's almost like they just don't want these people in the country.
People who are going through the proper process, and yet ICE still creates deportation porn out of their processes and tries to get them out of the country anyway.
Okay.
The little mind prison element, like it's just so uncreative. Like they cannot think beyond the confines of the framework of again, like, what did the Obama administration do? It's like you realize that is not even where you should be looking to get your ideas as to how to institute comprehensive immigration reform, or be like copying Obama's homework as far as like that's how you deport people the right way. This like it's like totally missing the point.
Okay, Brandon.
Okay, I want people to be very clear about this. You can come through the country without going through a port of entry. You're illegally in this country. You can come through a port of entry and your asylum claim gets denied, and you're also illegally in this country. So two things can be true at the same time. They did not use a 5-year-old to lure this guy. They already had an arrest warrant for him. He got arrested. He fled from them, leaving his child behind. They had to take the child into some type of custody for his safety. The family refused to take the kid into the house. They refused to take the kid back from the facility. So ICE had no choice but to have...
I was going to say, like, I don't know why Brian Tyler Cohen should not have brought up this example, because the right's familiar with it. This guy, don't bring up examples that they're familiar with, because he's like, just loves that he brought it up because he's armed to the teeth with a bunch of talking points to counter it. All you're doing is giving him the opportunity. Like, you're bringing it up, and then if he gets to speak, he's just going to be countering it with a bunch of disinformation. So no point in bringing it up. There are better examples to use of people that were wrongfully deported or had due process rights violated.
Have this kid in a safe environment because his dad did not care enough about him to take care of him. You guys are using a
like they said the same thing to defend the child separation policy under the first admin. They were like, why are you looking at this as uniquely cruel? Anytime that a child's parent, whether it be the mom or the dad, is sent to prison or jail, they're separated from their family. Well, similarly, coming across the border through a port of entry illegally is a crime. So when we separate these kids from their parents, it's really no different than what we do domestically to American citizens that commit crimes. So what's the big deal? That was their stock answer. And like when you were talking about the inhumanity of that fucking policy.
5-year-old for your immigration porn. It is not true that they lured that man. Listen,
immigration porn?
Why can't we all on this panel say legal immigration is good? If you come here illegally, you have broken the law and you have to be deported. Why are we against deportation of illegal?
And like they're not like familiar with any of the stats that like that's not even who the Trump admin is targeting. If you have psychos like Stephen Miller instituting 3,000, they want 3,000 deportations a day. The easiest way to meet that quota is going to be, this is according to testimony from DHS officers and officials, they're going to start with people that are complying with the law first because they're the easiest people to get.
Legal immigrants. The two people in the middle make sense.
No, what are you
Pierce,
talking
I'd like
about?
to get in here real quick.
You don't let me talk,
issue.
but I'm for it. Start with the worst of worst.
Then why not encourage Minnesota to cooperate with ICE?
Because ICE isn't going after illegal immigrants. How hard do I have to say this? I agree with... Could I finish? I can answer your question if you want.
So they are trying to leave the illegals in and deport the legal ones? Well, why not have Minnesota give up the illegal...
Stan 931 in YouTube chat. You're yapping a lot. Get in this Discord. Post up or shut up. Otherwise, you'll be banned. You have a lot to say. Come say it to me. We can talk about it. You have 5 minutes.
Immigrants that are in their jails. Why aren't you in favor of that? Or maybe you are in favor of that. I don't know.
They're doing that. Huh? The Minnesota Department of Corrections is working with
that is a sleight of hand. That is factually untrue. You can spaz out or do whatever you do, but that's not true. The jails are not turning people over, and that's the vast majority of people arrested. The prison system is, and that's the sleight of hand that Tim Walz is using there. But the jails are not, and that's factually true, and they would even admit it. Tim Walz
is deliberately and you
can spaz out and do your little shtick.
I'm just trying to
reply. But I think the other issue. All right, go ahead and reply, Tim.
Look, I'm with you. Criminal aliens should be handed over to federal ICE agents or federal CPP. I'm with you on that. Here's okay. So if you have excuse me, if you could you let me finish? And if you have a critique about the way that Hennepin County and Minneapolis is handling that is a fair critique, and that is fine. And we could talk about that policy and what the right policy is. I'm also for deporting people that came here illegally. What ICE is doing in Minneapolis is far beyond that remit. They are going after people that have asylum claims that have not been adjudicated. They're going after protesters. They're going after American citizens. They've jailed American citizens. They're going into neighborhoods. They're bullying people.
Like the way that you introduce these stats is you don't just say them to these people. You have to ask, do you actually know what percentage of people that have been apprehended, detained, and subsequently deported by ICE have even had a history of any sort of violence, charges, convictions, etc.? They're going to say they're either not going to know or they're going to say an absurdly high number. And once you actually hit them with, it's literally less than like 30, over 70% of them, like 80%, have no violent history whatsoever. They're gonna look like stupid. If you just say this stat to them, it's unimpressive. You have to demonstrate they actually don't know what they're talking about to the audience.
Oh, they're pushing people and they're murdering people. So if your issue is, let's deal with Hennepin County prisons and figure out how to...
Communists, fascists, and liberals hate free speech. Wow. And why are you still yapping in YouTube chat, Stan? Come get in voice. Come talk to me in front of the 150 people watching me. We're all dying to hear what you have to say.
Work better with them, then let's fine. You don't need to murder American citizens.
No, okay. Made my job easy. See ya.
Citizens to achieve that goal. And so we can agree on that. I wish you could agree that the American citizens should be shot dead.
Let me bring in Brandon.
More issues.
Let me bring in Brandon. because I want to bring in just an update from Polymarket.
Yes, please bring in Brandon. Please. We haven't heard from him enough tonight, Piers.
We're following the prediction markets on this subject of who will be the first to leave Trump's cabinet. Almost uniquely, he's a year in and hasn't fired anyone from his cabinet yet. Polymarket has a $1.5 million market open, a lot of activity. As we speak, Kristi Noem is at 39% to be that first member of Trump's cabinet to be fired. She was just at 13% before the 2 deaths in Minneapolis. I mean, Brandon, do you think she's on the way out? Is she going to be the first casualty of Trump's cabinet?
I don't know. I think Trump is very loyal to the people that are in his cabinet right now. That's why he hasn't fired anybody so far. But I do think that she's becoming incredibly unpopular on the Republican side. Now, I don't necessarily agree or disagree with it. I don't pay attention to what she's saying. I don't care unless people are getting arrested.
I don't. The first honest thing that he said, I don't pay attention to the things that the admin actually says or does.
And they're doing their job.
It shows.
But I do believe if she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, if she's doing things illegitimately and it's not working on behalf of the country, get her sorry self out of there. And I believe that with anybody that's in the cabinet. I don't owe no loyalty to none of y'all. If you don't do your job, you need to get
If you don't pay my bills,
fired. And so if there's a fair evaluation of Kristi Noem and what she's doing and not doing, and she's not doing what's right for the American people, and she's committing fraudulent behavior, fire her. I think we all understand it. Can I give you the Border Patrol response real quick? Law enforcement and Border Patrol connection, because I worked in law enforcement in Tucson, which is a border state, and we work well with Border Patrol and ICE. And there's a big difference when you arrest somebody and they are illegally in this country. Now, local law enforcement not have jurisdiction to arrest them for their...
If you're admitting that you worked well with them, okay, then it's possible for there to be immigration enforcement without a mass deportation program, was what you're conceding. You literally just said you worked well with them.
Federal crimes. But we do take them to the jail and we put them on what we call an ICE hold.
If I had to guess, the counter to that would be, we really didn't have enough teeth to actually go after these people. Hamstrung by all these laws, trying to uphold the law.
Not leave the jail facility even when they're done serving for their city crime or their state crime. The ICE agents will come and verify them and take them. That keeps the community way safer because ICE does not have to go into the community. When you force ICE to go into the community and then you have idiots harassing them, doxing them, throwing stuff at them, blockading their vehicles, you create an unduly risk. This is why ICE is patrolled, or even Border Patrol and their assistance with ICE around the entire country. And you don't see people getting shot, and hardly anywhere else. You would say 99.9% of the shootings
Zero
are
is
in
the
Minnesota.
goal.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
You do see people getting harassed at other places, actually, not just Minnesota. Minnesota's just the only place they've murdered anyone so far. But they've harassed people. They jailed citizens in California. They shot people in Chicago.
Listen, give me the murder numbers. Give me the people who have been murdered by ICE, and then you tell me where they were murdered
this year. There have been 2 people murdered by ICE in Minneapolis so far. And then
one city.
Renee Good and Alex Pretti. And then they shot a guy in Chicago, a gal in Chicago.
These people will literally stake their entire worldview on anecdotes and single individual instances of criminality like Lake and Riley, but when you try to do it, they're going to dismiss it.
Renee hit an ICE agent with her car. She got shot.
You have to bring that up, though. You have to bring up, I'm using your standard of evidence here, dude. If again, you're bitching and moaning about, again, when Vinny is disingenuously and disgustingly bringing up these tragedies to make his point, right? You have to do the same thing and say okay, well, why can't I do that?
This guy came and confronted and physically assaulted and had physical contact
sorry.
with a
I can't do any more of this apology of
you don't have to do anything.
You can do whatever you want, man, but do not smear dead people.
If this guy goes to jail for shooting Pretti,
it's shameful. What you're doing is shameful. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You don't understand. I actually think it's.
I'm not mad. You should repent.
You don't understand
the law. You should find the Lord.
I think what Brandon is doing. I think what Brandon is doing is actually pretty instructive because the reality is that everybody saw the video. 85% of Americans saw this video.
It doesn't matter. You don't understand the law.
Brandon,
so what you're seeing is not according to what they're going to be judged by.
Control yourself, Brandon. Try to control.
What you're seeing is not what they're going to be judged by. What are they going to be judged by then, Brandon?
Yourself.
No, how about you listen?
Try to control yourself. Try. Just try 2 seconds to not talk.
Give me the law. Give me the law that he's going to be prosecuted under.
Brandon, 2 seconds, man.
Give me the law he's going to be prosecuted
under. This isn't a good testament for how law enforcement officials are able to control themselves. 2 seconds.
It's not a good testament.
The reality is the vast majority of Americans
like you don't know the law.
Brandon, just shut up for 2 seconds.
Where's the law?
The vast majority of Americans saw.
Brian, why do you wait till the end to be this based? He always does this. He never talks enough, and when he finally starts getting into it, it's always way too late.
this video, we know what we saw with our own eyes. Even conservatives, even independents know that what ICE was doing was completely unjustified. That he was holding his cell phone and was bombarded by 6 grown-ass men who shot him dead. And the fact that you're standing up here, Brandon, just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. The fact that you can sit up here and claim.
Brian is such a rage baiter for the left. He's not though. He's really, really like, he's so boring. Like, I just learned of this guy tonight or whatever, and I'm not even going to be adding him into the rotation of right-wing bozos that I watch, because if it's literally this level, like, you know, the PPG boys, they are hilarious. They are unintentionally the most funny people on the fucking internet, okay? I enjoy every single episode that I react to. This guy's just boring. It's like, it's not even like interesting or like novel ways to like defend this shit or whatever. It is like just repeating, like it's just lying badly.
They gonna work with me, buddy. Give me the law.
What are you going to do? Shoot him 10 times? Shoot him in the back of the head?
Because he lies by doing stuff like, you don't know the truth or you don't know lies or whatever. Like, he doesn't even try to come up with like, when he's not just like on its face lies, he's coming up with these kind of like more esoteric ways of arguing this or something like that, or saying like it's a intellectual deficit of people. He doesn't try to come up with any sort of like convoluted answer. Those are the best ones.
This whole time, you're cosplaying as a tough guy while you bootleg for 6 grown-ass men who jumped on a nurse and shot him dead. This is not the tough position. You are defending... Being a bootlegger is not a tough position, my dude. Being a bootlegger for a bunch of grown-ass men who killed a nurse who was helping a woman is not a tough position that you think it is.
Yeah, like, this is the way to frame it. If you're going to draw attention to the fact that, like, yeah, Alex Pretti is not anyone's idea of, like, a physically intimidating individual, that's the way that you do it without being disrespectful.
Gentlemen,
where is he going to be?
Can I just say, gentlemen, I had hip surgery a week ago, and can I just say it flared up at the start of this debate. It's carried on flaring ever since, and the only thing I can put it down to is that you lot have shouted at each other now for 45 minutes without drawing breath, and I owe it to my new hip to call an end to proceedings. But thank you all very much.
Thanks, Piers.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for participating in this dumpster fire. Oh my god. The reality is, like, this again, like, you're just playing into this framing. It's just like the wrong way to go. There was already something wrong with this program before anyone died. Let's start from there. The fact of the matter is, Renee Good could still be alive, Alex Pretti could still be alive, and I would still be forcefully arguing against the mobilization of ICE and Border Patrol agents to a city and trying to have and arguing for the abolition of ICE in the first place. I wouldn't even, like, it doesn't even matter that it didn't take for some people, it took these people dying for them to realize, like, oh, we shouldn't have these agencies or whatever. For me, no. All right. If you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. If you want to watch me subject myself to lobotomies live like this, I do this quite frequently. If you're watching on YouTube, you haven't subscribed to me yet, please go ahead and do so there as well. Like the stream, it pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I have an ad coming up in 2 minutes, and if you want to avoid the annoying ad breaks that Twitch forces upon viewers like yourself, you can either cross your fingers and hope that there is somebody who's generous enough to gift you a sub in chat, or you can buy one yourself, or use your Amazon Prime sub. Get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And what are we going to do next? I wanted to see... Okay, go away. Oh, wait. There was her take, but there was also... Okay, let's do this. First, I want to see, actually... So, Ms. Kelly's been going a little bit viral. She was saying insane shit. But do I want to start with her, actually? Actually, no. Let's do Benny Johnson first. The MAGA World Tour on defending murder. Oh my god. Starting with a clip from this movie. Very instructive. I think it's called Falling Down. So this is from Benny Johnson a day ago. Has 145,000 views. Panic. MSNBC caught photoshopping image of left-wing martyr. Massive humiliating backlash. Why? So this is true, unfortunately. Why MS Now thought this would be a good idea to do, I have no fucking clue. It's insanely disrespectful to the memory of Alex Pretti. It's completely unnecessary. You didn't need to Facetune this motherfucker. But, I mean, like, the most charitable thing I could say is that it speaks to the fact that, like, people are more likely to care about somebody who is, like, more conventionally attractive sure, but I just don't see why it was necessary. AI altered images spread confusion about the Minneapolis shooting death of Alex Pretti. After the deadly shooting of ICU nurse Alex Pretti by federal agent in Minneapolis, AI-enhanced images of the incident have spread on social media that include inaccurate or non-existent details. Oh, wait, are they actually... I linked this article, but I don't know that this article actually covers specifically them admitting to using AI. But, okay, so this was the segment, though.
When the history of this moment, this time, is studied, an epicenter of this moment will undoubtedly be the city and the people of Minneapolis, Minnesota. The people there were pushed to the brink over the weekend again in the wake of another killing of a nonviolent bystander by ICE agents in Minneapolis. This time it was 37-year-old Alex Pretti, an ICU.
So that is not him. That is a doctored image. And they used AI to do this, and they admitted it.
Nurse who cared for veterans, Donald Trump.
Like, why they even thought this would be a good idea, when it's painfully obvious that they used AI. Two, there's images of this man widely circulated on social media. It was bound to be noticed.
Cabinet, his administration, are demanding once again that you not believe your eyes and ears. Fortunately, for the sake of our country and our democracy, Americans in large numbers today are choosing to reject Donald Trump's lies and his administration's lies.
They ossified him. More like they just made him a little bit more Chadley.
And reject a smear campaign by Donald Trump and his administration that is intended to somehow justify the unjustifiable. A state-sanctioned act
And they
of
lingered on
brutality
it for
the streets
so
of an American.
long. So this is their official YouTube
Video
upload
evidence
of
from
this.
the
Shameful period in American history. Outrage grows in Minneapolis over Alex Pretti's killing. So this was uploaded to the MS Now channel, has 216,000 views, and they added an editor's note. MS Now swapped out the original thumbnail image for this video. The previous thumbnail used was an AI-enhanced image of Alex Pretti. What the fuck were they thinking? Demanding you not believe your eyes shows AI looks Max's edited photo of him. Here's the thing. The thing that's fucking gross from these people calling it out is that these people literally get all of their information from Grok and ChatGPT. So for them to be bitching about inappropriate AI use is pretty fucking rich. Give me a break.
Thank you. See, this is what I'm talking about. Turn around, look at that. You see what I mean? It's plump, it's juicy, it's 3 inches thick. Now, look at this sorry, miserable, squashed thing. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with this picture? Anybody? Anybody at all?
Is this supposed to be funny?
What's up, guys? Spenny. Time for another episode of Everything the Media Tells You Is a Lie to Manipulate You.
Whoa, okay. This dude speaks faster than I remembered.
Into giving up your rights. Alex Pretti is a paid agitator, not an innocent victim
He was
who was
paid.
caught in a melee that ended with him
He
getting
was in a
shot by
melee.
Border Patrol. No. He broke his rib in a confrontation with federal agents just a week before his death. And then...
Whoa, this dude who's this picture of him hiking, yeah, clearly a fucking threat. And you're telling me that he did something a week earlier? Capital offense.
He was back out on the street with a loaded Sig Sauer P320.
Back out on the street. Damn, who let him out?
A bullet in the chamber, fighting 5 officers, physically resisting arrest. No, he was a soldier. He was an enemy combatant.
He was a soldier.
He was not some innocent...
He was an enemy combatant. He wasn't a civilian. See, this is what they want you to think. Like, so the only way that you could justify this is to spin it like, yeah, America is literally not just engaged in like a civil war, but there's like active warfare going on in the streets, and you shouldn't even think of these people really as just your fellow man or civilian or American citizens. You should think of them as like counterinsurgents or something, or would it be insurgents? But basically, you should think of them as like enemies of the state, as soldiers. Like we're actually in the middle of warfare, and Alex Pretti chose the wrong side.
Civilian nurse who was just out there because of the feels. No, he had already quit his job. All of it is a lie. You've been lied to about this entire story. The whole thing is an op. Federal immigration officers have been...
Does this motherfucker not realize that just because you're not literally actively employed as a nurse does not mean you stop being a nurse? You don't need to be currently employed as a nurse to be a nurse.
And collecting...
You're an RN. You're registered as a nurse.
Personal information about protesters and agitators in Minneapolis and they had documented details about Alex Pretti before he was shot to death. They knew that Alex Pretti first came to the attention of federal authorities because he was fighting them so hard that he broke a rib. He suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him when he was protesting their attempts to detain other individuals. He was on the group
I love how he spins that
chats.
again. Like, if you just ignore and completely change the details, then yeah, that's what happened apparently. What it actually says is, it's unclear how Pretti first came to the attention of federal authorities, but sources told CNN that about a week before his death, and one, this doesn't actually bode well for their argument at all you're doing is saying that it's easier to determine that there was premeditation in this, and this was some sort of targeted assassination of this individual because they pissed him off, not because he was actually doing anything wrong. It cuts against their defense, but whatever. Sources told CNN about a week before his death, he suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting their attempt to detain other individuals. Tackled him. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security said that DHS law enforcement has no record of this incident. A memo sent earlier this month to agents temporarily assigned to the city asked them to, quote, capture all images, license plates, identifications, and general info on hotels, agitators, prosecutors, etc., aka spy on American citizens that are lawfully protesting this fascist admin, so we can capture it all in one consolidated form, according to correspondence reviewed by CNN. Pretti's previous encounter is another reflection of the aggressive approach federal agents, that's one way to phrase it, federal agents are taking with observers and protesters, a philosophy underscored by the request for agents to collect information about protesters whose activities are broadly protected by the First Amendment. DHS, like, again, he literally puts this on screen and knows that his dumbass audience consuming the slop is not going to actually bother to read it. Not that I have any love for fucking CNN, but what do you, like, there's literally no way to spin this. You're putting up on screen an article that is saying these are, like, that is just literally straightforwardly reporting that ICE agents, DHS officials, Customs and Border Patrol agents that are involved in this are actively trying to spy on American citizens and interfere with their ability to lawfully protest and violating their First Amendment rights. DHS has repeatedly warned of threats against federal law enforcement officers during immigration enforcement operations and criticized protesters who they argue are impeding those operations. On Tuesday, the department also publicized an online tip form to share info.
Tackled him when he was protesting their attempts to detain other individuals. He was on the group chats, guys. This guy was a paid agitator. He was a soldier. He was not some innocent nurse.
He was a soldier. This is literally the same thing that, like, Tim Pool said. Give me a second. I can't. Hold on. This was like the same thing that Tim Pool said about Renee Good. Stop. I can't play that song anymore. It gets copy ID'd now, unfortunately. If I go to around, it was like around here. They like Smug started like, listen to Tim's defense, like fear-mongering sounding Renee Good, trying to make her sound like anything other than like again, just like a young woman, like a young white woman, American citizen. He's trying to like make her sound like she was like some fucking super soldier.
Resign now. I'll move to El Salvador if that's what we're gonna do. So a month ago, someone drove by my studio and took 3 shots, and now we've got employees and my family. We don't want to be at a place where someone just took shots at us. And they celebrate it. And worse, people on the right call me a liar. And here we are in Florida because we don't want to go.
Will Smug come back? Yes, I haven't told him yet, but unbeknownst to him, I really want him to do a deep dive on Nick Shirley with me. So I need company for that. I can't do that alone. Nick Shirley has spoken to PBD. Nick Shirley has been praised by Joe Rogan. I haven't watched his video yet. I need to watch the Andrew Callahan thing. Like, there's just like so much on that dude. I've just been like saving up, and I need Smug. I'm gonna force Smug to watch it with me.
Go back. We spent the last week.
No one was as pale as we look in this video. The lighting is just bad.
There because we had 1 week and we paid for advanced security to do so, and now we're not going back there. So this is an incident where a woman chose to go to a place where federal law enforcement was conducting operations they knew. She had training to obstruct them from ICE Watch. She was, according to witnesses, the ringleader leading the charge to obstruct the vehicles from passing. They attempted to make an arrest. She tried to flee, and in the process of fleeing, she struck an officer.
She fled.
It's not clear cut.
She tried to go back into the terrorist underground. She was possibly strapped up with explosives. We don't know what was in that car. That dog was trained to kill.
It just sounds insane. It sounds so fucking crazy. Like, you're not going to be able to convince the majority of people that these people were, like, again, like, trained ICE assassins.
Not some medic who's caught in the crosshairs. This is somebody who, again, according to his family, had quit his job in order to go be a professional agitator with somebody
Where
paying.
are they getting this? Maybe he did this? Alex Pretti's parents did not say son quit hospital job months ago, showed unusual behavior, spam from Vietnam. This was published 2 days ago. It says unemployed mind-warped nurse. Did the parents of Alex Pretti, the ICU nurse shot to death by ICE agents in Minneapolis, say their son quit his hospital job months earlier and showed unusual behavior? No, that's not true. A statement released by Pretti's parents referenced to his work as an ICU nurse at a Veterans Administration, or VA, hospital. His work, but it did not say that he had quit or that his recent behavior was unusual. The website making the claim is associated with a spam factory based in Vietnam that uses AI tools to target Americans and Europeans with fake clickbait. Awesome. So we've got a guy who has a known history of taking Russian money and foreign money to do their bidding. Now, once again, wittingly or unwittingly, repeating foreign propaganda. Very cool. The claim appeared in an article archived here. What article? What publication is this? Thank you, Yahoo, for this. Whatever this is. Okay. Literally, Batautu.com. This is where this, like, originates. Jesus. Published by them on January 26th of this year, the article headline, "Shock, the parents of Alex Pretti revealed their son quit his hospital job months ago and exhibited unusual behavior recently. He seemed to have joined some kind of group," opened. In a heartbreaking and revealing interview, the parents of Jeffrey Pretti, the 37-year-old ICU nurse fatally shot by U.S. Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis on January 24, 2026, have shared new details that paint a far more complicated than a thing, like a screenshot. The article continued, "He seemed to have joined some kind of group," Michael Pretti told reporters, his voice heavy with grief and concern. "We warned him 2 weeks ago. Protest if you want, but don't engage. Don't do anything stupid." He said he understood. The father emphasized that while Alex had always been passionate about helping others, his recent behavior had shifted in ways that worried them. He was pulling away from his routine, talking more about standing up and making a difference in ways that felt different. "We thought it was just stress, but now we don't know." Oh my God. Even their fake manufactured story, that doesn't sound ominous at all. Whoa. He was saying things like, wow, I want to make a difference. I want to change things. These are not like incendiary statements on their own. You have to read so much into them and make a ton of assumptions. Nothing in this article or the social media post is true. At the time of writing, there is no video of Pretti's parents, Michael and Susan Pretti, speaking to reporters in his home or anywhere. The family released this written statement about 12 hours after he was killed. "We are heartbroken, but also very angry. Alex was a kind-hearted soul who cared deeply for his family and friends and also the American veterans whom he cared for as an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital. Alex wanted to make a difference in this world. Unfortunately, he will not be with us to see his impact. I do not throw around the hero term lightly. However, his last thought and act was to protect a woman. The sickening lies told about her son by the admin are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He has his phone in his right hand and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down, all while being pepper sprayed. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. Thank you." The source of this fake AI-generated claim is in Vietnam, which is actually included in the article's URL. It literally says like /Viet.
Who's paying him? We get the bank account records. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security says DHS law enforcement is looking into this. A memo sent earlier this month to our agents temporarily assigned to the city to ask them to capture all images, license plates, and identifications of general people who were protesting. Pretti's previous encounter is another reflection of the aggressive approach federal agents are taking with the observers and protesters. Oh, really? Not a reflection? This is, of course, CNN writing. "When our law enforcement encounters a violent agitator who's breaking our law, obstructing law enforcement, or assaulting them, our law enforcement make record to advance prosecution. This is not groundbreaking. It is standard protocol," says DHS. This is wild. So Alex Pretti was a paid left-wing agitator. Pretti broke a rib in a confrontation with federal sources. Pretti was also—
Why do this? All of these people that are defending this shit don't know anything about, like, they don't need any of this to feel comfortable defending it. So what are we trying to do here? Like, do you think any of these people that are defending this shit have an ounce of guilt, remorse, or embarrassment? They're clearly completely fine with it, completely fine with themselves. Like, are we trying to make them, like, are we worried that the people that are like, going out there saying this shit, like, I don't know about this, like, will this age badly? Like, this seems kind of morally reprehensible, something inside. Like, is this really making them feel better?
Known to federal authorities, and that his family had said that he had quit his job months earlier in order to go be a professional agitator. Okay, is that the only lie that we've been told, that he's just some innocent nurse? Nope, it gets even worse, ladies and gentlemen. Who remembers Joe Rogan Gate? Speaking of CNN Joe Rogan Gate.
And turns out I got COVID. So we immediately,
when Joe Rogan had COVID,
all kinds of mess,
and CNN turned him into a cadaver. The bottom video is Joe Rogan on Instagram. The top video is Joe Rogan literally looking like an ashen husk, somebody who's like on death's door. CNN put a filter on Joe Rogan in order to make him look worse. They manipulated.
So Joe Rogan got owned by CNN, I hear?
Real life. And this is exactly what they're doing right now in this instance as well. Joe Rogan.
3 days later, I had one day where I felt like shit. The next day I felt better, and then the day after that I make this video, and I was saying essentially that I had to cancel the shows that I was doing with Dave Chappelle that weekend.
Yeah, because he looks great here. Joe Rogan looks awesome.
So that's the top one is the CNN version, and that the bottom one is the real version. This is me outside in Texas, so it's nice and sunny out. And look at what they did to my face. They made me look like I was ill. That looks like a cadaver. It's crazy what they did.
It's crazy what they did. You know, they did the same thing with Alex Pretti. I can't believe this is true. Why would you do this? Okay, so here we go. First off, this is the actual photo.
Like, him digging them for doing this when Benny Johnson clearly uses a filter to create these videos himself. It may not be AI, but he's using some sort of beauty filter, because I promise you, a man this age is not looking that smooth.
Photo, an old photo before he quit his job of Alex Pretti. He was a nurse at a hospital, okay? Alex Pretti's picture was edited using AI to make him appear prettier to the public. And MSNBC...
He's like, trust me, I know. You have to be more subtle than this if you're going to use AI, okay? Just fucking download Facetune and it'll all be okay.
Broadcast the edited image on air, the same image that was displayed at a memorial. They actually used AI to enhance the dead activist's face to make him look, I don't know, better. I mean, they definitely like made him tanner, right? Sharpened some of the features, a stronger jawline, hairline, and so on. What a bunch of monsters. Look at this. Here's
history of this moment, this time,
here's like the,
is studied.
It's not monstrous so much as it is just like disrespectful, and unfortunately you're going to see more shit like this.
Them broadcasting
the epicenter of this moment will undoubtedly be the city and the people of Minneapolis, Minnesota. The people there.
Yeah, using a filter. He's just a really good lighting setup inside his closet.
Were pushed to the brink over the weekend again in the wake of another killing of a nonviolent bystander by ICE agents in Minneapolis. This time it was 37-year-old Alex Pretti.
Look at that. It's a fake image. It's not real. What would the explanation?
Again, and this motherfucker saying this when literally every single thumbnail from him is AI. Every single one is AI slop. And he's complaining like, why would they do this? Can you believe this reputable news outlet did this? Only disreputable outlets like myself are supposed to do that. AI Joe Rogan, AI Rachel Maddow, it's the one we're currently watching. AI Trump fucking freaking the fuck out. AI Sydney Sweeney, disturbing. So he's like, I can clock that from a mile away.
Explanation for this be? I don't know. They do this in order to manipulate you.
I just don't see what like CNN doing this to Rogan years ago has to do with MS Now doing it to Alex Pretti. the other day.
Joe Rogan and make him look like I mean, look at it. Joe Rogan looks like an Easter Island head carved out of stone. Or they'll take some guy who, I don't know, looks just like a dude. They'll try and turn him into a Joseph A. Banks model. All of it's lying. It's lying to manipulate you and to propagandize enemy of the people. The media edited Joe Rogan's picture versus how they edit Alex Pretti's picture. They literally made a different human being. It's not the same human. Genuinely embarrassing, pretending that their eyes and ears network and give you a break. This is a weird thing to do, right? Why would you edit a dead man's image? No, they didn't. They glamorized his picture. Original edit. It did happen. MSNBC, whatever they're calling themselves now, have decided that Alex Pretti was not pretty enough for their news stories. They decided to enhance him with AI. And if you watch the video, a screenshot from it appears at the 25-second mark. There you go. Oh, by the way, this has been seen by hundreds of thousands of people, right? This video has 200,000 views on it.
But it's like getting more views because of this.
Now, they lost the NBC, has nearly 10 million subs. This has been seen by millions of people because they broadcasted it. They put it on social media. They're lying to you, regardless of your political views. This should offend every single one of us. This man is dead. Using media and AI to actively dishonor his memory because he wasn't good enough to look at. They're disgusting garbage for doing this.
I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. This same image was used at a memorial. Reality wasn't camera ready, so they enhanced it. This is not normal behavior. No, it's sick. It's one of many of the AI ops that they've been using now. Seriously, kind of like when the fake news tried to make Joe Rogan look sick. MSNBC tried to edit Alex Pretti.
Holy fuck. I did not realize Benny Johnson clearly shamelessly just like fucking yaps and rambles so he can get his videos to like close to 10 minutes to stretch out the fucking ads that run in between. The parent say quit his job. The hospitals made a statement. He was fired. Complete lie. This person literally just making shit up or falling for something else. So when does the media get held to account for propaganda? They are so evil. Again, the video that this person clicked on literally has an AI thumbnail of Rachel Maddow crying, even though she's not even involved in this story. She wasn't even reporting or in the clip or anything like that. Nurse my ass, fired nurse. He was pretty dumb. Okay, I think we're done here. Let's see. She also, Megyn Kelly also lost her mind over this. Media manipulation includes AI image of Alex Pretti and CNN guest talking concentration camps. This was a day ago. It's 92,000 views from our girl.
Well, I'll just give you one example. Here's a guest on with Jake Tapper on CNN and SOT 5.
We can't do business as usual right now anyway because our city has been invaded by masked gunmen kidnapping family members and friends and neighbors of ours to send them to concentration camps.
Just one note. I'm not here to defend ICE, but I'm not a big fan of people using the term concentration camp to describe detention camps. That has a very specific meaning in terms
Well, they take people to
Same.
I understand that, but they take people to Fort Snelling here, which literally was built as a concentration camp. And
I would expect nothing less from Jake Tapper. Create a term so it can be held up and used exclusively for past historical events, but not so it can be used to prevent further atrocities.
Alligator Alcatraz, which I think we can all agree is a concentration camp. I'm not saying they're Dachau. I'm not saying they're putting people in ovens yet, but these are concentration camps.
They are, by definition, concentration camps. They are not death camps. Those are different things.
What was that? It's not going well on CNN.
These people just think concentration camp is when Holocaust. Concentration camp is when Auschwitz. That's it. Even though those are death camps.
Producer, like before they go live with the shot, and you look at what that cat's wearing, and I mean, you think this segment's gonna go well?
Hey, boss, I got a great booking. This guy seems measured.
Not a huge fan of comparing things to the concentration camps. It's like a hard no for most of us, making comparisons to Nazi Germany. And the guy's like, no, I get it. Except, they're not putting people in ovens.
She's not descriptively wrong in the sense that people bristle at it but because they're not, these terms are not taught to us. Sorry, I'm distracted. People don't internalize these terms as anything other than like a chapter in like a history lesson, when really they were terms that were created to, again, prevent atrocities. The whole never again thing.
You're right. I'll be more measured.
At the same time,
I haven't actually seen ovens yet.
You had the governor of that state be like, there's going to be a book like The Diary of Anne Frank written about this occupation we're under. So, like, It's not like it's coming from nowhere. Part of what the left does is
we
they
have that
to gin them up.
Stand by. Here's Hot 20.
We have got children in Minnesota hiding in their houses, afraid to go outside. Many of us grew up reading that story of Anne Frank. Somebody's going to write that children's story about Minnesota. And there's one person who can end this now.
I mean, first of all, children's story is like Goodnight Moon, the very hungry caterpillar.
What? The Diary of Anne Frank is like a standard part of American middle school curriculum. It's not like an adult book. It is a book written by a child, and I don't mean that derisively. I just mean that as objectively true by a young girl and for children to read and consume.
It's
not
really
the Diary of Anne Frank.
It's not the Diary of Minnesota illegals either.
I mean...
And secondly, he got rebuked by the Holocaust Museum. I always like the National Holocaust Memorial. Like, when they're rebuking you, it's not ideal, like when you're just trying to make a point about your kids. By the way, that's a great place to start for ICE. Apparently, Tim Walz knows where all the illegal children are hiding, and he's ready for ICE to deliver the epilogue to their story in Minneapolis. I'm sorry, it's just so ridiculous.
But it's necessary for them to condition their support.
Laughing is actually not an argument, lady.
Supporters. If he's going to have people out in freezing conditions with their phones out harassing ICE on his behest, he has to make them think you're fighting Nazis. You're brave heroes who are part of the underground to save us from Nazis by using that kind of language.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing.
I'm really glad, Megyn, you played those clips back to back because I think, what we were talking about in the first segment, right? It's the permission structure that the governor, Tim Walz, and Jacob Frey and the leadership there in Minnesota.
No, it's actually there is a permission structure going on, but it's being used to dehumanize certain people. And you're talking about like he has literally cause and effect like completely reversed and doesn't actually know which group of people is being given a permission. Permission structure is being erected to dehumanize and justify their abuse of.
Minnesota has provided for people like that lunatic. I mean, that guy looks like, a Portlandia character straight out of Central Casting, with the pink knit beanie wearing it inside. I mean, these people are cartoon characters.
Okay, so now there's more, because if we're going to get into media spin. We have got to talk about what MSNBC did with the image of Alex Pretti. Apparently, they did not think that their hero was hot enough. And so they or someone from whom they got the picture clearly manipulated the photo.
Let me see if I can't play this video or whatever. Like, people are laughing at like what Tim Walz had to say, but like, tell me if it's really that like, if it's really that off. Give me a second. This is what I get for having a video in Discord.
That is out there of Alex Pretti in his nurse's scrubs to make him look better in the image that Nicole Wallace showed on the air. Now, I'm showing, let's put this up. It's the original, a little tanner, and then the after. All right, now, I actually looked very close. I put my reading glasses on and I zoomed in.
The second chatter today who has insisted that MS Now is like controlled opposition. That's what CBS is for. It's not MS Now.
And you can see actually what they've done. They've darkened his hair.
MS Now did this because they want more money and clicks.
Again, I don't know who
people are more likely to care about somebody who conforms to conventional beauty standards than they are to care about somebody who doesn't.
But MSNBC used it. They darkened his hair. They filled in his hair a little to make him look slightly less bald. They tanned him up. They whitened his teeth, and they may have straightened one tooth over there on the top left. There was like a snaggle, and it appears to have been gone in the AI version on the right. His nose, which I'm sorry, but you take a man's rather prominent nose and start manipulating it to make it look less like long and out there, and now you're really Now you're really messing with things. Like, that is just so beyond by a journalist. Like, a filter that makes the guy look tanner.
I mean, this bitch would know a thing or two about that, right? What part of her face hasn't been fucking touched by a knife and cut off and removed?
All right,
This is
maybe
Megyn Kelly
that could
talking.
happen accidentally. The shortening of a nose? That does not happen accidentally. And
I would know, okay, as somebody who has undergone a rhinoplasty and a revision rhinoplasty, it doesn't just go away, okay?
Jaw may have been shortened in the picture
Also,
on the right. I mean, there
look
have
at
been
the right
multiple
bicep.
manipulations on this picture.
They like juiced him. Look at his right bicep. I saw this image.
They make it sound like, again, when they say like they juiced him or whatever, as if this wasn't generated in like 2 seconds. Because they just put it in AI and said, make him look better. Nobody like painstakingly for hours like doctored this image. They literally fed it through Grok or something.
Like, they really went to
Oh my
town
God, you're
on-
right.
Isn't that insane? Think about that.
I didn't even
Yeah,
notice
revision is pretty common.
that one.
I mean, it's less insane than being
look at
horny
this.
for Luigi Mangione.
Yeah, no,
You
you're
know,
right.
So this is technically
It's
an improvement.
true.
That's actually right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, can you listen to the messaging that Nicole Walz,
Again, like this woman. Megyn Kelly before and after. No, it's so small. Hold on. Oh, wait, I have a Facebook. I'm signed into Facebook, so I should be able to see it. Yeah. Lady, this nose on the right, that was not the nose that your mama gave you. That was not what you were born with. You clearly hacked off the fucking tip, for one. She's clearly had buccal fat removal to make herself look more gaunt and skinny. And she's also had like it's called an upper blepharoplasty. It's where they remove excess skin on the eyelids. On top of like, that's not even getting into like the Botox and fillers and shit that she's clearly injected into her fucking face.
Wallace was giving her audience when she used the manipulated
It's
image.
just the shading. Oh my God, don't be that dense. Don't do these people, like, don't do PR for these people for free, okay? It's not just the shading. It's not just makeup. It's one of these, like, everyone will, no one will notice, everyone will know, or something like that. Or what is it? What's the saying? Like, everyone will know something's different, but nobody's going, everyone will notice, no one will know. That's what it is. Like, oh, there's something different about her. Maybe she lost weight, maybe this, maybe that. But like, no, they have like actually altered their bodies and their faces.
Listen.
This time it was 37-year-old Alex Pretti, an ICU nurse who cared for veterans. Donald Trump and his cabinet, his administration, are demanding once again that you not believe your eyes and ears.
Kind of thinking that would be a good instinct in this particular instance, but like, what kind of a cynical mofo is like, he's not hot enough?
Yeah.
We have to make him look hotter.
The fucking whitest woman in the world saying mofo, especially when she's this age, it's just fucking weird.
If we really wanted him to be our poster boy. I mean, like, that is effed up. It just shows you how this is all acting. I genuinely believe that Natalie Portman tears are fake. The Glenn Close outrage is fake. It's performative. These people on the streets are there.
Natalie Portman tears, Glenn Close outrage. What is this? What?
You mentioned the billionaire. There have been several reports now. The biggest and best was out of Fox News. I think it's Azra Nomani who did it, who reported that it's this guy, an American-born billionaire named Neville Roy Singham, a self-declared.
I still demand to know why these people hate Ruth. Okay, why do you keep saying that? Who is Ruth?
Marxist Leninist living in Shanghai, who's created one of these communist groups, the People's Forum, that is out there. It's a nonprofit that supports these entities like Breakthrough News, which is a left-wing propaganda outfit that's been heavily creating content centered on Minneapolis. They're doing things like sharing videos, publishing graphics, demanding things like abolishing ICE, and on it goes.
They're doing things like documenting the ongoing crimes by the Trump admin taking place in Minneapolis.
Like, we are being actively manipulated from MSNBC down to these shadowy groups that are openly communist. So some guy sitting in Shanghai. It's like that weirdo who's all over X, Ian Miles Chong, who's attacking people like your
Ruth next time. Oh, Ruth Les, got it.
Truly, for my commentary on politics from Malaysia. Fuck you. Get out of fucking Malaysia. Why don't you come here if you want to criticize me? But it's like these shadow.
They'll get deported, no?
figures who want to control the American dialogue from like their huts, God knows where.
Right. And I mean, they're 25.
Again, they're saying this is like people on the right are literally repeating Vietnamese AI bot lies about Alex Pretti's employment status prior to his death.
5,000 square foot huts, Megyn. These are billionaires who want to ruin our country. Ruin our country. They're paying, like this guy that Asra Nomani's great reporter. She's obviously been following this left-wing money chain for a very long time, and she's written extensively about.
Oh, Natalie Portman cried over Alex Pretti, apparently. Megyn Kelly has accused Natalie Portman, catfight, shedding crocodile tears over Alex Pretti's death as she questioned why the liberal actress didn't cry when Lincoln Riley was murdered by an illegal migrant. Maybe because you're talking about criminality that's occurring between civilians versus armed agents of the state that are going around like mass thugs executing Americans. The conservative commentator questioned Rich Bitch Portman's authenticity after she welted up. Love the Daily Mail. I think they mean welled up at the Sundance Film Festival when she talked about Pretti. When she was asked about Pretti. The 37-year-old ICU nurse was fatally shot by Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis on Saturday, sparking a national uproar and heightened discontent with President Donald Trump's deployment of ICE in sanctuary cities. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because it's really been a horrible day, she said while wiping away tears at the Park City event the same day Pretti died. What is happening in our country is just obscene, and what Trump and Kristi Noem and ICE are doing to our citizens and to undocumented people is outrageous and needs to end. But Kelly wrote off her tears as just another one of her award-winning performances. She managed to gin up some tears. She's an actress, so yeah, she bluntly noted on the Megyn Kelly show on Tuesday. Far left loons. Weird.
This guy that you mentioned, and he said that the one tool he has in his tool chest where he can use to beat everybody else is treachery. They want to ruin our country. They're the ones who are tearing us apart at the seams. They're the ones who are like, oh no, America, you don't have enough problems as it is. We need to import millions of people from third world countries who grew up under different circumstances and who want to take your peaceful neighborhood away from you. Military-age men from the other hemisphere who want to cause.
Room was made for Jordan Peterson, Steven Crowder, Lauren Southern, which other ones? Elon Musk, Melania Trump.
Violence in your streets. And if you try to say anything about it, you're the bad guy. This is an actual operation against us. It's a left-wing funded insurgency from foreign governments. And I'll let Smug speak to the guys on X who are doing this for money too, because he knows who they are and where they come from. But the reality is we have to open our eyes. Is it
Malaysia?
Well, the thing is that it's all over. One of the things that Elon did that was incredible is now you can click on a person's profile and see where they register, what country they register their account in, and which country that they're accessing the app from. It's incredible because very quickly you saw a lot of people who are trying to tell Americans how America should be run aren't in America. It's incredible. But like to Ashbrook's point.
Yeah, it's incredible. Again, all of these right-wing pundits like Gavin McInnes that feel like they should be able to dictate from across the border up in Canada what America ought to be doing.
Amount of money coming from overseas billionaires who recognize
correct, and then they funneled it into this thing called Tenet Media, and then Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, Tim Pool took that money and then propagandized their audience while claiming to be victims of an unwitting Russian scheme.
That the left is a useful tool of useful idiots. We saw in New York City protests pop up where the signs were already printed, the hats are already made and ready to go. It's because this is not an organic grassroots thing that you're seeing across the country. The Democrats have realized if they want to be funded, Kamala Harris took a ton of money. Her campaign, her super PACs took a ton of money from these people. Hans Jörg Wyss.
Even these pathetic lowlives orbiting around Megyn Kelly don't laugh at her shitty jokes. There's more social capital to be extracted when you don't laugh at a woman's jokes, even if they are genuinely funny. And truly, you only get rewarded for the fake laughter around men, not around women.
A Swiss national, George Soros. Billionaires are essentially funding the left to try and destroy this country, and we're seeing the effects of it in Minnesota and across the country.
If your goal is to ruin America, you really only have one plot of people to deal with, right? They don't particularly like America to begin with.
Exactly.
And it's a lot easier. That was the great irony of the whole Russiagate investigation, by the way, is that somehow the conservative right was going to be the angle to have other countries pull one over on us. Like what we've seen over the last 10 years is basically a whole bunch of foreign influence going in on the left to try to do relatively little manipulation in order for them to just get on board for the big win. And if you take a step back, I think you look at your average Republican, your average conservative voter.
Who takes money from AIPAC? The average Republican who takes money from a organization that is explicitly aligned with the state of Israel and does whatever the fuck they want.
Vast majority of people, they want to take their kids to soccer practice and softball. They want to make sure that they've got, streets that are navigable, that they don't have crime in their neighborhood. They want to take care of their neighbor. They want to go to church. You want to just like basic American things. And then you look at the left and it's much more instant and it's much more absurd. And there is no 50,000 foot look. It's much right now. We hate Trump right now and whatever you can do. And so you get like images which you started this.
It's much more instant. When does he expect the opposition to what? What is this criticism? That like if only they were slower about their opposition to Trump, they'd be more permissive of it or it'd be less crazy? What?
Conversation about where you just manipulate it just a little bit to get somebody just a little bit more right now angry about a whole bunch of different things, and you can send them off in a million different directions. And I think that is happening in real time in the far left in a way that is so corrosive to our democracy, our republic. I mean, they are becoming, to your point earlier, you got to start asking questions about whether a national divorce is for real, because they don't seem like they're capable of actually getting to the point where we all want the same things.
They're inflaming the national divorce.
Again, this is a group of people that gets to inflict their minoritarian rule upon this country by virtue of the Electoral College and archaic forms of representative democracy.
Actually inflaming
complaining about the majority of people are with us, actually.
Want it to happen.
A new year means new financial goals. Like,
okay, lady. Okay, what's the other video? This wasn't even the one that went viral. The one that went viral is the one that we're gonna pull up next, where she's like apparently just fucking pissing on Alex Pretti's grave.
Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. We begin with the shooting of a 37-year-old man in Minneapolis and what President Trump should do about it.
This is Crucial Questions After Shooting in Minneapolis with James O'Keefe, Dave Ehrenberg, my boy, who was on Tim Full with me, and Andrew Bronca. This was 2 days ago. It has 183,000 views.
I mean, what he should do about his mission, his ongoing mission, and the country's to rid the United States of criminal illegal aliens, which is exactly what he was elected to do. He was elected with majority support to get rid of all the illegals here, all of them. The country was united, at least a majority of it was, in getting rid of the illegals who are here, never mind the worst ones, the ones who have committed additional crimes. Of course, everyone, the majority, was united in that. And that's what he's been trying to do. And he has gone city after city trying to do it with very little problems, except in Minneapolis, where he has a true insurrection at hand. I mean, he does. He has an insurrection at hand. And it's evident in the streets there day after day after day. And the question is, what do we do about it? Don't miss
what she's doing is working overtime to already get her audience comfortable with the fact that he's going to invoke the Insurrection Act.
For that. Patrol agent. On Saturday, a 37-year-old man, Alex Pretti, was shot by Border Patrol agents there after a confrontation. Alex Pretti was there being subversive. He was there trying to interfere with the traffic, trying to direct traffic into an ICE operation from the look of it.
Wow, he was so subversive. He was trying to direct traffic. Like, do these people hear themselves?
He was not there to help. He was not there to assist law enforcement or make things easier for them. He was there with a loaded gun, looking to cause trouble.
That he was legally allowed to carry because he had a concealed carry permit.
Border Patrol agents. And that trouble came back on him. We'll get into the specifics in the frame by frame and all of that in a minute. But I just want to say, like, I don't, personally, I'm so sick of this bullshit. These are organized agitators who train to disrupt and, in some cases, hurt law enforcement. They're go out there looking for confrontations.
Again, they all say the same shit. Now we've got Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Megyn Kelly all trying to float this narrative that Alex Pretti was anything other than an upstanding citizen who was beloved by his community, his family, his friends, an ICU nurse that worked with veterans, and literally followed all of the legal pathways that you need to be able to conceal carry in this country. Anything other than just like, again, an angel of a human being, to the extent that those exist.
That they can make go viral on their social media, or that they can use as propaganda to turn people against the good guys, the ones who are trying to rid us of the scourge of child molesting illegals. That's what they want to do. They want to paint themselves as noble and the ICE or the Border Patrol agents as awful, and get some sort of confrontation on camera or something that'll make them look silly or bad. Or
yeah, Alex Pretti actually wanted to provoke these people into killing him. Believable.
Brutal. And then when things turn actually bad and brutal and dangerous, and in the case of Renee Good and now this Alex Pretti, all of their remaining enablers rush to social media and the cameras to say, you see, we told you. No. Even if I, Megyn Kelly, went to interrupt law enforcement conducting lawful arrests and law enforcement operations with a loaded gun, it tucked into the back of my pants, and then I engaged in a physical confrontation with them, where I'm shoving and they're shoving, I'd be in grave danger. Grave danger. Yes, the gun is definitely going to amp up the police officer's reasonable fear for their own safety, but even without me having a gun in this scenario, I'd be in grave danger, because resisting arrest can lead to very bad things. And just ask George Floyd. You don't do it. Bad things can come. You don't resist arrest. You don't antagonize cops in the middle of the street in a law enforcement operation. And then when they've got hands on you trying to place you under arrest, you submit. That's it. Submit. Haven't we all had this conversation with our children?
And if you don't, again, capital punishment according to these people.
My boys and submit. Haven't we all had this conversation with our children? I've told my boys and my daughter this, my husband too. We've all talked to our kids about it. And I know some, back during BLM, they wanted to say only black people have this conversation with their kids. Bullshit.
No one said only black people had this conversation. They said every single black person has had it. Not only. Those are two different things.
Every normal parent tells their children, if you get pulled over by a cop or find yourself interacting with a cop, you submit. If they are being a prick, a racist, a bully, overbearing, if they're wrong, if they don't actually have the right person.
Yeah, but if they're trying to literally essay you, what then, Megyn? Should you submit to that as well? Total immunity, right? That's what JD Vance said and then lied and said he didn't say. Does that cover that?
We will deal with it later, because you don't antagonize a law officer with a gun.
This is like literally just her version of like endure.
It's just they face too many threats that are deadly to them. We have to be the ones to be extra careful about not antagonizing. We do.
And it's not about complying, because these people also say that Derek Chauvin is innocent, and not because of some procedural bullshit. They say that George Floyd died of fentanyl in the system, and that even though George Floyd, again, I'm not acting like he wasn't resisting at different points or he wasn't belligerent to officers as well, but once he was restrained and once he was complying with their orders, they still defended him having his neck kneeled on.
Especially in Minnesota and Minneapolis, because of what they're doing to the Border Patrol and the ICE there. I'm sorry, but there's actually a greater, ironically, responsibility on those protesters, they're terrorists in my view, to behave well and submit immediately than there is on anybody else, because they have put these guys on the razor's edge. I mean, as Alex Pretti is getting shot, an ICE officer was getting elsewhere in Minnesota, his finger bitten off by one of these terrorists. Like, I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Pretti, but I don't. Do you know why I wasn't shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my...
These are the same people that scolded you for not, like, saying we are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame, but unironically.
Ass inside and out of their operations. It's very simple. If I felt strongly enough about something the government was doing that I would go out and protest, I would do it peacefully on the sidewalk without interfering, via a whistle, via shouting.
I mean, what do you have to protest, lady? You're a white woman who supports MAGA. It's like Christmas every day for you.
Via my body, via any other way, I would make my objections known by standing there without interfering, because interfering is where you go south.
I mean, this like just submit thing is actually commensurate with like her personality and her career, because when she came under fire for blackface comments, She apologized on air like she was instructed to. She didn't fight that. She didn't quit over it. She did what she was told to try to keep her job, and then they canceled her show anyway because that terrible fucking ratings. When she was sexually harassed by Roger Ailes at Fox News and then later by Donald Trump, she still showed total fealty to these men. She didn't quit right away. She hardly even spoke out against them, truly. So for her to turn around and give that same advice to anybody that, you know, doesn't like what's going on is unsurprising.
And laying hands on a police officer trying to, or Border Patrol officer or ICE officer trying to conduct a law enforcement operation is a felony. And now you are going to get arrested. And if you do anything that resembles resisting, you're in serious trouble. Doesn't give them the quote.
If Charlie Kirk hadn't been racist, he wouldn't have been shot, right?
Right to shoot you. It amps up the situation and the danger such that they may be found in reasonable fear of their...
All you're doing is admitting that, like, cops are trigger-happy fucking morons. Cops, ICE, DHS, CBP, whatever. And that it's incumbent upon you to navigate that situation carefully and not on them to show restraint.
Safety if they do. I sent out a post on X over the weekend saying, you know, maybe it's time for President Trump to just pull ICE out of Minnesota. Pull them. Not as a cave to these lunatics, but...
Oh, this will be the cope. They don't deserve it, right? They don't deserve the protection from ICE.
To teach them a lesson. Let's pull all of ICE and all of Border Patrol and then say, you know what? World, there's going to be zero federal immigration enforcement anywhere in this state. In fact, if you're a criminal illegal alien anywhere in the United States...
That'll show them. Do it. Yeah.
Here is your invitation to move to Minnesota, where we are telling you you will be safe. You will be safe there from federal immigration officials to commit crimes, no matter how destructive or disgusting it may be. Go ahead. Have at it. Have at the people of Minnesota. I'm sorry, if you're a Republican, you're going to have to leave. You're going to have to get out. I know it's inconvenient. I had to do it. Look, we fled New York. We had to. Had to do it for the good of our kids.
We fled New York. What are you talking about, lady?
We went to a blue state, Connecticut, which is a little bit more purple in certain pockets. But I'm sorry.
The cope. The fucking cope, man. All of these people, again, they're coastal elites. They love living in New York. They love living in Connecticut. They love living in LA. They love living in these blue cities.
You've chosen to live in a state that is just too...
Yeah, she's an asylum seeker.
Insane. And honestly, like, all the illegals should go there. And we should also tell them you can set up a fraudulent business there. And it will flourish unchecked with the help of Minnesota taxpayers. Not federal, because we're going to have to find a way to cut off federal taxpayer money to Minnesota. That's obvious. They're basically seceding from the union. And also, every single asylum seeker in the USA, Trump has done a good job of shutting down asylum seekers because it was just so abused under Biden. But let's say we reopen that spigot or we allow some to pursue it. Every single one must live in Minnesota if they want to apply for asylum. We are not considering any asylum applications that come from anybody from a state other than Minnesota. Let's get them all into Minneapolis and St. Paul. Get them all there. You love the illegals so much, go there. Welcome them into your community with the open arms you purport to have as they're being deported and shipped out.
Wow, I was talking about concentrating all of these people in a particular region and area based off of particular demographic backgrounds and features.
I mean, as they're being shoved out, you're suddenly super welcoming. Okay. I mean, they're committing forcible sodomy.
I mean, really, you can just swap this out with any other demographic. It becomes incredibly clear what is going on. Just replace illegals with Jews.
Children, but I guess that, you'll just handle it. Maybe you'll just give them a cup of chamomile tea and talk them out of their lawless ways. Good luck. I honestly, like, I'm tongue in cheek here, but I'm like, something dramatic must be done. Like, if this is how it's going to go, if they don't want any help from the federal government, who's got sole responsibility for immigration enforcement, sole, the states have none. It is up to President Trump to deport the illegals and to secure the border. If they don't want anything to do with it, they don't want the feds doing their job, which is not for them to say. I mean, it is subversive, unlawful, and you could argue now insurrection-y, what they're doing. Maybe the answer is, okay.
Just replace lawbreakers with racial groups. You realize that the reason why it mirrors fascist rhetoric is not only because of the fact that, one, for you to categorize them as like lawbreakers or whatever, We're talking about to the extent that it's even criminality, which is not always, it's civil violations. A lot of the time when it comes to like overstaying visas and whatnot, you're talking about the criminality on par with traffic penalties, for one. And for two, it's all of the things that she's saying are surrounding it. It's not just a matter of like doing some like apples to oranges, like ham-fisted analogy. The way that she's talking about this group of people or whatever, it's not determined solely by their immigration status. She supports an administration that is actively targeting people, non-white people, on the basis of their skin color and ethnicity, not for any criminality or anything that they did or whatever. That is just a flimsy cover. And you fall for it like a moron when you say, "Oh, this is like just replace lawbreakers with racial group."
Have them. Remember when Texas Governor Greg Abbott,
these illegals is just a shorthand for brown person who I do not like. The entire basis for Minneapolis going there, half of it is because of that stupid Nick Shirley video that's about Somali American fraud or whatever. And Somali Americans the majority of them are American citizens. They're not. It's not a undocumented immigrant population. Like 80 to 90% of them are Americans.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis shipped the illegals who had been crossing the border north to Chicago, to New York, to Martha's Vineyard. It changed everything. Changed the entire conversation. All those rich progressives in Martha's Vineyard couldn't get those illegals out of their island fast enough, remember? I mean, it was like literally less than 48 hours. Governor DeSantis sent 50 of them to the island. Less than 2 days later, they'd been shipped off to mainland Massachusetts. Remember? And then somebody said...
Yeah, remember the human trafficking that went on as a political stunt? Yes, correct.
Somebody was interviewed and said, "Oh, we missed them. We're going to go visit them at the facility to which they've been shipped." Sure, Jan. How'd those visits go? Probably lost...
This is so forced from her. And like... Like, do you actually hear this and think that these are people who fear for them because they're going after criminals? This is not about criminality. Okay, I can't listen to more of this bullshit. I do want to see, what is it? Let's see, this can go away. That can go away. Okay, so there was a town hall that I want to see in its entirety, but CNN doesn't have it. And even though I have YouTube TV, I can't watch the fucking replay of it. And I'll watch the whole thing tomorrow, but I do want to see this clip at the very least. Yeah, they haven't even uploaded the whole thing. The only one that they have is this. So it was a Minnesota town hall that CNN hosted between residents and confronting like Mayor Frey. They also like brought in like state senators and stuff like that, like Republicans. But his answers were just fucking bad from what I saw.
Field, Minnesota. Alex Pretti took care of his dad, Terrence Lee Randolph, when he was dying at the VA. He was his hospice nurse, essentially, and Alex honored his dad in this video. I just want to play that for
Noob Slaya, thank you so much for the $5. I really, really appreciate it.
viewers.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom.
Mac, welcome. What's your question?
Is there any transparency from feds on a timeline when their operation would be satisfied and they would conclude, or is this just the new reality?
Mac, first, thank you for being here. It's got to be a pretty emotional thing, having someone that took such good care and had such a deep respect for your dad get shot and killed in Alex Pretti. The question is, do we have some form of transparency in this investigation? How do we know that it will be conducted fully and fairly?
No, actually, it's whether there's a timeline on the
apologize.
operation from the feds. Is there any transparency on when maybe they would be satisfied and conclude this overall operation, or are they just saying this will just be ongoing for indefinitely?
Look, we don't have a timeline as to when and how it will be drawn down. And I know that's as frustrating and as concerning to me as it is so many other people in our country. Because look, Mac, you know this as well as I do. This is not about safety. If this
like, what is the point of having these town halls if you don't actually really have any answers to the questions people need to know? Need to have answers to.
Were about safety, there would be so many important mechanisms where we could, in fact, partner. And we have partnered extensively.
The more I hear Frey, the more he seems slimy. I mean, the reason why you feel that way, and I didn't know much about him at all, I just know that he was, Omar, his last name escapes me, but he was not the candidate that I had supported for mayor. He lost, so this guy won, and he was, like, kind of like centrist, corporate stooge, but he was saying some of the right things, you know, in light of the ICE deployment to Minneapolis. But as far as action taken, not much. Omar Fata, yeah.
We've partnered with the federal government, with the DEA, the FBI, the ATF, to successfully drive down crime. For instance, on the north side of Minneapolis, shootings are at a record low. Crime is down in virtually every category in every neighborhood. But that's not what this is about. And so do I have a timeline as to when it's going to end? No, that would be a better question for the federal government. But we're going to do everything possible that we can to advocate, to push, and to stand up for the neighbors who we love so dearly.
What do you have to say to those who are arguably the majority, who feel that harsh words and public statements are not enough to address this crisis?
I would say that they are exactly right.
I would say here's some more words.
Words alone are not going to do anything. And that's why in the city of Minneapolis, we are taking clear action to change this. And the battlefield that we operate on is the battlefield of the law. We are right, legally. The actions that have taken place in our street are unconstitutional. You can't randomly yank off the street a person because they happen to look Somali or they happen to look Latino. You can't detain United States citizens, rip them away from their family, and they don't even know where they went. And so we have the law on our side. We are preemptively and responsively suing. We hope to get a ruling on that lawsuit in the next several days because, to Mac's point, Sophia, to your point, we can't just allow this to continue. But that's not the only work that's happening. People in
God, this guy is like, again, he is actually making me cringe harder than seeing Pete Buttigieg try to like connect with people and like do this sort of like, it comes off as like performative outrage.
In this city, and God bless them, are standing up. Tens of thousands of people. They're the heroes in this story.
Like, even again, just a few weeks ago, he didn't sound this contrived when he was speaking out against the admin. Now he absolutely does.
Peacefully protesting, standing up for their neighbor, delivering food for people that are afraid to go outside, taking a watch at a daycare to make sure that their friends, their neighbors, our family, we are a collective
family. Such Broadway energy, conventionally handsome and overly expressive. Yup.
Family, that they're safe. And if there's inspiration to take it from them. Take it from the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Minneapolitans and Minnesotans that are standing up saying, you know what, we are better united, we are better together. And that, if nothing else, has been ridiculously powerful. I've never been prouder to be from Minneapolis.
Minneapolis has taken a lot of criticism from the Trump administration for being a sanctuary city. Mayor Frey, can you explain what it means to be a sanctuary?
Pete is a good communicator, not with voters. Pete is good when he goes on like Fox News and debates like a chud or something like that, or was like going around basically as like a surrogate for the Biden admin. Like, honestly, like seeing him do those sorts of things, like make those media appearances, he definitely came off like, to me, more like statesman-like. And I was thinking like, see, he should have been put on the VP ticket, not Harris. Even though I agreed more with Harris, even though I think I found both of them to be like disingenuous, but seeing him connect with voters or like try to or whatever, it's this sort of ham-fisted shit. He's not good at it.
City, why Minneapolis is a sanctuary city, and why you believe being a sanctuary city makes Minneapolis a safer place.
There's a lot of terminology about what is or what isn't a sanctuary city. But in Minneapolis, we have something called a separation ordinance. And what that ordinance states is that we do not work on immigration enforcement. We do not cooperate with federal agencies around immigration enforcement. We do work extensively with federal agencies to protect people and keep them safe. As I mentioned, we've had a number of incidents, many different administrations where we've worked with the federal administration to help. But it's not on federal immigration law. Why? Again, because I want our police spending time protecting the residents of our city, stopping homicides and carjackings, making sure that violent offenders are investigated and held accountable. What the separation ordinance also says is that we won't ask the question as to whether an individual is documented or not. And here's why. We want people that are undocumented.
Okay, I was like, just skip to this part. Skip to the part where you explain why, when you don't have sanctuary city policies in place, all you're doing is chilling undocumented people or non-permanent residents, future Americans, etc., that are worried about their being deported or whatever from engaging with and interacting with law enforcement, and will even decline to report instances of criminality or get resources that they need from local law enforcement. That's all you're doing. So there's like no reason for these cities to cooperate with ICE, because you're actually going to make the city less safer.
And to have the confidence to call 911 without the fear that they'll get deported in doing so. That is a safety strategy. That's not an immigration strategy. That is a safety strategy. And by the way, this is a strategy that has been implemented and supported not just by Minneapolis and my administration. This goes back even to Rudy Giuliani, the radical leftist, who said himself that we want people to call 911 and not to have a fear in doing so.
Mayor Frey, what material commitments are you making to community members, our community members, who have been harmed, detained, or have had their loved ones brutalized? As the mayor of the city, what concrete actions will you—
A lot of law students, like multiple law students have come up—
and the city of Minneapolis take, such as providing financial support, coordinating resources, or pursuing legal action?
All of the above, providing financial support, coordinating legal resources, and of course pursuing action. These are actions that are underway, and we need to bolster them even further. So first, we are proactively and responsively suing based on the unconstitutional conduct that is happening in our streets. Second, we are—
as much as it's like, okay, great for them to like ignore whatever the judge rules or whatever, it is important for them to be taking the administrative steps to oppose this admin's actions.
Working with a number of victims of these unconstitutional actions to try to hook them up with organizations where they can themselves have standing to sue. Third, we have a task force that is set up so that we've got communication channels that are in line so that we get through this most difficult of situations. And finally, look, our entire city enterprise has been operating over the last several weeks, if not months, to do everything possible that we can to keep our residents safe and to have an emergency response to what's presently taking place. And that includes things like having our community service officers deliver food. These are soon-to-be police officers deliver food for people that would otherwise be afraid to go out of their homes. This is everything that's happening for offices of immigrant and refugee affairs to make sure that they have legal supports in place if and when they need them. And here's the other truth. Is it enough? And this is real. No, and I'm sorry. I never in a million years would I have imagined that this kind of thing would happen in America. That the Department of Justice would be weaponized.
And now that it is, I am demonstrating that I am totally not the man or public servant to meet the moment.
Against local
like
people.
It's an unenviable position that these mayors, these politicians are in. I'm not saying that like it's easy, but the idea that this is the best that they could be doing is clearly not true.
And elected officials, that we'd have this broad invasion of thousands of agents, not to keep people safe, but causing chaos in our street. And so I'm sorry to you, to your community, and to your soon-to-be profession as a lawyer. And if I could just add one more thing, we need more people just like you. Because you're the one that's going to stand up for these constitutional rights going forward. You're the one that is going to ensure the endurance of our republic, which quite literally depends on people speaking out in favor of our country.
Okay, but it has to be more than words, Mayor Frey. It's not enough to speak out against it. It's not enough to file the lawsuits if that's not backed up by state action, okay? So why is it that he is not working more? He should be exerting as much pressure as possible to call upon other Democratic congressional representatives, senators, etc., to support him in Minneapolis in resisting this administration's fascist takeover of his fucking state and of his city and his state broadly.
Of America.
When your officers are prevented from inspecting crime scenes that exist in your jurisdiction by ICE agents, how does that change your mentality going forward when dealing with ICE? And can Minnesota residents expect police to be more direct if placed in similar scenarios now knowing ICE may try to prevent them from doing their jobs?
So I do feel like we are in a better place today than we were in the beginning of the week. I think the situation had increasingly been spiraling in a place we have never been before. We work literally every single day with members of federal law enforcement and all of these different agencies. A lot of our officers, and myself included, have personal relationships with a lot of these different federal agencies. And so at least when
don't say ICE, dude.
These shootings that
The
have happened
last thing anyone wants to fucking hear or be reminded of.
in the city have occurred, each time I have requested the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to respond. That is the agency that we have in this state that independently conducts use of force investigations that involve police. The problem that we've had, particularly the last time, is that while we were present on the scene and trying to preserve the scene, the BCA was not allowed into the scene, not once but twice, and including in the second time, they took the unusual step of getting a court-authorized search warrant to process a public space at a crime scene.
Why do they keep saying, oh, it's just so unusual and weird and quirky or whatever? It's like, is it fucking illegal? Like, call it out as illegal and stop trying to say it's this cute new fashion thing that the Trump admin is doing. Like, is he a fascist or is he fucking, it's like still, again, so couch, all these fucking kid gloves. I mean, I wouldn't expect it from like a fucking cop. He probably fucking voted for Trump. But Jesus fuck, man. And this was yesterday. Trump Fox News interview. Let's see how this went. This is on Justin. Trump addresses Renee Good and Alex Pretti shootings. This is a day ago and has 850,000 views. President Donald Trump discusses the upcoming midterm elections, the state of the economy, the deadly shootings of Renee Good and Alex Pretti, and more on The Will Cain Show.
Welcome back to the Will Cain Show, live from Iowa, and now we're here. We're here with President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing this.
Well, you do have great ratings.
Well, thank you.
We check the ratings, but even if you had lousy ratings, I would do your show. You are terrific. You've been a terrific guy.
I anticipate they should do very well today with this type of guest today here on the Will Cain Show. Welcome back to the campaign trail. Welcome back to Iowa. How does it feel?
Well, I love Iowa. We've won it 3 times conclusively. There wasn't like any late night voting or anything. We just won it right at the beginning. The doors closed and they said Trump won. And I love the people. I just get along with the people.
I was watching the other room. You look back in your element. You're back with the people. What do you like better? Do you like this, standing on the stage at a rally, or do you like making a deal, maybe for Greenland?
I think I like maybe the rallies better. Deals are fun, but we're making a lot of good deals. We've made record-setting deals. We have $18 trillion coming into the country. That's why they're building auto plants, AI. They're building everything. With thousands of businesses are being built all over the country. And you're going to have AI. A beautiful, very positive explosion sometime during the year when these things start opening up. But there's never been no country has done what we've done.
That explosion, that anticipated economic explosion, that's going to be important because you also need to do something that someone has done very rarely. You acknowledged this a couple of days ago with Maria Bartiromo, and that is for the president in power to win the midterms. I think it's been only twice since 1938 that the sitting president, the president in power, has won the midterms. Are you concerned?
Well, nobody can explain why. Even when we've had an amazing year, there's been a record-setting year in every way, and nobody can.
Record-setting year in every way. I mean, he's right not for the reasons that he thinks.
Explain. Even presidents, whether it's Republican or Democrat, when they win, it doesn't make any difference. They seem to lose the midterm. So that's the only thing I worry about. I said, why? There's some psychological factor out there.
What do you think that
is? But I think it's like 2 in more than 50 years. Well, I don't know. Maybe they want to put up a guard fence. Maybe
this is such a bizarre setup to do a standing interview in this fucking restaurant.
Just don't know. It doesn't make sense. Even if a president did well, they seem to lose the midterms. But hopefully we're going to change that around. We're doing great. We have the best polling numbers we've ever had. We have the best numbers in the country, lowest crime numbers in the history of our country. Minnesota's in the news a lot, but what they don't say is that Minnesota has low numbers because of the fact that we took thousands of hardened criminals out of Minnesota. So they had good crime numbers, believe it or not. And that's all working out. We have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we're going to de-escalate a little bit. But I will tell you, you look at the numbers, they're doing better than they've done in many years because we took thousands of criminals out of Minnesota. You look at Washington, D.C., it was a very dangerous place a year and a half.
Like when we watched Caroline Leavitt addressing these shootings a couple of days ago at the at the White House press conference, one of the worst of the worst criminals that they bragged about apprehending was somebody who, my understanding is, they had already been detained, and it was for a DUI. This is the worst of the worst, really.
Half ago, now it's as safe as you can get. You can walk your family down the middle of the street, nothing's going to happen. You know, it's we got rid of over 2,000 hardened criminals, many of them let in through the open border policy of Sleepy Joe Biden. It was not a good policy, Will.
I want to come back to Minnesota in just one moment, but let's go to those guardrails. I'd imagine
This side angle is doing him no favors.
you do not feel like you need guardrails in this moment. You talk about the investment.
No, I don't need guardrails. I don't want guardrails. Guardrails would hurt us because, you know, we're free enterprise people. The people in this room, the people of Iowa, are free enterprise. That's why we want it so big 3 times in a row.
I would have to imagine that guardrails would be an understatement of what would happen should you lose the House or the Senate. There's been talk of impeachment. You've been through this before.
Yeah.
You've been through it multiple times.
I'm a professional.
What will happen? What will happen if Democrats take the House?
They'll probably try and impeach me. They'll say he went to Iowa and he spoke unfairly to people and he's not supposed to do that. Let's impeach him, okay?
Unfortunately, the thing is like I don't even have the confidence in this party, the Democratic Party that is, to say that he's correct. There are lots of Republicans, including Ted Cruz, apparently was saying this like early last year in 2025, after Trump took office, as well as like this woman who runs like Latinos for Trump is saying like it's going to be impeachments constantly. We're going to lose the midterms if he stays this trajectory. Like they're panicking about the losses, but this idea that like Dems are going to like immediately impeach him, like I'm not so sure about that.
And the people in Iowa say, how did he get impeached? He just did an interview with Will, who has very good ratings, okay? But they just did an interview with Will. Now, they'll find something. There'll be something, I made the wrong turn at an exit, and let's impeach him. No, they did that before. They impeached me on a perfect phone call. Turned out they impeached me twice. And by the way, I won the impeachments very easily and quickly. But they impeach very nasty people. You know, they have bad policy, really bad, but they do 2 things. They stick together. Not stupid. Some are, because, you know, that's true with everything, right? But they stick together, but they have really bad policy. Men and women's sports, transgender for everybody. So many things are so bad. I mean, they're horrible to the farmers.
Oof, he's desperate. He does not, if we're hitting the transport fear mongering, just fucking trying to reach for low-hanging fruit, the stuff that he knows that plays well to his base.
And by the way, I just gave the farmers $12 billion because they were treated unfairly. We're taking in a fortune with tariffs. And I wrote them a little check about 2 weeks ago for $12 billion. Anybody in this room get any of it yet? Yes, yeah. A lot of people. It's a lot of money. And you know what? You deserved it. But
I wrote who a check for $12 billion, and no one, like literally like 2 people clapped, and they have the people that clapped have no idea what he's talking about. They just did it because they thought everybody else was going to clap.
Taking in so much money from the tariffs that we can do that.
I want to talk about the point of view from some of these farmers, some of these people in this room a little bit later, but now I want to take you up on your invitation to talk about Minnesota. Listen, the entire country is talking about what happened this past weekend in Minnesota. You've already spoken about it. Everyone watching has seen the video. Everyone has an opinion. I'm curious what you thought when you first saw that video.
Well, I think the whole thing is terrible. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty unusual.
Okay.
But nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line,
nobody knows. It's not like this event was recorded on film, on people's cameras from multiple angles.
Terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible too.
Even if none of that, literally none of that had been recorded, it wouldn't change the fact that there were, like, including the officers, like 10 witnesses.
And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But, I mean, I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans. And, you know, the daughter was...
Even worse, they supported me.
She was, I don't know if you could say radicalized, maybe not. I don't know. But I hate to see it.
You just learned that word.
I hate to see that.
You bring up the term radicalized. What do you think is happening? You see these people in these videos. They feel very emboldened to step in and interfere with law enforcement.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about protest, holding signs. I'm talking about people physically interfering with immigration enforcement. Why? Why do they feel so emboldened?
You know, you have to go throughout the whole country. You know, we have done so much work throughout the whole country. We don't have...
Why do these Americans feel like they can exercise their constitutional rights in this country? Even under your administration. It's kind of weird.
Any problem. The only one we have is Minnesota. We're in a lot of different places. New Orleans, we're in the governor of Louisiana called they have a big problem in New Orleans. And we went there. We've cut the crime by 67% in 4 weeks. It'll be down to practically nothing soon. Washington, D.C., we don't have problems. Like, you know, we've cut it down from a lot. It was very bad. It was terrible. People go to Washington to look at the Lincoln Monument and they end up getting whacked or whatever, killed. in some cases, numerous killings.
Getting whacked? Has he been like rewatching Sopranos or something?
That's a beautiful, safe place now. Memphis, Tennessee, one of the worst in the whole country, and now it's got very little crime.
But it's gone very differently in Minneapolis.
Well, it has. It's the only place.
And now the message is out that Tom Homan is in.
Yeah.
Commander Bovino is supposedly leaving Minneapolis along with some CBP agents. Is this a pullback?
I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you make little changes.
Unfortunately, I think that's correct. I think this idea that like, oh yeah, they're pulling back or whatever, that's how it was basically reported and understood at first. But when you actually read what they were planning to do, it just seems like they're slotting in Homan and that's it.
Bovino's
like they're not done killing people.
Very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases, that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like OG, that, they're incensed about anything. How do you get incensed when you go into a state and you're taking criminal?
Isn't it crazy how all of these thousands upon thousands of people are all in on this massive grand conspiracy theory? They're all getting checks left and right, which means there's literally a paper trail in banking history that could be investigated, subpoenaed. You could look into all of this stuff, and yet, and we even know the names of the exact billionaires like George Soros who's doing this, and yet they just they just keep getting away with it, and they just keep funding these agent provocateurs and these agitators and these would-be assassins and ICE warriors, right? It just all happens under our nose. Gosh darn it.
Criminals out. You're taking monsters out, murderers. We had 11,888 murderers let into our country by other countries, by Biden with his open border stupid policy. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You talk about bad policy. Open borders where people were coming, so the whole world, the Congo, Venezuela, all over the world, they're letting people in from the
crypto and cash are hard to trace. Oh, so that's the cope, that they're getting paid in crypto, or they're getting mailed buckets of cash.
Their prisons, and they're feeding them into the United States, and they're murderers,
moronic,
and they're drug dealers, and they're everything else you can think of, every bad name you can think of.
Your brain is
and they
like
let them in
actually
by the
smooth
millions.
if you think
We
that's
close
possible.
the border. We have nobody coming into our country anymore. Literally,
it just shows how hard it is to clean up, even after you close it. It shows the price that we paid under Joe Biden.
It's the hardest thing when you think of it.
The price that they paid under Biden. We're talking about people that open their doors and see white people as far as the eye can see, and the price that they're paying is like briefly for a couple of weeks. The clips that you ambiently consumed on Twitter, the same clips really, of the border, like a massive influx of people at the border. You had to see that on your screen for a couple of weeks, and then it went away because something else replaced it, and you forgot about it.
Inflation we've solved. It's done.
Now and then you had to watch a different TV. That's it.
We have it good. Where prices are coming way down. They were just saying in Iowa the fuel is
Tourists are getting whacked.
95. Did you hear that? Somebody said 185, but it was 350, 450 just a year and a half ago. You look at eggs, you look at groceries, it's all down. Everything's come down. Do you notice they don't mention affordability anymore? That's like an old-fashioned word. They brought up affordability, but they were the ones that caused it. I didn't cause it. I came in, prices.
Now affordability is the old-fashioned word. Usually he says it's groceries, and he was the one who brought it back.
Were way too high. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say. I say the history. But we had the highest, let's say in 48 years, the highest inflation. Prices were way high. Now I've got the prices down, and they're going down still further. But think of it. We brought fuel from $4, $3.50, $3.75 down to $1.99, $1.08. I was just told in Iowa, $1.85.
Yeah.
A gallon.
No doubt. But that leaves that problem, like you said, the hardest one to solve. People say they want our immigration laws enforced.
The hardest one to solve is
I remember a conversation that you and I had a year and a half ago with your Secretary of War, our friend Rachel Campos Duffy, and you said to me, you looked at me and said, it's going to be difficult when the New York Times runs a picture of a little kid being taken away from their mother. It's going to be difficult. And by the way, that basically happened to you a week ago. It was propaganda and it was false about a 5-year-old.
By the way, it was a totally false story
totally
about the
fake
5-year-old.
story.
Yeah, totally.
But you're now dealing with the difficulty of the propaganda.
Jesus Christ, this guy is fucking shameless as far as handing Trump's the assists. Usually, even Hannity and Lara Trump were better about it than this guy. This guy is openly, brazenly trying to come on, Donnie, say the thing, right? Say the talking points. It was a fake story. Remember about that kid being deported by ICE or taken into custody? God damn, he is really, really fucking helping him. As opposed to again, the way that Lara Trump's propaganda, when she did the interview with Trump, and this is his daughter-in-law. it was like softball questions, but she didn't really like help him. She just asked him like easy questions. Then when it came to Sean Hannity, it was the same thing. Like tried to like bait him into saying things, but he never like outright kind of like agreed with him.
In the face of enforcing.
And I knew
this is like closer to what I would expect from like Ingram.
Well, I mean, I said it's always tough.
Are you still
so we
committed?
take out 25 murderers. We take out drug dealers. We take out a whole group of people by the thousands. And if we get one person a little bit wrong, headlines.
This ain't even softball pitches. He's picking at the bat and hitting the ball for him.
They don't talk about all the.
And they're telling him, good
the
job.
reason that we have Minnesota crime down. I talk about that because it's only down for one reason. We took out so many criminals. But other states are way down. So
They
the
got
report came
whacked.
out to think of it. In the history of this country, we have the lowest number of murders. We have the lowest crime, the best crime numbers. That's despite the fact that
we have the lowest crime, the best crime numbers.
millions, I say 25 million people, millions of people were let in through the border by Biden. And many of those people were not people you want to have in the country.
So what's going to change? You put in Tom Homan. Have you spoken today to Tom Homan?
Well, yeah, I have. Tom is fantastic. Tom is a tough guy, but I've watched over the years, and he's gotten along with governors and he gets along with mayors. Some people don't. Some people just want to do their job and leave me alone. And that's sort of okay, too. That's generally been okay. Most of them are happy. Memphis, Tennessee, very tough, very straightforward. We're taking the criminal out. We're getting them out, either putting them in jail, because some are so bad that you don't want to send them to where they came from because you're afraid they're going to come back. They're murderers. So some are very down and straight, and others, Tom, I've noticed, as tough as he is, he gets along very good with governors and mayors. Now, I spoke to the mayor and to the governor yesterday, and they want to see it cleared up.
I'm so fascinated by your conversation with Governor Tim Walz. This man
Don't
has
fucking remind me of that shit, man.
suggested that this is a modern-day Gettysburg. He has likened his situation to Anne Frank in the Holocaust. He has said that ICE is your Gestapo army. And then you guys speak on the phone. I'm fascinated by that conversation.
It couldn't have been a nicer conversation. And in fact, I said to my people, I said, it's hard to believe that's the same guy I watch on television or I watch in a debate not doing so
He
well.
literally praised Tim Walz before back in 2020 for his handling of the George Floyd protests.
Because we had a very reasonable conversation, very good conversation. If you believe the conversation, he'd like to get this thing over with. But think of it, in the whole country, we've done this so much. We have the crime down to a level that nobody ever, I campaigned a little bit on crime, a lot on the border. The problem is I gave you the best border in the history of our country. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. I did it a long time ago. I was able to do it within 3 months of taking office. I had that border locked and closed. And, nobody even tries to come up anymore. It's easy now. Nobody even tries to come up. Before they were coming up by the millions. But nobody wants to talk about that. They only want to talk about whatever the last thing is. But we're taking out thousands and thousands of criminals. And the worst thing that Biden did...
It was this. Hold on. This is the clip I was reminded of. So, this is our boy, Tim Miller of the Bulwark. This was 2 days ago now.
I concur that getting rid of little Greg is a plus, but the demand was to get ICE out and CBP out and to replace him with Tom Homan, who, has been in his own right pretty incendiary on Fox and, has his own baggage. I'm wondering, if you think that's a satisfactory change for starters, and when you meet with him, what you're going to ask him about.
Well, look, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And Tim, I think you recognize this, and I've heard you. I think you have the vibe, if you will, of this one on this. This White House makes decisions based on emotions and non-reality that we're living in. I am in a position right now where I want to be very careful to continue to stand up, and we won't give an inch, but not to poke the bear. We don't need it. My hope is with Tom Homan is different from Greg Bovino and these folks on the streets that are just amateurs, that he is a true, law enforcement professional. I certainly wouldn't agree with his ideology on things, but I think what he understands is this thing turned into a disaster for them.
I concur that getting rid of little Greg is a plus.
Like, what is this shit, man? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt after everything that's gone on. Like, Tom Homan, this is reported by The Atlantic, was literally the person who had come up with the idea for the child separation policy.
This country, because again, inflation I can solve, all this stuff. The hardest thing to solve is when you have people brought into the country and you have to take those people. We have a very unfriendly court system, frankly, especially at the lower levels. Take those people and you have to say, I'm sorry, but you're going out. And in many cases, they're murderers. And they shoot you. They kill you. You've seen that, where they kill you. You're after a murderer. Sir, you're going to have to come with me. And they end up shooting you. It's a very tough job that they have.
I know you addressed it this morning. You talked about the incredible success, and it is an incredible success.
Yeah, it's tough being a fucking a mass pussy that gets to do whatever the fuck you want and act with impunity. Really hard stuff here.
At the southern border. But you were asked, with the shift in Minneapolis and Tom Homan going to Minnesota, do you still have confidence in DHS Secretary Kristi Noem? You brought up the success at the border.
Look,
you do.
She was there with the border. Who closed up the border? She did, with Tom Homan, with the whole group. I mean, they closed up the border. The border is a tremendous success. One of the most.
You can't name anyone outside of like Kristi Noem and Homan. With Homan and the whole group, she was there.
Secure borders in the entire world. We were a laughing stock 1.5 years ago for the whole world. The whole world laughed at us. I had friends that said, "Is that real?" You know, they'd look at a picture. You've been down to the border. They'd look at a picture of the border with hundreds of thousands of people pouring in like it was water.
Cohen was literally a paid consultant to the private prison company who are building ICE detainment facilities. I'm so optimistic. Yep. This motherfucker also took a $10,000 bribe, allegedly, that the charges were dropped.
And they said, is that really taken? They can't believe it. They think it's one of these crazy movies that they make. The border was horrible. It was horrible. You know, I did the border twice. First time I won, 2016.
I did the border.
Won on the border. But that border was nothing, and I fixed it immediately.
And I never built that wall.
It was great. We had great years, and we had a great economy. We had the best economy in history in 2016, my first term, and we rebuilt the military, and we got the largest regulation cuts. We had the best job number. We had a great first term. This term seems to be blowing it away. I mean, the only thing we have is a Minnesota situation, and that is, I believe, easily resolved.
Okay. You're about to take the stage here in Iowa. I imagine you're going to talk about the economy.
Yeah.
I'm curious what your plan is if the Supreme Court rules negatively on your tariffs. You talk about the tariffs
We'll have to find another way. Look,
is there a plan B?
Yeah, the tariffs have been indispensable.
Literally a threat. Like one of the most unpopular issues for him. And he's like, if the Supreme Court stops me from cutting off my arm, I will nonetheless find a way to do it myself.
We've taken in $600 billion in tariffs. I gave the farmers $12 billion
I shall cut off my leg.
Week. I took them out of tariff money. It's kept the unfair competition out of our country. Now, they can build their auto plant here, but they can't build a plant in some place with, labor costs for a penny and then sell it into this country and then charge people a lot of money for a car. So the only way they can do that, they have to build the plants here. So the big auto companies from Germany, from Mexico, from Canada, Mexico and Canada are literally, their plants are closing down. They're moving into this country. So we have more activity than we've ever had. We have thousands of businesses all over the country being built. We have hundreds of big major factories between AI, autos, and many other things being built. We've never had a thing
them
like
as a
this.
tool for world peace.
For world peace, yeah. We have
Building
to use it for
AI
world
and
peace.
autos.
What happens if the Supreme Court strikes down the tariffs?
We will find some other way of doing it.
I will ignore them and do it anyway, is basically what he's saying. Jesus fucking Christ.
Similar thing, but it'll be more inconvenient.
Such an unforced error.
To some of the diners here today. Right. David Ullman, he's lived in Iowa for a long time. He's in agriculture. He does express concern about the tariffs and the effect it's had on farmers in Iowa.
Well, it's going to be don't forget, they just kicked in. And we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And we've kept a lot of people out that want to come in and rip off for years, it was the reverse. China would charge us tariffs. Other countries would charge us tariffs. I've totally reversed it. Japan gave us $550 billion. South Korea is supposed to give us $350 billion. But what happens is they're coming in, they're building plants, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't do that, so what's happening is we're getting a tremendous amount of business.
Do I even need to say that we end up paying the fucking tariffs? Jesus fucking Christ. All right, if you are not following me on Twitch, you should go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same goes for YouTube. Subscribe to me. You can also go back and watch my past VODs. They are timestamps. That way you can skip around 2 segments very, very easily. If you want to like the stream, it really helps push it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. But the easiest way to support me is probably through Super Chat, Super Stickers, as well as just subbing to me or gifting subs if you're feeling generous, or using your Amazon Prime sub to me. Thank you all for spending the night and almost morning with me. It's currently 5 a.m. here in Florida, but I'm going to go make dinner at 5 a.m. And you guys are going to Redolent Thought. YouTube, no one's live, so I will see you guys tomorrow. Tell Redolent I say hi. Thank you so much for watching me. Bye.